Preface of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Gramour. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes. By Charles Godfrey Leland. Preface. When I began in the summer of 1882 to collect among the Passamaquoddy Indians at Campobello, New Brunswick, their traditions and folklore, I expected to find very little indeed. These Indians, few in number, surrounded by white people, and thoroughly converted to Roman Catholicism, promised but scanty remains of heathenism. What was my amazement, however, at discovering day by day that there existed among them, entirely by oral tradition, a far grander mythology than that which has been known to us by either the Chippewa or Iroquois Hiawatha legends, and that this was illustrated by an incredible number of tales. I soon ascertained that these were very ancient. The old people declared that they had heard from their progenitors that all these stories were once sung, that they themselves remembered when many of them were poems. This was fully proved by discovering manifest traces of poetry in many, and finally by receiving a long Micmac tale which had been sung by an Indian. I found that all the relaters of this lore were positive as to the antiquity of the narratives, and distinguished accurately between what was or was not pre-Columbian. In fact, I came in time to the opinion that the original stock of all the Algonquin myths, and perhaps of many more, still existed, not far away in the West, but at our very doors, that is to say, in Maine and New Brunswick. It is at least certain, as the reader may convince himself, that these Wabanaki, or northeastern Algonquin, legends give, with few exceptions, in full and coherently, many tales which have only reached us in a broken, imperfect form from other sources. This work, then, contains a collection of the myths, legends, and folklore of the principal Wabanaki, or northeastern Algonquin Indians, that is to say, of the Passamaquoddies and Penobscots of Maine, and of the Micmacs of New Brunswick. All of this material was gathered directly from Indian narrators, the greater part by myself, the rest by a few friends. In fact, I can give the name of the aboriginal authority for every tale except one. As my chief object has been simply to collect and preserve valuable material, I have said little of the labors of such critical writers as Brinton, Hale, Trumbull, Powers, Morgan, Bancroft, and the many more who have so ably studied and set forth Red Indian ethnology. If I have rarely ventured on their field, it is because I believe that when the Indian shall have passed away, there will come far better ethnologists than I am, who will be much more obliged to me for collecting raw material than for cooking it. 2 or 3 subjects have, it is true, tempted me into occasional commenting. The manifest, I may say the undeniable, affinity between the myths and legends of the northeastern Indians and those of the Eskimo could hardly be passed over, nor at the same time the identity of the latter and of the Shaman religion with those of the Finns, Laplanders, and Samoyeds. I believe that I have contributed material not devoid of value to those who are interested in the study of the relations of the aborigines of America with the Mongoloid races of the Old World. This is a subject which has been very little studied through the relations of these Wabanaki with the Eskimo. A far more hazardous venture has been the indicating points of similarity between the myths or tales of the Algonquins and those of the Norsemen, as set forth in the Eddas, the Sagas, and popular tales of Scandinavia. When we, however, remember that the Eskimo once ranged as far south as Massachusetts, that they did not reach Greenland till the 14th century, that they had for 3 centuries intimate relations with Scandinavians, that they were very fond of legends, and that the Wabanaki even now mingle with them, the marvel would be that the Norsemen had not left among them traces of their tales or of their religion. But I do not say that this was positively the case. I simply set forth in this book a great number of curious coincidences, from which others may draw their own conclusions. I confess that I cannot account for these resemblances save by the so-called historical theory of direct transmission, but if any one can otherwise explain them, I should welcome the solution of what still seems to be, in many respects, a problem. I am, in fact, of the opinion that what is given in this work confirms what was conjectured by David Krantz, and which is thus expressed in his History of Greenland, London, 1767. If we read the accounts which have been given of the most northerly American Indians and Asiatic Tartars, we find a great resemblance between their manner of life, morals, usages, and notions, and what has been said in this book of the Greenlanders, only with this difference, that the farther the savage nations wandered towards the north, the fewer they retained of their ancient conceptions and customs. As for the Greenlanders, if it be true, as is supposed, that a remnant of the old Norway Christians incorporated themselves and became one people with them, the Greenlanders may thence have heard and adopted some of their notions, which they may have new modeled in the coarse mold of their own brain. Among those who greatly aided me in preparing this work, I deem it to be a duty to mention Miss Albie Alger, of Boston, to whom it is cordially dedicated; the Rev. Silas T. Rand, of Hantsport, Nova Scotia, who lent me a manuscript collection of 85 Micmac tales, and communicated to me, with zealous kindness, much information by letter; and Mrs. W. Wallace Brown, of Calais, Maine. It was through this lady that I derived a great proportion of the most curious folklore of the Passamaquoddies, especially such parts as coincided with the Edda. With these I would include Mr. E. Jack, of Fredericton, New Brunswick. When it is remembered that there are only 42 of the Hiawatha legends of Schoolcraft, out of which 5 books have been made by other authors, and that I have collected more than 200, it will be seen how these friends must have worked to aid me. Authorities. The authorities consulted in writing this work were as follows: Persons: Tomah Josephs, Passamaquoddy, Indian Governor at Peter Dana's Point, Maine. The Rev. Silas T. Rand, Baptist Missionary among the Micmac Indians at Hantsport, Nova Scotia. This gentleman lent me his manuscript collection of 85 stories, all taken down from verbal Indian narration. He also communicated much information in letters, etc. John Gabriel and his son Peter J. Gabriel, Passamaquoddy Indians of Point Pleasant, Maine. Noel Josephs of Peter Dana's Point, alias Chee-Gachgoch, the Raven. Joseph Tomah, Passamaquoddy of Point Pleasant. Louis Mitchell, Indian member of the Legislature of Maine. To this gentleman I am greatly indebted for manuscripts, letters, and oral narration of great value. Sapiel Selmo, keeper of the wampum record. Formerly read every 4 years at the kindling of the great fire at Caughnawaga. Marie Saxis, of Oldtown, a capital and very accurate narrator of many traditions. Miss Abby Alger, of Boston, by whom I was greatly aided in collecting the Passamaquoddy stories, and who obtained several for me among the St. Francis or Abenaki Indians. Edward Jack, of Fredericton, for several Micmac legends and many letters containing folklore, all taken down by him directly from Indians. Mrs. W. Wallace Brown. Mr. Brown was agent in charge of the Passamaquoddies in Maine. To this lady, who has a great influence over the Indians, and is much interested in their folklore and legends, I am indebted for a large collection of very interesting material of the most varied description. Noel Neptune, Penobscot, Oldtown, Maine. Books, manuscripts, etc. The Story of Glooskap, a curious manuscript in Indian English obtained for me by Tomah Josephs. The Dominion Monthly for 1871, containing 9 Micmac legends by Rev. S. T. Rand. Indian Legends, manuscript of 900 pages, folio, collected among the Micmac Indians and translated by Silas T. Rand, missionary to the Micmacs. A manuscript collection of Passamaquoddy legends and folklore, by Mrs. W. Wallace Brown, of Calais, Maine. These are all given with the greatest accuracy as narrated by Indians, some in broken Indian English. They embrace a very great variety of folklore. Manuscript Fairy Tales in Indian and English by Louis Mitchell. Manuscript The Superstitions of the Passamaquoddies in Indian and English. A History of the Passamaquoddy Indians. Manuscript of 80 pages, Indian and English, all of which were written for me by L. Mitchell, M.L. Wampum Records, read for me by Sapiel Selmo, the only living Indian who has the key to them. David Cusick's Sketches of Ancient History of the Six Nations, Lockport, New York, 1848. Printed, but written in Indian English. Manuscript 6 Stories of the St. Francis or Abenaki Indians, taken down by Miss Abby Alger. Osgood's Maritime Provinces. In this work there are 7 short extracts relative to Glooskap, given without reference to any book or author. End of Preface and Authorities.
Section 1 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 1. Introduction. Among the 6 chief divisions of the Red Indians of North America, the most widely extended is the Algonquin. This people ranged from Labrador to the far south, from Newfoundland to the Rocky Mountains, speaking 40 dialects, as the Hon. J. H. Trumbull has shown in his valuable work on the subject. Belonging to this division are the Micmacs of Nova Scotia, and the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot tribes of Maine, who, with the St. Francis Indians of Canada and some smaller clans, call themselves the Wabanaki, a word derived from a root signifying white or light, intimating that they live nearest to the rising sun or the east. In fact, the French-speaking St. Francis family, who are known par eminence as the Abenaki, translate the term by point du jour. The Wabanaki have in common the traditions of a grand mythology, the central figure of which is a demigod or hero, who, while he is always great, consistent, and benevolent, and never devoid of dignity, presents traits which are very much more like those of Odin and Thor, with not a little of Pantagruel, than anything in the characters of the Chippewa Manobozho or the Iroquois Hiawatha. The name of this divinity is Glooskap, meaning, strangely enough, the liar, because it is said that when he left earth, like King Arthur for fairyland, he promised to return and has never done so. It is characteristic of the Norse gods that, while they are grand, they are manly, and combine with this a peculiarly domestic humanity. Glooskap is the Norse god intensified. He is, however, more of a giant. He grows to a more appalling greatness than Thor or Odin in his battles. When a Kiowaku or Jotun rises to the clouds to oppose him, Glooskap's head touches the stars, and scorning to slay so mean a foe like an equal, he kills him contemptuously with a light tap of his bow. But in the family circle he is the most benevolent of gentle heroes, and has his oft-repeated little standard jokes. Yet he never, like the Manobozho Hiawatha of the Chippewas, becomes silly, cruel, or fantastic. He has his roaring revel with a brother giant, even as Thor went fishing in fierce fun with the frost god, but he is never low or feeble. Around Glooskap, who is by far the grandest and most Aryan-like character ever evolved from a savage mind, and who is more congenial to a reader of Shakespeare and Rabelais than any deity ever imagined out of Europe, there are found strange giants, some literal Jotuns of stone and ice, sorcerers who become giants like Glooskap at will. The terrible Chenoo, a human being with an icy stone heart, who has sunk to a cannibal and ghoul. All the weird monsters and horrors of the Eskimo mythology, witches and demons inherited from the terribly black sorcery which preceded shamanism, and compared to which the latter was like an advanced religion, and all the minor mythology of dwarfs and fairies. The Indian Muteolin, or magician, distinctly taught that every created thing, animate or inanimate, had its indwelling spirit. Whatever had an idea had a soul. Therefore, the Wabanaki mythology is strangely like that of the Rosicrucians. But it created spirits for the terrible Arctic winters of the North, for the icebergs and frozen wastes, for the northern lights and polar bears. It made, in short, a mythology such as would be perfectly congenial to anyone who has read and understood the Edda, Beowulf, and the Kalevala, with the wildest and oldest Norse sagas. But it is, as regards spirit and meaning, utterly and entirely unlike anything else that is American. It is not like the Mexican pantheon. It is not the same sounds, colors, or feelings, and though many of its incidents or tales are the same as those of the Chippewas or other tribes, we still feel that there is an incredible difference in the spirit. Its ways are not as their ways. This Wabanaki mythology, which was that which gave a fairy, an elf, a naiad, or a hero to every rock and river and ancient hill in New England, is just the one of all others which is least known to the New Englanders. When the last Indian shall be in his grave, those who come after us will ask and wonder why we had no curiosity as to the romance of our country, and so much as to that of every other land on earth. Much is allowed to poets and painters, and no fault was found with Mr. Longfellow for attributing to the Iroquois Hiawatha the choice exploits of the Chippewa demi-devil Manobozho. It was all Indian to the multitude, and one name answered as well in poetry as another, at a time when there was very little attention paid to ethnology. So that a good poem resulted, it was of little consequence that the plot was a melange of very different characters and characteristics. And when, in connection with this, Mr. Longfellow spoke of the Chippewa tales as forming an Indian Edda, the term was doubtless, in a poetic and very general sense, permissible. But its want of literal truth seems to have deeply impressed the not generally over-particular or accurate schoolcraft, since his first remarks in the introduction to the Hiawatha Legends are as follows: "Where analogies are so general, there is a constant liability to mistakes. Of these foreign analogies of myth lore, the least tangible, it is believed, is that which has been suggested with the Scandinavian mythology. That mythology is of so marked and peculiar a character that it has not been distinctly traced out of the great circle of tribes of the Indo-Germanic family. Odin and his terrific pantheon of war gods and social deities could only exist in the dreary latitudes of storms and fire which produce a Hekla and a maelstrom. These latitudes have invariably produced nations whose influence has been felt in an elevating power over the world. From such a source the Indian could have derived none of his vague symbolisms and mental idiosyncrasies, which have left him as he is found today, without a government and without a god. This is all perfectly true of the myths of Hiawatha Manobozho. Nothing on earth could be more unlike the Norse legends than the Indian Edda of the Chippewas and Ottawas. But it was not known to this writer that there already existed in northeastern America a stupendous mythology derived from a land of storms and fire more terrible and wonderful than Iceland, nay, so terrible that Icelanders themselves were appalled by it. This country, says the Abbé Morillot, is the one most suggestive of superstition. Everything there, sea, earth, or heaven, is strange. The wild cries which rise from the depths of the caverned ice hills and are re-echoed by the rocks, icebergs, or waves, were dreadful to Egbert Olafsson in the 17th century. The interior is a desert without parallel for desolation. A frozen Sahara seen by northern lightning and midnight suns is but a suggestion of this land. The sober Moravian missionary Krantz once only in his life rose to poetry, when more than a century ago he spoke of its scenery. Here then was the latitude of storm and fire required by Schoolcraft to produce something wilder and grander than he had ever found among Indians. And here indeed there existed all the time a cycle of mythological legends or poems such as he declared Indians incapable of producing. But strangest of all, this American mythology of the North, which has been the very last to become known to American readers, is literally so nearly like the Edda itself that, as this work fully proves, there is hardly a song in the Norse collection which does not contain an incident found in the Indian poem legends, while in several there are many such coincidences. Thus, in the Edda, we are told that the first birth on earth was that of a giant girl and boy, begotten by the feet of a giant and born from his armpit. In the Wabanaki legends, the first birth was of Glooskap, the good principle, and Malsum, the wolf, or evil principle. The wolf was born from his mother's armpit. He is sometimes male and sometimes female. His feet are male and female, and converse. We pass on only 12 lines in the Edda, footnote, Vafthrudnismal, page 36, end of footnote, to be told that the wind is caused by a giant in eagle's plumage, who sits on a rock far in the north, at the end of heaven. This is simply and literally the Vökausen, or windblower of the Wabanaki, word for word, not the thunderbird of the Western Indians. The second birth on earth, according to the Edda, was that of man. Odin found ash and elm nearly powerless, and gave them sense. This was the first man and woman. According to the Indians of Maine, Glooskap made the first men from the ash tree. They lived, or were in it, devoid of sense, till he gave it to them. It is to be observed that primevally among the Norse, the ash alone stood for man. So it goes on through the whole Edda, of which all the main incidents are to be found among the sagas of the Wabanaki. The most striking of these are the coincidences between Lox, footnote, lynx, wolf, wolverine, badger, or raccoon, and sometimes man, end of footnote, and Loki. It is very remarkable indeed that the only two religions in the world which possess a devil in which mischief predominates should also give to each the same adventures, if both did not come from the same source. In the Hymiskvida of the Edda, two giants go to fish for whales, and then have a contest which is actually one of heat against cold. This is so like a Micmac legend in every detail that about 20 lines are word for word the same in the Norse and Indian. The Micmac giants end their whale fishing by trying to freeze one another to death. It is to the Reverend Silas T. Rand that the credit belongs of having discovered Glooskap, and of having first published in the Dominion Monthly several of these northern legends. After I had collected nearly 100 among the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot Indians, this gentleman, with unexampled kindness, lent me a manuscript of 84 Micmac tales, making in all 900 folio pages. Many were similar to others in my collection, but I have never yet received a duplicate which did not contain something essential to the whole. Though the old Indians all declare that most of their lore has perished, especially the more recondite mythic poems, I am confident that much more remains to be gathered than I have given in this work. As it is, I have omitted many tales simply because they were evidently Canadian French stories. Yet all of these, without exception, are half Indian, and it may be Old Norse modified. For a French story is sometimes the same with one in the Eddas. Again, for want of room, I have not given any Indian tales or chronicles of the wars with the Mohawks. Of these, I have enough to make a very curious volume. These legends belong to all New England. Many of them exist as yet among the scattered fragments of Indian tribes here and there. The Penobscots of Oldtown, Maine, still possess many. In fact, there is not an old Indian, male or female, in New England or Canada, who does not retain stories and songs of the greatest interest. I sincerely trust that this work may have the effect of stimulating collection. Let every reader remember that everything thus taken down and deposited in a local historical society, or sent to the Ethnological Bureau at Washington, will forever transmit the name of its recorder to posterity. Archeology is as yet in its very beginning. When the Indians shall have departed, it will grow to giant-like proportions, and every scrap of information relative to them will be eagerly investigated. And the man does not live who knows what may be made of it all. I need not say that I should be grateful for such Indian lore of any kind whatever which may be transmitted to me. It may very naturally be asked by many how it came to pass that the Indians of Maine and of the farther north have so much of the Edda in their sagas, or, if it was derived through the Eskimo tribes, how these got it from Norsemen, who were professedly Christians. I do not think that the time has come for fully answering the first question. There is some great mystery of mythology as yet unsolved regarding the origin of the Edda and its relations with the faiths and folklore of the older shamanic beliefs, such as Lapp, Finn, Samoyed, Eskimo, and Tartar. This was the world's first religion. It is found in the so-called Akkadian-Turanian beginning of Babylon, whence it possibly came from the West. But what we have here to consider is whether the Norsemen did directly influence the Eskimo and Indians. Let us first consider that these latter were passionately fond of stories, and that they had attained to a very high standard of culture as regards both appreciation and invention. They were as fond of recitations as any white man is of reading. Their memories were in this respect very remarkable indeed. They have taken into their repertory during the past 200 years many French fairy tales through the Canadians. Is it not likely that they listened to the Northmen? It is not generally noted among our learned men how long the Icelanders remained in Greenland, how many stories are still told of them by the Eskimo, or to what extent the Indians continue to mingle with the latter. During the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, says the Abbé Morillot, there were in Greenland, after Archbishop Adalbert, more than 20 bishops, and in the colony were many churches and monasteries. In the Østerbygd, one of the 2 inhabited portions of the vast island, were 190 villages with 12 churches. In Julienschab, one may today see the ruins of 8 churches and of many monasteries. In the 15th century all these buildings were in ruins, and the colony was exterminated by the pestilence or the natives. But among the latter there remained many traditions of the Scandinavians associated with the ruins. Such is the story of Orangortok, given by the Abbé Morillot, and several are to be found in Rink's legends. When we learn that the Norsemen, during their 3 centuries of occupation of Greenland, brought away many of the marvelous tales of the Eskimo, it is not credible that they left none of their own. Thus we are told in the Floamana Saga how a hero, abandoned on the icy coast of Greenland, met with 2 giant witches, Trollkona, and cut the hand from one of them. An old Icelandic work called the Konungsskugge, Danish Königsspillet, has much to say of the marvels of Greenland and its monsters of the sea. On the other hand, Morillot declares that the belief in ghosts was brought to Greenland by the Icelanders and Scandinavians. The sagas have not been as yet much studied with a view to establishing how much social intercourse there was between the natives and the colonists, but common experience would teach that during 3 centuries it must have been something. There has always been intercourse between Greenland and Labrador, and in this latter country we find the first Algonquin Indians. Even at the present day there are men among the Micmacs and Passamaquoddies who have gone on their hunting excursions even to the Eskimo. I myself know one of the latter who has done so, and the Reverend S. T. Rand, in answer to a question on the subject, writes to me as follows: Nancy Gedor, a Micmac woman, assures me that her father, now dead, used to go as far as the wild (heathen) Eskimo, and remained once for 3 years among the more civilized. She has so correctly described their habits that I am satisfied that her statements are correct. Footnote: the word Eskimo is Algonquin, meaning to eat raw fish, Eskumoga in Micmac, and people who eat raw flesh, or Eskimuk, that is, Eski, raw, and Muuk, people. This word recalls Inuit people and spirits, in Eskimo, Inue, which has the same double meaning. This was all suggested to me by an Indian. End of footnote. These Eskimo brought from the Old World that primeval, gloomy shaman religion or sorcery, such as is practiced yet by Laplanders and Tartars, such as formed the basis of the old Akkadian Babylonian cultus, and such as is now in vogue among all our own red Indians. I believe that it was from the Eskimo that this American shamanism all came. In Greenland this faith assumed its strangest form. It made for itself a new mythology. The Indians, their neighbors, borrowed from this, but also added new elements of an only semi-Arctic character. Thus there is a series of steps, but every one different, from the Eskimo to the Wabanaki of Labrador, New Brunswick, and Maine, from the Wabanaki to the Iroquois, and from the Iroquois to the more western Indians. And while they all have incidents in common, the character of each is radically different. It may be specially noted that while there is hardly an important point in the Edda which may not be found, as I have just shown, in Wabanaki legends, there is very little else in the latter which is in common with such Old World mythology as might have come to the Indians since the discovery by Columbus. Excluding French-Canadian fairy tales, what we have left is chiefly Eskimo and Eddaic, and the proportion of the latter is simply surprising. There are actually more incidents taken from the Edda than there are from lower sources. I can only account for this by the fact that, as the Indians tell me, all these tales were once poems, handed down from generation to generation, and always sung. Once they were religious. Now they are in a condition analogous to that of the German Heldenbuch. They have been cast into a new form, but they are not as yet quite degraded to the nursery tale. It may be objected that if the Norsemen in Greenland were Christians, it is most unlikely that they would have taught the legends of the Edda to the heathen. To which I reply that some scholar a few centuries hence may declare it was a most improbable thing that Christian Roman Catholic Indians should have taught me the tales of Glooskap and Lox. But the truth is, we really know very little as to how soon wandering Vikings went to America, or how many were here. I would say in conclusion that while these legends of the Wabanaki are fragmentary and incomplete, they still read like the fragments of a book whose subject was once broadly and coherently treated by a man of genius. They are handled in the same bold and artistic manner as the Norse. There is nothing like them in any other North American Indian records. They are, especially those which are from the Passamaquoddy and Penobscot, inspired with a genial, cosmopolite humor. While Glooskap is always a gentleman, Lox ranges from Punch to Satan, passing through the stages of an Indian Mephistopheles and the Norse Loki, who appears to have been his true progenitor. But neither is quite like anything to be found among really savage races. When it is borne in mind that the most ancient and mythic of these legends have been taken down from the trembling memories of old squaws who never understood their inner meaning, or from ordinary synapses who had not thought of them since boyhood, it will be seen that the preservation of a mass of prose poems, equal in bulk to the Kalevala or Heldenbuch, is indeed almost miraculous. End of section 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.
Section 2 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 2. Glooskap, the Divinity. Of Glooskap's birth, and of his brother Malsum the Wolf. Now the great lord Glooskap, who was worshipped in after days by all the Wabanaki, or children of light, was a twin with a brother. As he was good, this brother, whose name was Malsumsis, or Wolf, the younger, was bad. Before they were born, the babes consulted to consider how they had best enter the world. And Glooskap said, I will be born as others are. But the evil Malsumsis thought himself too great to be brought forth in such a manner, and declared that he would burst through his mother's side. [Footnote: The reader of Rabelais cannot fail to recall here the remarks of the author as to the extraordinary manner in which it pleased the giant Gargantua to come into the world. The Armenians believe that Christ was born through the right side of the Virgin. The Buddhists say the same of Buddha's birth. Heth and Moab, London, 1883. Another, and as I believe the correct account, declares that Malsum the Wolf was born from his mother's armpit. End of footnote. And as they planned it, so it came to pass. Glooskap as first came quietly to light, while Malsumsis kept his word, killing his mother. The two grew up together, and one day the younger, who knew that both had charmed lives, asked the elder what would kill him, Glooskap. Now each had his own secret as to this, and Glooskap, remembering how wantonly Malsumsis had slayed their mother, thought it would be misplaced confidence to trust his life to one so fond of death, while it might prove to be well to know the bane of the other. So they agreed to exchange secrets, and Glooskap, to test his brother, told him that the only way in which he himself could be slain was by the stroke of an owl's feather, though this was not true. [Footnote: There are different readings of this incident. In Mr. Rand's manuscript, the alleged means of Glooskap's death is described as being a cat-tail flag, Hawkwi Usqu, Passamaquoddy, while a handful of bird's down is the bane of Malsum the Wolf. The termination sis is a diminutive, here meaning the younger. End of footnote. And Malsumsis said, I can only die by a blow from a fern foot. It came to pass, in after days, that Quabitasis, the son of the great beaver, or as others say, Meeko the squirrel, or else the evil which was in himself, tempted Malsumsis to kill Glooskap, for in those days all men were wicked. So taking his bow he shot Cococass the owl, and with one of his feathers he struck Glooskap while sleeping. Then he awoke in anger, yet craftily said that it was not by an owl's feather, but by a blow from a pine root, that his life would end. Then the false man led his brother another day far into the forest to hunt, and while he again slept, smote him on the head with a pine root. But Glooskap arose unharmed, drove Malsumsis away into the woods, sat down by the brookside, and thinking over all that had happened, said, Nothing but a flowering rush can kill me. But the beaver, who was hidden among the reeds, heard this, and hastening to Malsumsis, told him the secret of his brother's life. For this Malsumsis promised to bestow on beaver whatever he should ask. But when the latter wished for wings like a pigeon, the warrior laughed and scornfully said, Get thee hence, thou with a tail like a file, what need hast thou of wings? Then the beaver was angry, and went forth to the camp of Glooskap, to whom he told what he had done. Therefore Glooskap arose in sorrow and in anger, took a fern root, sought Malsumsis in the deep dark forest, and smote him so that he fell down dead. And Glooskap sang a song over him, and lamented the beaver and the owl and the squirrel for what they did, and as they did it, all came again into these stories. But Malsumsis, being dead, was turned into the Shickshu Mountains in the Gaspé Peninsula. For this chapter and parts of others I am indebted to the narrative of a Micmac Indian taken down by Mr. Edward Jack, also to another version in the Rand manuscript. This story is, in the main points, similar to that given by David Cusick in his History of the Six Nations, of Inigorio the Good Mind, and Inigon Hahitgia, Bad Mind, to which I shall refer anon. It is very evident that in this tradition Glooskap represents the good principle, and Malsumsis, the little wolf, that is, the wolf who is the younger, rather than little or small, the evil one. Malsum typifies destruction and sin in several of these tales. He will arise at the last day, when Glooskap is to do battle with all the giants and evil beasts of olden time, and will be the great destroyer. Malsum is the wolf Fenris of this the true Indian Edda. For a further comment on this birth of the twins and its resemblance to a passage in the Edda, the reader is referred to the notes on the next chapter. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 3. How Glooskap made the elves and fairies, and then man of an ash tree, and last of all beasts, and of his coming at the last day. Passamaquoddy. Glooskap came first of all into this country, into Nova Scotia, Maine, Canada, into the land of the Wabanaki, next to Sunrise. There were no Indians here then, only wild Indians very far to the west. Firstborn were the Mi'kmaq, the Unagemasuk, the small elves, little men, dwellers in rocks. And in this way he made man. He took his bow and arrows and shot at trees, the basket trees, the ash. Then Indians came out of the bark of the ash trees, and then the Mi'kmaq said, called Tree Man. Glooskap made all the animals. He made them at first very large. Then he said to Moose, the great Moose, who was as tall as Ketakus, "What would you do should you see an Indian coming?" Moose replied, "I would tear down the trees on him." Then Glooskap saw that the moose was too strong, and made him smaller, so that Indians could kill him. Then he said to the squirrel, who was the size of a wolf, "What would you do if you should meet an Indian?" And the squirrel answered, "I would scratch down trees on him." Then Glooskap said, "You also are too strong," and he made him little. Then he asked the great white bear what he would do if he met an Indian, and the bear said, "Eat him." And the master bade him go and live among rocks and ice, where he would see no Indians. So he questioned all the beasts, changing their size, or allotting their lives according to their answers. He took the loon for his dog, but the loon absented himself so much that he chose for this service 2 wolves, one black and one white. But the loons are always his tale-bearers. Many years ago, a man very far to the north wished to cross a bay, a great distance from one point to another. As he was stepping into his canoe, he saw a man with 2 dogs, one black and one white, who asked to be set across. The Indian said, "You may go, but what will become of your dogs?" Then the stranger replied, "Let them go round by land." "Nay," replied the Indian, "that is much too far." But the stranger, saying nothing, he put him across, and as they reached the landing place, there stood the dogs. But when he turned his head to address the man, he was gone. So he said to himself, "I have seen Glooskap." Yet again, but this was not so many years ago, far in the north, there were at a certain place many Indians assembled, and there was a frightful commotion, caused by the ground heaving and rumbling. The rocks shook and fell. They were greatly alarmed, and lo! Glooskap stood before them, and said, "I go away now, but I shall return again. When you feel the ground tremble, then know it is I." So they will know when the last great war is to be, for then Glooskap will make the ground shake with an awful noise. Glooskap was no friend of the beavers. He slew many of them. Up on the Tobayak are 2 salt rocks, that is, rocks by the ocean side, near a freshwater stream. The great beaver, standing there one day, was seen by Glooskap miles away, who had forbidden him that place. Then, picking up a large rock where he stood by the shore, he threw it all that distance at the beaver, who indeed dodged it. But when another came, the beast ran into a mountain, and has never come forth to this day. But the rocks which the master threw are yet to be seen. This very interesting tradition was taken down by Mrs. W. Wallace Brown from a very old Passamaquoddy Indian woman named Molly Sepsis, who could not speak a word of English, with the aid of another younger woman named Sarah. It will be observed that it is said in the beginnings that Glooskap produced the first human beings from the ash tree. Ash and elm in the Edda were the Adam and Eve of the human race. There were no intelligent men on earth until there came 3 mighty and benevolent Aesir to the world, from their assembly nearly powerless, Ash and Embla, Ash and Elm, void of destiny. Spirit they possessed not, sense they had not, blood, nor motive powers, nor goodly color. Spirit gave Odin, sense gave Honir, blood gave Loder, and good color. It is certain, however, that the ash was the typic tree of all life, since the next verse of the Völuspá is devoted to Yggdrasil, the tree of existence, or of the world itself. It may be observed that in the Finnish poem of Kalevala, it is by the destruction of the great oak that Wainamoinen, aided by the hero of the sea, causes all things to grow. The early clearing away of trees, as a first step towards culture, may be symbolized in the shooting of arrows at the ash. The wolf as a beast for the deity to ride is strongly Eddaic. Magic songs they sung rode on wolves, the god, Odin's, and gods. We have here within a few lines, accordingly, the ash as the parent of mankind, and wolves as the beast of transport for the supreme deity, both in the Indian legend and in the Edda. As Glooskap is directly declared in one tradition to keep by him as an attendant a being who is the course of the sun and of the seasons, it may be assumed that the black and white wolf represent day and night. Again, great stress is laid in the Glooskap legend upon the fact that the last great day of battle with Malsum the wolf, and the frost giants, stone giants, and other powers of evil shall be announced by an earthquake. Trembles Yggdrasil's ash yet standing, groans that aged tree, and the wolf runs. The master's kin go all with the wolf. The stony hills are dashed together, the giantesses totter. Then arises Slin's second grief, when Odin goes with the wolf to fight. Word for word, ash tree, giantesses, the supreme god fighting with a wolf, and falling hills are given in the Indian myth. This is not the Christian Day of Judgment, but the Norse. In this myth, Glooskap has 2 wolves, one black and the other white. This is an indication of day and night, since he is distinctly stated to have as an attendant Kulpejote, who typifies the course of the seasons. In the Eddas, Ragnarok, we are told that one wolf now follows the sun, another the moon, one Fenris, the other Moongarm, the moon's devourer in a troll's disguise. The magic arrows of Glooskap are of course worldwide, and date from the shafts of Abaris and those used among the ancient Jews for divination. But it may be observed that those of the Indian hero are like the goose arrows described in Overod's saga, which always hit their mark and return to the one who shoots them. It is important here to compare this old Algonquin account of the creation with that of the Iroquois, or 6 Nations, as given by David Cusick, himself an Indian. There was a woman who was with child, with twins. She descended from the higher world, and was received on the turtle. While she was in the distress of travail, one of the infants in her womb was moved by an evil desire, and determined to pass out under the side of the parent's arm, and the other infant endeavored in vain to prevent his design. They entered the dark world by compulsion, and their mother expired in a few minutes. One of them possessed a gentle disposition, and was named Enigorio, the good mind. The other possessed an insolence of character, and was called Enegon Hahatgea, that is, the bad mind. The good mind was not content to remain in a dark situation, and was desirous to create a great light in the dark world. But the bad mind was desirous that the world should remain in its original state. The good mind, determined to prosecute his design, began the work of creation. Of his mother's head he made the sun, of her body the moon. After he had made creeks and rivers, animals and fishes, he formed 2 images of the dust of the ground in his own likeness, male and female, and by his breathing into their nostrils he gave them living souls, and he named them Ea Gwe that is, a real people. And he gave the great island all the animals, of game for the inheritance of the people. The bad mind, while his brother was making the universe, went through the island and made numerous high mountains, and falls of water, and great steeps, and also created reptiles which would be injurious to mankind. But the good mind restored the island to its former condition. The bad mind made 2 images of clay in the form of mankind, but while he was giving them existence, they became apes. The good mind discovered his brother's contrivances, and aided in giving them living souls. Finding that his brother continually thwarted him, the good mind admonished him to behave better. The bad mind then offered a challenge to his brother on condition that the victor should rule the universe. The good mind was willing. He falsely mentioned that whipping with flags, bulrushes, would destroy his temporal life, and earnestly solicited his brother to observe the instrument of death, saying that by using deer horns he would expire. This is very obscure in Cusick's Indian English. On the day appointed, the battle began. It lasted for 2 days. They tore up the trees and mountains. At last, the good mind gained the victory by using the horns. The last words uttered by the bad mind were that he would have equal power over the souls of mankind after their death, and so sank down to eternal doom and became the evil spirit. Contrasted with this hardly heathen cosmogony, which shows recent Bible influence throughout, the Algonquin narrative reads like a song from the Edda. That the latter is the original and the older, there can be no doubt. Between the good mind making man from the dust of the earth, and Glooskap rousing him by magic arrows from the ash tree, there is a great difference. It may be observed that the fight with horns is explained in another legend in this book, called the Chenoo, and that these horns are the magic horns of the Chepich Calm, or Great Serpent, who is somewhat like the dragon. In the Algonquin story, 2 loons are Glooskap's tale-bearers, which occasion him great anxiety by their prolonged absences. This is distinctly stated in the Indian legend, as it is of Odin's birds in the Edda. Odin has, as news-bringers, 2 ravens. Hugin and Munin fly each day over the spacious earth. I fear for Hugin that he comes not back, yet more anxious am I for Munin. The loons, indeed, occasioned Glooskap so much trouble by absences that he took wolves in their place. The ravens of the Edda are probably of biblical origin, but it is a most extraordinary coincidence that the Indians have a corresponding perversion of Scripture, for they say that Glooskap, when he was in the ark, that is, as Noah, sent out a white dove, which returned to him colored black, and became a raven. This is not, however, related as part of the myth. The Ancient History of the Six Nations, by David Cusick, gives us in one particular a strange coincidence with the Edda. It tells us that the bad mind, the principle of evil, forced himself out into life, as Cusick expresses it in his broken Indian English, under the side of the parent's arm, that is, through the armpit. In the Edda, Vafthrudnismal 33, we are told of the first beings born on earth that they were twins, begotten by the 2 feet of a giant, and born out of his armpit. Under the armpit grew, 'tis said of the Hrumthors, a girl and boy together, foot with foot begat, of that wise Jötun, a 6-headed son. There are in these 6 lines 6 coincidences with red Indian mythology. 1. The evil principle as a Jötun's firstborn in the one and the bad mind in the other are born of the mother's armpit. 2. In one of the tales of Lox, the Indian devil, also a giant, we are told that his feet are male and female. 3. In both faiths, this is the first birth on earth. 4. The 6-headed demon appears in a Micmac tale. 5. There is in both the Eddaic and the Wabanaki account a very remarkable coincidence in this, that there is a titanic or giant birth of twins on earth, followed by the creation of man from the ash tree. 6. The evil principle, whether it be the wolf Lox in the Wabanaki myths or Loki in the Norse, often turns himself into a woman. Thus the male and female sex of the firstborn twins is identified. According to the Edda, the order of births on earth was as follows. First, 2 giants were born from the mother's armpit. Secondly, the dwarfs were created. Thirdly, man was made from the ash tree. According to the Wabanaki, this was the order. First, 2 giants were born, one from his mother's armpit. Secondly, the dwarfs, Mikamwesuk, were created from the bark of the ash tree. Thirdly, man was made from the trunk of the ash. The account of the creation of the dwarfs is wanting in the present manuscript. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elise, Randall. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 4. Of the great deeds which Glooskap did for men, how he named the animals, and who they were that formed his family. Passamaquoddy. Woodnet Atak Hag and Glooskap. This is a story of Glooskap. It is told in traditions of the old time that Glooskap was born in the land of the Wabanaki, which is nearest to the sunrise. But another story says that he came over the sea in a great stone canoe, and that this canoe was an island of granite covered with trees. When the great man, of all men and beasts chief ruler, had come down from this ark, he went among the Wabanaki, and calling all the animals, he gave them each a name. Unto the bear, Muin, and asked him what he would do if he should meet with a man. The bear said, I fear him, and I should run. Now in those days the squirrel, Mikko, was greater than the bear. Then Glooskap took him in his hands, and smoothing him down, he grew smaller and smaller, till he became as we see him now. In after days the squirrel was Glooskap's dog, and when he so willed, grew large again, and slew his enemies, however fierce they might be. But this time, when asked what he would do should he meet with a man, Mikko replied, I should run up a tree. Then the moose, being questioned, answered, standing still and looking down, I should run through the woods. And so it was with Quabeat the beaver. And Glooskap saw that of all created beings, the first and greatest was man. Before men were instructed by him, they lived in darkness. It was so dark that they could not even see to slay their enemies. Glooskap taught them how to hunt, and to build huts, and canoes, and weirs for fish. Before he came, they knew not how to make weapons or nets. He, the great master, showed them hidden virtues of plants, roots, and barks, and pointed out to them such vegetables as might be used for food, as well as what kinds of animals, birds, and fish were to be eaten. And when this was done, he taught them the names of all the stars. He loved mankind, and wherever he might be in the wilderness, he was never very far from any of the Indians. He dwelt in a lonely land, but whenever they sought him, they found him. He traveled far and wide. There is no place in all the land of the Wabanaki where he left not his name. Hills, rocks, and rivers, lakes and islands bear witness to him. Glooskap was never married. Yet as he lived like other men, he lived not alone. There dwelt with him an old woman who kept his lodge. He called her Nugumi, my grandmother. With her was a youth named Abistanuch, or the Martin, and Martin could change himself to a baby or a little boy, a youth or a young man, as befitted the time in which he was to act. For all things about Glooskap were very wonderful. This Martin ate always from a small birch-bark dish, called Witch-Qued Lacunchich, and when he left this anywhere, Glooskap was sure to find it, and could tell from its appearance all that had befallen his family. And Martin was called Glooskap Uchkeen, my younger brother. The lord of men and beasts had a belt which gave him magical power and endless strength, and when he lent this to Martin, the younger brother could also do great deeds, such as were only done in old times. Martin lived much with the Mi'kwames, or elves, or fairies, and is said to have been one of them. How Winpe the sorcerer, having stolen Glooskap's family, was by him pursued, and how Glooskap, for a merry jest, cheated the whale. Of the song of the clams, and how the whale smoked a pipe. Micmac. Na-ke-ni-u. In old times, in the beginning of things, men were as animals, and animals as men. How this was, no one knows. But it is told that all were at first men, and as they gave themselves up to this and that desire, and to naught else, they became beasts. But before this came to pass, they could change to one or the other form, yet even as men, there was always something which showed what they were. Now Glooskap lived on an island named Aja-lig-on-Mechk, and with him were many Indians with the names and natures of animals and birds. These men, but most of all Puluech, the partridge, having acquired power themselves, became jealous of Glooskap, and made up their minds to depart when he was away, taking with them Martin and the grandmother. For they had great hope that Glooskap, being left alone on the island, would perish, because they knew not his power. There is another story which says that he was living at the mouth of Ulastuk, at a place called Menogwes, and went away into the forest as far as Gulwagik, and had been gone 6 weeks, when he returned home and found the old woman, whose name was Muinarque, and Martin had been taken away. Following their tracks to the shore, he saw one of his greatest enemies, a terrible sorcerer named Winpay, just pushing off in his canoe. And with him were his wife and child, and Dame Bear, and Martin. They were still within call, and Glooskap cried from the shore to the grandmother to send back his dogs, which were not larger than mice, and as some stories tell us, were squirrels. So she took a wulas takun, which is a small wooden platter, and on such Indian dice are tossed. This she put in the water and placed the dogs on it, and it floated to the shore, and Glooskap took it up. Winpay, with his family and prisoners, pushed on to Passamaquoddy, and thence to Grand Manan, and after remaining there a while he crossed over to Kespugatik, and so went slowly along the southern coast through Unamagik and over to Uktukamkwa, where he was slain. Now whether it was to gain magical power, or to weaken that of Winpay, or to chasten the others by suffering, who knows? But Glooskap rested 7 years alone before he pursued the enemy, though some say it was 7 months. And when the time had come, he took his dogs and went to the shore, and looked far out to sea over the waves, and sang the magic song which the whales obey. Soon there rose in the distance a small whale who had heard the call, and came to Glooskap. But he was then very great. And he put 1 foot on the whale to test his weight, and the fish sank under him. So he sent it away. Then the Lord of Men and Beasts sang the song again, and there came the largest, a mighty female, and she bore him well and easily over to Kespugatik. But she was greatly afraid of getting into shoal water, or of running ashore, and this was what Glooskap wished her to do, that he might not wet his feet. So as she approached, she asked him if land were in sight, but he lied, and said no. So she went on rapidly. However, she saw shells below, and soon the water grew so shoal that she said in fear, Munas taba ken qui je nuk? Does not the land show itself like a bowstring? And he said, We are still far from land. Then the water grew so shoal that she heard the song of the clams as they lay under the sand, singing to her that she should throw him off and drown him. For these clams were his deadly enemies. But Bootup the whale did not understand their language, so she asked her rider, for he knew Clam, what they were chanting to her, and he replied in a song, They tell you to hurry him along, over the water, away as fast as you can. Then the whale went like lightning, and suddenly found herself high on the shore. And she lamented and sang, Alas, my grandchild, you have been my death. I can never leave the land, I shall swim in the sea no more. But Glooskap sang, Have no fear, Nagume. You shall not suffer, you shall swim in the sea once more. Then with a push of his bow against her head he sent her off into deep water, and the whale rejoiced greatly. But ere she went, she said, O my grandson, Kateen Penobsquas Nagad Tumewe. Hast thou not such a thing as an old pipe and some tobacco? He replied, Ah, yes, you want tobacco. I behold you. So he gave her a short pipe and some tobacco, and thereunto a light. And the whale, being of good cheer, sailed away, smoking as she went, while Glooskap, standing silent on the shore and ever leaning on his maple bow, beheld the long, low cloud which followed her until she vanished into the far away. And to this day, the Indians, when they see a whale below, say she is smoking the pipe of Glooskap. In a Passamaquoddy tale of Pukjinsquess the witch, the clams sing a song deriding the hero. The words are, Mau chow nut pessel, peri marm holwet. These words are not Indian, but they are said to mean, You look very funny with your long hair streaming in the wind and sailing on a snail's horn. The large clams sing this in a bass voice, the small ones in falsetto. The gypsies say that a snail, when put on a fire, utters 4 cries or squeaks. Hence in Germany, the Romani call it stargole, that is, Stargodli, 4 cries. End of section 4. Recording by Elise Randall.
Section 5 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Becky Cook. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 5. Of the dreadful deeds of the evil pitcher, who is both man and woman, and how she fell in love with Glooskap, and, being scorned, became his enemy, of the toads and the porcupines, and the awful battle of the giants. Passamaquoddy. When Glooskap came into the world, it abounded in giants, monsters, sorcerers, and witches, fiends and devils. Among the witches there was one whom the Passamaquoddy called Pukjinsquess, or the Pitcher, and they have a legend that she once fell in love with Glooskap when he was young and had not gained the power of his riper age. He fled before her, and she pursued him. It was a dreadful flight, since to make rapid steps both took the form of giants by the Mattingly, or magic power. It was like an awful storm in winter, the wind chasing the cloud. It was like a frightful tempest in summer, the lightning chasing the thunder. As the snow lay deep, both had snowshoes on. When they came to the shore, Glooskap leaped from the mainland to the island of Grand Manan, and so escaped her. Now the snowshoes of Glooskap were samsuk, or round, while those of Pukjinsquess were long and pointed, and the marks of them as they jumped are to be seen deep in the rocks to this day. When Glooskap came to the camp, which was at Algonquin, now called Liverpool, he found no one, but there lay the witch qued lakunchich, or birch-bark dish of marten, and from it, or as another legend states, from an old man and woman who dwelt hard by, he learned that Winpe and the families had been gone for 7 years along a road guarded by wicked and horrible beings, placed by Winpe to prevent the Great Master from finding him. For it was a great triumph for him to keep Glooskap's friends as slaves, and all the land spoke thereof. And these monsters were Pukjinsquess, or the evil pitcher herself in many forms, for she could be man or woman, or many of them, and also several girls when she willed it. Now it is a great part of Indian Mteoulin to know that one's enemies are planning and plotting, and all their tricks and darkened paths. And in this Glooskap went beyond them all, for before his time every one went his own way, even in wickedness. But Glooskap first of all threw out his soul unto others. And when he came to Ogomkeok he found a hut, and in it, seated over a fire, the ugliest old hag he had ever seen, trembling in every limb, as if near death, dirty, ragged, and loathsome in all ways. Looking up at him with bleared eyes, she begged him to gather for her a little firewood, which he did. And then she prayed him to free her from the wagook, or vermin with which she was covered, and which were maddening her with their bites. These were all devils in disguise, the spirits of foul poison, such as she deemed must kill even the master. Now Glooskap, foreseeing all this, had taken with him as he came from a bog many cranberries, and bidding Pukjinsquess bend over, he began to take from her hair the hideous vermin, and each as he took it became a horrid porcupine or toad. Then the hag asked, "Have you found one?" "I have," replied the master. "Crush it," was her answer, and Glooskap crushed the cranberry, and she, hearing the noise, that he had done as she bid, and that the poison on his fingers would penetrate to his life. But he put the imps one by one under the wooden platter which lay before him. As this went on he put the witch to sleep. When she awoke he was gone. The foul porcupines and toads were swarming all over the ground, having upset their hive, and filled with fury at being made a jest of. Since it was a great despite that he had not even found it worth while to kill her when asleep, she burst out into her own form, which was beautiful as sin, wild as the devil, and gathering up all her imps, and making herself far more magical by fiercer will, went onward to encounter him again. Then Glooskap came to a narrow pass in the hills. Here there were 2 terrible beasts, as one story has it, or 2 monstrous dogs, as it is told in another. and they attacked him, but he set his own at them, and they, growing to tremendous size, killed the others. His dogs were so trained that when he called to come off they went on, and the more they were bid to be quiet, the more they bit. Soon he came to the top of a high hill, and looking thence over all the land saw afar off a large wigwam, and he knew in his heart that an enemy dwelt therein. And coming to it he found an old man and his 2 daughters. Now the girls came out greeting him with very pleasant glances, wooing softly and sweetly. They offered him a string of sausages such as the Indian make from the entrails of the bear by only turning them inside out, for the fat which clings to the outside fills the skin. When these are washed and dried and smoked, many deem them delicious. But these which the girls offered, as girls do to show their love, by casting the string round the neck of the favored youth, were enchanted, and had they once put the necklace upon him he would have been overpowered. However, they knew not of this new magic which the master had brought into the land, by which one can read the heart. So as they sidled up to him with smiles and blandishments, waving in the wind as they danced their garlands of enchanted sausages, he looked as if he wanted to be won. And when his dogs growled at them, he cried "Cuss," which means stop, but which the dogs only knew as "Hi" at them. So they flew at the witches, and these flashed up like fire unto their own dreadful forms of female fiends. Then there was a terrible tumult, for never before in the lot of the Wabanaki have there been such a battle. All the earth and rocks around were torn up. All the while the master cried to the dogs, "Stop! These are my sisters. Come off, ye evil beasts! Let them alone! Cease, oh cease!" Yet the more he exhorted them to peace, the more they inclined to war, and the more fiercely they fought until the witches fled. Then he entered the wigwam where the old sorcerer sat waiting for him as food. And the master said, "Are you hungry, or do you love sausages? Here they are." Instantly casting the links around his neck he was taken, and Glooskap slew him with one blow. Then going on he reached the strait of Kamsoke, or Canso, and to cross over again sang the song which wins the whales. And one of these rising carried him to the opposite shore. Thence he made the circle of Unamagik, keeping round by the southern coast, and coming to the old camps where his enemy had been. From the Witchquedlakunchich, or birch bark dish left by the marten, he learned how long they had been gone. When he came to Uktutun, modern Cape North, he found they had rowed up to Uktum modern Newfoundland, and had left 3 days before. Then again he sang, and once more a whale carried him over, and now he knew that he was indeed coming to what he sought, for in the deserted camp he found the embers of a fire still smoking. Advancing rapidly, he saw near the camp Martin, seeking wood to burn. The youth and the old dame Bear had been most cruelly treated by Winpe, and they were nearly starved, but Martin's clothes were good. And Martin was so sunk in sorrow that he did not hear Glooskap call him, and not till the master threw a small stick at him did he look up, and even then he thought it had fallen from a tree. Then, seeing him, he cried out with joy, but Glooskap, who was hiding in the woods, bade him be silent. "Wait till it is dark," he said, "and I will go to your wigwam. Now you may go home and tell your grandmother." In the other story it is narrated that Martin with the grandmother were on the road, and Dame Bear bore him almost as a babe on her back. He turned his head and saw Glooskap following them, and cried out, "Where, oh where is my brother, he who fed me often on the marrow of the moose?" And she replied, "Alas for thee, boy, he's far, far away, you will see him no more." But the little fellow, seeing him again, sang as before, and Dame Bear, turning her head and beholding her master, was so moved that she fainted and fell to the ground. Then Glooskap raised her in his arms, and when she had recovered she related how cruelly they had been treated by Winpe, and Glooskap said, "Bear with him yet a little while, for I will soon pay him in full for what he has done." Then the master bade the old woman go back to the camp with Martin and say nothing. It was the youth's duty to go for water and tend the baby in its swinging cot, and Glooskap told him all that he should do. When he should bring water he must mix it with the worst filth, and so offer it to Winpe the sorcerer. And even as he offered it was done, and Martin meekly offered the foul drink to the evil man, who at the smell of it cried aloud, "Uksay!" Oh, horror! and bade him bring a cleaner cup. But Martin, bearing the babe, threw it into the fire, and running to the spot where Glooskap had cried out, "Nitsako! Nitsako! My brother, my brother!" Win-pe, pursuing him, said, "Cry out to him. Your brother cannot help now. He is far away from here on the island where I left him. Cry out well, for now you must die." All this had been done that Win-pe's power might be put to sleep by anger, and his mind drawn to other things. And the Master rose before him in all his might, and stepped forward, while Win-pe drew backward a pace to recover his strength. And with great will the bad man roused all the magic within him, and as it came, he rose till his head was above the tallest pine. And truly in those days trees were giants beyond those of this time. But the Lord of Men and Beasts laughed as he grew, till his head was far above the clouds, and reached the stars, and ever higher, till Win-pe was as a child at his feet. And holding the man in scorn, and disdaining to use a nobler weapon, he tapped the sorcerer lightly with the end of his bow, like a small dog, and he fell dead. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Meg Cowan. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland, Section 6. How the story of Glooskap and the Pujinskwess, the evil pitcher, is told by the Passamaquoddy Indians. Footnote: in this story, Glooskap is called Pogumk, the black cat or fisher, that is a species of wild cat, while Martin is a Nemakswess, sable. There seems to be no settled idea as to what was the totem or innate animal nature of the Lord of Men and Beasts. I have a series of pictures scraped on birch bark illustrating these myths, executed by a Passamaquoddy, in which Glooskap and the adopted grandmother in the stone canoe are represented as woodchucks or groundhogs, Monekswess. End of footnote. Passamaquoddy. There was a village of Indians who were all black cats, or Pogumk. One of them, the cleverest and bravest, went forth every day with bow and arrow, tomahawk and knife, and killed moose and bear, and sent meat to the poor, and so he fed them all. When he returned, they came to him to know where his game lay, and when he had told them, they went forth with toboggans and returned with them loaded with meat. Footnote: toboggan, a sled made very simply by turning up the ends of one or more pieces of wood to prevent them from catching in the snow. End of footnote. And the chief of the black cats was by his mother the son of a bear. Footnote: a confused but important point in all these myths. End of footnote. Pugjinswess, the witch, was a black cat. She was a woman or a man, as she willed to be, but in these days she was a man. And she, being evil, hated the chief, and thought long how she could kill or remove him and take his place. Now one day, when all the camp had packed what they had, being about to travel, Pitcher asked the chief to go with him, or with her, as you may will, down to the waterside to gather gulls' eggs. And then they went far out in a canoe, and very far, and still farther, till they came to an island, and there they landed, and while Pogumk, who was Glooskap, sought for eggs, the false-hearted Pitcher stole away in the Aquidin canoe, and as she paddled she sang a song: Nickhead ha, Pogumk min neckok, netwill saginwin. I have left the black cat on an island. I shall be the chief of the fishers now. So she came to the village, and the next day they all departed through the woods. There was not one of them left, save the one who was worth them all. And at night they camped, expecting every day that the chief would come to them, and till then Pitcher was in his place. Now on the 30th day the chief remembered his friend the fox, who had metolin, or magic power, and he sang a song, and the fox heard it, although he was miles away, beyond forests and mountains. And thus, knowing all, he went to the shore and swam to the island, where he found the chief. At this time the black cat could not swim such a distance, but the fox offered to take him to the mainland.
Footnote: the most powerful Mentions, or magicians, in the Chippewa tales, as well as in all others of the Indians, may exhaust their power and be forced to depend on that of inferiors in the great art. In this tale, Glooskap is decidedly under a cloud. End of footnote. Then they waded into the water, and the fox said, "Close thine eyes, and hold fast to my tail as tightly as thou canst, and be of good faith, O my elder brother, and we shall soon gain the shore." Saying this, he swam away, and his friend followed. And it went well with them, but the chief grew weary, and he opened one eye a little, and saw that they were not 10 feet from the shore. And being of little faith, he thought, for he spoke not aloud, "We shall never get to land." But the fox replied, "Do not believe it." But the journey lasted long, for what seemed to Pogumk to be 10 feet was 10 miles. And the wind was high, and the waters were wild, for Pitcher had called forth a storm. So they swam all day and all evening before they landed. "And now, my elder brother," said the fox, "you may go your way." And he went to the camp of the Black Cats. When he came to the camp, it was cold, and there were only ashes, for the people had gone on. So he followed them, and in one day came near them. And the first whom he overtook was his mother, bearing his younger brother, Sable, Nmoxwes, on her back, so that while she looked forward, he looked behind. And as Pogumk peeped out from among the leaves, Sable saw him, and said, "Here comes my brother." And she turned, but saw nothing, for the chief suddenly hid himself behind a tree. Then they went on, and Sable cried again, "Indeed, mother, behold my elder brother!" And this time the mother, glancing quickly, caught him, and they all laughed for joy, and she threw Sable down in the leaves like a stick. Then the chief bade Sable run to the camp. "And when you are there," he said, "build up a great fire of hemlock bark, and take Pitcher's babe, even the babe which she loves, and which you tend, and throw it into the fire, and run to me as fast as you can, for verily thou wilt be in dire need to do so." And as he commanded, it was done. And when the fire was hot, Sable threw the babe into it, and it was burned to death. And Pitcher, being, as one may well believe, maddened at such a sight, pursued him as a starving wolf pursues a rabbit. Then Sable, in great fear, cried aloud, "O my elder brother, my brother!" And Pitcher screamed, "Call aloud to him, for you must run as far as the island where Pogumk is, to save yourself." And at that word Pogumk stepped forward and confronted her, and said truly she need not run so far. And seeing him and hearing this, fear came upon her, but she laughed aloud to hide it, and said, "I did but chase him in sport, for I love Sable." But Pogumk replied grimly, "I know thee and thy tricks, thou evil one." Then, as his magic had come to him, he used his power and put Pitcher with her back against a tree, and there she stayed, stuck to it, unable to get away. But the chief and Sable went to the camp. Now Pitcher had a hatchet and wedge, and with much ado she cut herself away, and the Black Cats heard her pounding and chopping all night long. And in the morning she came to them, and there was a great piece of wood sticking to her back, and they laughed her to scorn, and sang at her, "He who made the chief stay on a distant island, he is stuck by the chief, fast with his back to a tree." Footnote. In another version, Pujinskwes is turned into a toad, and the piece of wood or bark is the hump which she bears to this day. End of footnote. Now Pitcher the witch, being mad with shame and spite, fled from the face of man, and ran through the woods like a wild wolf. And so she came to Bar Harbor, and sat down on a log, and said, with her heart full of bitterness and malice, "I would that I could become something which should torment all men." And as she said this, she became a mosquito. And so it came to pass that mosquitoes were made. And to this day men see that wherever the Black Cat is, there too is the Sable not far away. Footnote. The Passamaquoddy version relates that Pitcher in her flight pursued a moose to Bar Harbor, where, having killed him and drawn out the entrails, she petrified him. A Penobscot woman told me she had often seen the moose rock there and the inments, but she attributed the deed to Glooskap, to whom it properly belongs, his petrified moose and dogs, and the print of his bow, etc., being still shown in Nova Scotia. And it was also said that it was at Freshwater, after returning from Bar Harbor, Maine, that Pitcher was changed into a mosquito. Another story states that Pujinksquess, having pursued young men all her life, changed into a mosquito that she might continue to prey on them. End of footnote. Of this Pujinksquess it was said that she had children of her own, begotten by sorcerers and giants and monsters. But as they were all ugly, she stole from the Indian women their fairest babes, and brought them up as if they were her own, that she might not be entirely put to shame because of her children. And once she had thus stolen a boy, and when he grew up, someone said to him that he should not believe that she was his mother, but should question her as to it. Now the youth, reflecting on this, observed that his brothers and sisters were all as ugly as evil beasts, and no better behaved, while he himself was comely and good. Then he asked her what this might mean, and she replied, laughing, "Because they were all begotten or born in the night time, but you are a child of the day and of the light." Footnote. There is probably an allusion in this to the Wabanaki, or children of light, that is, the Algonquin. This story was told me by Noel Josephs, a Passamaquoddy. I have been told by an old Passamaquoddy woman that the descendants of the Pujinksquess were the Nemuxwess. This stealing the white boy is related in another tale more fully. It may refer to the early dark Eskimo. End of footnote. How Glooskap became friendly to the loons and made them his messengers. Micmac. When Glooskap was pursuing Wenpei, he one day on Octagamqua saw from afar flying over water the Chenoo, or loons, and thrice did their chief make the circle of the lake, coming near to the land of men and beasts every time, as if he would fain seek somewhat. Then Glooskap asked him what he wanted. Chenoo replied that he would be his servant and friend. So Glooskap taught him a strange long cry like the howl of a dog, and when the loons were in need of him or would pray to him, they were to utter this cry. And it came to pass that when he was in Newfoundland he came to an Indian town, and they who dwelt therein were all Chenooic, or loons. And they, as men, were exceeding glad to see their lord, who had blessed them as birds, and did their best to please him. So he made them his huntsmen and messengers, and in all the tales of Glooskap the Chenoo ever appears as faithful to him. Whence to this day, when the Indians hear the cry of the loon, they say, Chenoo el comic tu ajul Glookapal. He is calling upon Glooskap. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wendy Almeida. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 7. How Glooskap made his uncle Mikchich the turtle into a great man and got him a wife. Footnote. This legend of the tortoise is carefully compiled from 6 different versions: the narration of Tomah Josephs, a Passamaquoddy, the Anglo-Indian manuscript already cited, 2 accounts in the Rand manuscript, the author quoted without credit in the Maritime Provinces, and 1 by Mrs. W. Wallace Brown. As the totem of the tortoise was of the highest rank among the Algonquins, this account of its origin is of corresponding interest. Having employed an old Indian to carve the handle of a war or scalping knife for me, such as was used by his Passamaquoddy ancestors, he carved it on a tortoise. It was especially the totem of the Lenni Lenape, called by the Passamaquoddies Lel Lenabe, the people. End of footnote. Of turtles' eggs, and how Glooskap vanquished a sorcerer by smoking tobacco. Micmac and Passamaquoddy. Now when Glooskap left Uktokampwa, or Newfoundland, it was in a canoe, and he came to Piktook, Micmac for Pictou, which means the bubbling up of air, because there is much bubbling in the water near that place. And here there was an Indian village, and in that place the master met with a man whom he loved all his life. And this was not because this man, whose name in Micmac is Micchich, and in Passamaquoddy Chiquinoch, meaning the turtle, was great or well-favored or rich. For truly he was none of these, being very poor and lazy, no longer young, and not very clever or wise in any way. It is said that he was indeed Glooskap's uncle, but others think that this was by adoption. However, this old fellow bore all his wants with such good nature that the master, taking him in great affection, resolved to make of him a mighty man, which came to pass, and that in a strange manner, as we shall see. For coming to Piktook, where there were above 100 wigwams, Glooskap, being a very handsome, stately man, with the manner of a great chief, was much admired, and that not a little by all the women, so that every one wished to have him in the house. Yet he gave them all the go-by, and dwelt with his old uncle, in whose quaint ways and old-time stories he took great delight. And there was to be a great feast with games, but Glooskap did not care to go, either as a guest or a performer in the play. Still he inquired of Micchich if he would not take part in it, telling him that all the maidens would be there, and asking him why he had never married, and saying that he should not live alone. Then the uncle said, "Poor and old and plain am I. I have not even garments fit for a feast. Better were it for me to smoke my pipe at home." "Truly, if that be all, uncle," replied Glooskap, "I trow I can turn tailor and fit you to a turn, and have no care as to your outside or your face, for to him who knows how, 'tis as easy to make a man over as a suit of clothes." "Yes, but nephew," said Micchich, "how say you as to making over the inside of a mortal?" "By the great beaver," answered the master, "that is something harder to do, else I were not so long at work in this world. But before I leave this town I shall do that also for you. And as for this present sport, do but put on my belt." And when he had done that, Micchich became so young and handsome that no man or woman ever saw the like. And then Glooskap dressed him in his own best clothes, and promised him that to the end of his days, whenever he should be a man, he would be the comeliest of men. And because he was patient and tough, he should, as an animal, become the hardest to kill of all creatures on the face of the earth, as it came to pass. So Micchich went to the feast. Now the chief of Piktook had 3 beautiful daughters, and the youngest was the loveliest in the land. And on her he cast his eyes, and returning said, "I have seen one whom I want." Now all the young men in Piktook desired this girl, and would kill anyone who would win her. So the next day Glooskap, taking a bunch of wawbap, Passamaquoddy wampum, went to the chief and proposed for Micchich. Footnote: All invitations to festivals or formal ceremonies, proposals of marriage, etc., were preceded among these tribes by a gift of wampum. End of footnote. And the mother at once said, "Yes." So the girl made up a bed of fresley twigs and covered it with a great white bear skin, and went to Micmac, and they returned and had dried meat for supper. So they were married. Now Turtle seemed to be very lazy, and when others hunted, he lounged at home. One day his young wife said to him that if this went on thus, they must soon starve. So he put on his snowshoes and went forth, and she followed him to see what he would do. And he had not gone far ere he tripped and fell down, and the girl, returning, told her mother that he was worthless. But the mother said, "He will do something yet. Be patient." One day it came to pass that Glooskap said to Micmac, "Tomorrow there will be a great game at ball, and you must play. But because you have made yourself enemies of all the young men here, they will seek to slay you by crowding all together and trampling upon you. And when they do this, it will be by your father-in-law's lodge, and to escape them I give you the power to jump high over it. This you may do twice, but the third time will be terrible for you, and yet it must be." All this happened as he foretold, for the young men indeed tried to take his life, and to escape them Micmac jumped over the lodge so that he seemed like a bird flying. But the third time he did this, he was caught on the top of the tent poles, and hung there dangling in the smoke which rose from below. Then Glooskap, who was seated in the tent, said, "Uncle, I will now make you the Sogmo, or great chief of the tortoises, and you shall bear up a great nation." Then he smoked Micmac. Footnote: in a verbal Passamaquoddy narrative, John Gabriel, and in one given in the Maritime Provinces, this was effected by Glooskap with tobacco smoke from his pipe. In Mr. Rand's manuscript, it is the smoke of the tent fire. The Passamaquoddy narrations are invariably more spirited and humorous than the Micmac. End of footnote. So long that his skin became a hard shell, and the marks of the smoke may be seen thereon to this day. And removing his entrails, he destroyed them, so that but one short one was left. And he cried aloud, "Me looks!" Micmac, "My nephew, you will kill me." But the nephew replied, "Not so. I am giving you great life. From this time you may roll through a flame and never feel it, and live on land or in the water. And though your head be cut off, it will live for 9 days, and your heart even shall beat as long when taken from your body." So Micmac rejoiced greatly. And this came betimes, for he soon had need of it all. For the next day all the men went on a hunt, and the master warned him that they would seek to slay him. Now the young men went on before, and Turtle lingered behind. But all at once he made a magic flight far over their heads, unseen, and deep in the forest he slew a moose. Then he drew this to the snowshoe track or road, and when his foes came up, there he sat upon the moose, smoking and waiting for them. Now Glooskap had told them that they would see someone come out ahead of them all that day. And when this came to pass, they were more angered in their hearts than ever. So they plotted to kill Turtle, and his nephew, who was about to leave, told him how it would be. "First of all, they will build a mighty fire and throw you in it. But do thou, O uncle, go cheerfully, for by my power thou wilt in no wise suffer. Then they will speak of drowning, but thou must beg and pray that this may not be. And then they will the more seek to do so, and thou shalt fight them to the bitter end, and yet it shall be. And as he said, so it came to pass. And Mikchich, being of good cheer, bade farewell to his nephew. Footnote: This is amusingly, though not very clearly, set forth in the Indian manuscript as follows: Make believe but you don't want be trown. So he shaken hands wit his nuncle, kick horach goodbye do him. Tell his uncle you, I shall not be kill, and I am going lever to live. We may meet again. End of footnote. And they seized him and threw him into a great fire, but he turned over and went to sleep in it, being very lazy. And when the fire had burnt out, he awoke and called for more wood, because it was a cold night. Then they seized him yet again and spoke of drowning. But hearing this, he, as if he were in mortal dread, begged them not to do this thing. And he said they might cut him to pieces or burn him as they would, but not to throw him into the water. Footnote: This in the original is extremely like Brer Rabbit's prayer not to be thrown into the briar bush. As this legend is one of the oldest of the Algonquin, and certainly antedating the coming of the whites, I give it the priority over the Negro. End of footnote. Therefore they resolved to do so, and dragged him on. Then he screamed horribly and fought lustily, and tore up trees and roots and rocks like a madman. But they took him into a canoe and paddled out into the middle of the lake, or to the sea, and, throwing him in, watched him sink as he vanished far down below. So they thought him dead, and returned rejoicing. Now the next day at noon there was a hot sunshine, and something was seen basking on a great rock about a mile out in the lake. So two young men took a canoe and went forth to see what this might be. And when they came to the edge of the rock, which was about a foot high, there lay Mikchich sunning himself. But seeing them coming to take him, he only said, "Goodbye," and rolled over plump into the water, where he is living to this day. In memory whereof all turtles, when they see anyone coming, tip-tilt themselves over into the water at once. And Turtle lived happily with his wife, and she had a babe. Now it happened in after days that Glooskap came to see his uncle, and the child cried. "Dost thou know what he says?" exclaimed the master. "Truly, not I," answered Mikchich, "unless it be the language of the Moosegisk Passamaquoddy, spirits of the air, which no man knoweth." "Well," replied Glooskap, "he is talking of eggs, for he says, 'Hoo-wah! Hoo-wah!' which methinks is much the same as Wah-wun! Wah-wun!' and this in Passamaquoddy means egg." "But where are there any?" asked Mikchich. Then Glooskap bade him seek in the sand, and he found many, and admired and marveled over them greatly. And in memory of this, and to glorify this jest of Glooskap, the turtle layeth eggs even to this day. The great Glooskap was a right valiant smoker. In all the world was no man who loved a pipe of good tobacco so much as he. In those days the summers were longer in the land of the Wabanaki, the sun was warmer, and the Indians raised tomawa, tobacco, Passamaquoddy, and solaced themselves mightily therewith. Footnote: I have met with an old Indian woman in New Brunswick who told me that her grandmother remembered to have seen tobacco raised there by the Passamaquoddy. End of footnote. And there came to Glooskap a certain evil-minded magician who sought to take his life, as the master very well knew, for he read the hearts of men as if they had been strings of wampum. And this Maturin, Passamaquoddy magician, believing himself to be greatest in all things, thought to appall Glooskap by outdoing him at first in something at which he excelled. For a fish is frightened when another swims faster, but not till then. And the man sat down to smoke with an exceeding long pipe with a great bowl. But that of Glooskap grew to be much greater. Then, having filled his pipe, the sorcerer exhausted and burnt it out at one pull, and then blew all the smoke out of his nose at one puff. So he sat and looked at the master. But Glooskap, whose pipe held 10 times as much tobacco, did the same, and blowing it out split the rocky ground so that a great chasm opened before them. Then they were silent a while, till the master said, "If you can do that, you may kill me." But he could not, and so went back with shame to those who had sent him. Footnote. In this tale of tobacco told me by John Gabriel, the evil-minded magician is described as a black cat. This is probably an error, as Glooskap himself appears as chief of the black cats in another tale. It may be, however, that this was Pūkjinsquess in disguise. End of footnote. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 8. How Glooskap Sailed Through the Great Cavern of Darkness, Micmac Legend. Now it is told in another tradition, and men tell even this differently, that pitch in those old times, Passamaquoddy. Glooskap's 7 neighbors, who were all so many different animals, took away his family, and that he followed him, even as it has been written, unto Newfoundland. And when he came there it was night, and finding Martin alone, he took him forth into the forest to seek food, putting his belt on the boy, which gave him such power that he hunted well and got much meat. So it came to pass that the next morning Dame Kakagooch, the crow, observed that Martin was drying meat on his wigwam, and this she spread abroad. But when the people learned that the child had done this, a great fear came upon them all, and they set every man in his lodge and awaited death, for they knew that the master had come. Footnote. Kakagooch, Micmac. Kakaligoose, Passamaquoddy. The crow is represented in several stories as always peeping, spying, begging, pilfering, and tale-bearing about a town. The Passamaquoddy Indians have peculiar superstitions as regards killing the crow. End footnote. And he indeed came, but when he saw them all as frightened as rabbits before the wildcat, he laughed aloud and forgave them, for he was noble and generous. And as they were hungry, for he had come in hard times, he gave them much venison, and sorrow departed from their wigwams. But as they had left him of old, he now left them. When they knew him not, they left him to die. Now that they knew him, they feared lest they should perish without him. But he turned his step towards other paths. Now having made a canoe, the master, with Martin and Dame Bear, went up on a mighty river. As the story says, it was broad and beautiful at first, and so they sailed away down towards its mouth. Then they came to great cliffs, which gathered round and closed over them. But the river ran on beneath these, and ever on far underground, deeper and deeper in the earth, till it dashed headlong into rapids among rocks and ravines, and under cataracts which were so horrible that death seemed to come and go with every plunge of the canoe. And the water grew narrower, and the current more dreadful, and fear came upon Martin and the woman, so that they died. But the master sat with silent soul, though he sang the songs of magic, and so passed into the night, but came forth again into sunlight. And there was a lovely wigwam on the bank, into which he bore Martin and the grandmother, and saying, Namchase, arise, lo, they arose, and deemed they had only slept, and no Glooskap had gained the greatest power. Footnote: This incident of the passage underground is deeply suggestive of Wabeno mystery and initiation. It will strike every student of classic lore as almost identical with much that he has read. If it has not the same symbolic meaning here, it has apparently none whatever. End footnote. This incident of passing through darkness on a roaring stream in a frail bark before emerging to sunlight or illumination was not only in the ancient heathen myths. We are reminded of it by the storm through which Jesus passed with the disciples. That it made a great impression upon the Indians is shown by its being told of Pilwek, the partridge, who is a type of Glooskap, and who, like him, makes war on the powers of evil set forth in the Porcupines. The Indians, who imagined and selected so many wild and terrible tests to form the shaman or sorcerer as well as the warrior, would hardly neglect that of De Profundis Clamavi, the storm, the waves, darkness, and the roaring flood. If there is really any Norse influence in this tale, the river must be the one mentioned in the Vafthrudnismal, Ifing the stream is called, which earth divides between the Jotuns and the gods. Open it shall run throughout all time. On that stream no ice shall be. It will be observed that, having gone down or across this stream, Pulwik finds himself in the country of the evil sorcerers, that is, Jotunheim. To conquer a river among the Norse in a dream was a sign of victory. To be carried away by one was a terrible omen. Methought a river ran through the whole house, that it roared violently, rushed over the benches, brake the feet of yon brothers twain. Nothing the water spared, something that will portend. Atlamal in Honlance Q 25. Of the great works which Glooskap made in the land, Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot. Over all the land of the Wabanaki there is no place which is not marked by the hand of the master, and it is to be seen on hills and rivers and great roads, as well as mighty rocks, which were in their day living monsters. For there is a very wonderful highway from Keweoralejik, footnote, Hardwood Point, Fort Cumberland, end footnote, to Parsboro, running parallel with a river now called Herbert, and this road is called by Indians Uwokun, the causeway, but by white men, or the Iglismani, the Boar's Back. For it is said that he meant to visit Partridge Island and Cape Blomidon, but they who were with him got tired of the sea and wished to cross over by land. And while they were resting and getting ready for their trip across, the master, raising his magic power to a great deed to be spoken of forever, went away a little time and cast up a great and beautiful level ridge, throwing it over bogs and streams. And on this they traveled, rejoicing, and having reached the island, awaited him. And yet again the master did a mighty deed. It came to pass in those days that the beavers had built a dam across Utkogunchik, or Cape Blomidon, to the opposite shore, and thereby made a pond that filled all the valley of Annapolis. Now in those times the beavers were monstrous beasts, and the master, though kind of heart, seemed to have had but little love for them ever since the day when Quabetus, the son of the great beaver, tempted Malsum to slay his brother. Now the bones of these beavers may be found to this day, and many there are on Unomajic, and their teeth are 6 inches across, and there are no such Quabit today. Footnote: both Mr. Rand and myself have been solemnly assured by Indians who have seen these antediluvian remains that they are the petrified relics of Glooskap's victims. End footnote. And these are the remains of the beavers who built the dam at Cape Lomadon and forded the Annapolis Valley. Now Glooskap would have a hunt and do a deed which should equal the great whale fishing of Kitpooseagunow. So he cut the great dam of near the shore, and bade Marten watch, for he said, " I mistrust that there is a little beaver hiding hereabouts." And when the dam was cut from where it joined the shore, there was a mighty rush of many waters, so that it swung round to the westward. Yet it did not break away from the other shore. Therefore the end of it lodged with a great split therein, when the flood had found a free course, and the whole may be seen there still, even to this day, and may be seen by all of those who pass up the bay. And this point, or Cape Split, is called by the Micmacs Pleejon, which, being interpreted, means the opening of a beaver dam. Then to frighten the beaver, Glooskap threw at it a few handfuls of earth, and these, falling somewhat to the eastward of Partridge Island, became the 5 islands, and the pond which was left was the Basin of Minas. And yet another tradition tells that, after cutting the dam, Glooskap sat and watched, but no beaver came out, for Quabit had gone out of a back door. Footnote: this is the Anglo-Indian manuscript already referred to. End footnote. So he took a rock and threw it afar, 150 miles, to scare the beaver back again. But the beaver had gone over the Grand Falls, and the stone remaineth there even to this day. The story of Glooskap, as told in a few words by a woman of the Penobscot. Glooskabe gave names to everything. He made men and gave them life, and made the winds to make the waters move. The turtle was his uncle, the mink Uxie-Measle his adopted son, and Monoquissos the woodchuck his grandmother. The beaver built a great dam, and Glooskabe turned it away and killed the beaver. At Moose-Tchick he killed a moose. The bones may be seen at Bar Harbor, turned to stone. He threw the entrails of the moose across the bay to his dogs, and they too may be seen there to this day, as I myself have seen them, and there too in the rocks are the prints of his bow and arrow. Footnote: many a place is pointed out as the locality of the same legend. In addition to those in New Brunswick and Bar Harbor, Thoreau found another in Maine, which he thus describes. While we were crossing this bay, that is the mouth of Moose River, where Mount Chenoo rose dark before us within 2 or 3 miles, the Indian repeated the tradition respecting this mountain's having been anciently a cow moose, how a mighty Indian hunter, whose name I forget, succeeded in killing this queen of the moose tribe with great difficulty, while her calf was killed somewhere among the islands of Penobscot Bay. And to his eyes this mountain still had the form of the moose in a reclining posture, its precipitous side presenting the outline of her head. He told this at some length, though it did not amount to much, and with apparent good faith, and asked us how we supposed the hunter could have killed such a mighty moose as that, how we could do it. Whereupon a man of war to fire broadsides into her was suggested, etc. An Indian tells such a story as if he thought it deserved to have a good deal said about it, only he has not got it to say, and so he makes up for the deficiency by a drawling tone, long-windedness, and a dumb wonder which he hopes will be contagious. This concluding criticism is indeed singularly characteristic of Mr. Thoreau's own nasal stories about nature. but it is as utterly untrue as ridiculous when applied to any Indian story-telling to which I have ever listened, and I have known the near relatives of the Indians of whom he speaks, and heard many of them tell their tales. This writer passed months in Maine, choosing Penobscot guides expressly to study them, to read Indian feelings and get at Indian secrets, and this account of Glooskap, whose name he forgets, is a fair specimen of what he learned. Yet he could in the same book write as follows: The Anglo-American can indeed cut down and grub up all this waving forest, and make a stump and vote for Buchanan on its ruins, but he cannot converse with the spirit of the tree he fells. He cannot read the poetry and mythology which retires as he advances. If Mr. Thoreau had known the Indian legend of the spirit of the fallen tree, and his guide knew it well, he might have been credited with speaking wisely of the poetry and mythology which he ridicules the poor rural Yankees for not possessing. Such a writer can, indeed, peep and botanize on the grave of Mother Nature, but never evoke her spirit. The moving of the island is evidently of Eskimo origin, since Krantz (History of Greenland) heard nearly the same story of some magician giant. It was probably suggested by the very common floating away of ice islands. End of footnote and end of section 8. Section 9, Story 12 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. How Glooskap, leaving the world, all the animals mourned for him, and how, ere he departed, he gave gifts to men. Micmac. Now Glooskap had freed the world from all the mighty monsters of an early time. The giants wandered no longer in the wilderness. The Kulo terrified man no more as it spread its wings like the cloud between him and the sun. The dreadful Chenoo of the north devoured him not. No evil beast, devils, or serpents were to be found near his home. And the master had, moreover, taught men the arts which made them happier. But they were not grateful to him, and though they worshipped him, they were not the less wicked. Now when the ways of men and beasts waxed evil, they greatly vexed Glooskap, and at length he could no longer endure them. And he made a rich feast by the shore of the great lake Minas. All the beasts came to it, and when the feast was over he got into a great canoe, and the beasts looked after him till they saw him no more. And after they ceased to see him, they still heard his voice as he sang, but the sounds grew fainter and fainter in the distance, and at last they wholly died away. And then deep silence fell on them all, and a great marvel came to pass. And the beasts who had till now spoken but one language were no longer able to understand each other. And they fled away, each his own way, and never again have they met together in council, until the day when Glooskap shall return to restore the golden age, and make men and animals dwell once more together in amity and peace. All nature mourns. And tradition says that on his departure from Acadia, the great snowy owl retired to the deep forest, to return no more, until he could come to welcome Glooskap. And in those sylvan depths the owls even yet repeat to the night, Kukuskos, which is to say in the Indian tongue, "Oh, I am sorry, oh, I am sorry." And the loons who had been the huntsmen of Glooskap go restlessly up and down through the world, seeking vainly for their master, whom they cannot find, and wailing sadly because they find him not. Footnote. This passage is one of 7 on the subject of Glooskap cited in Osgood's Maritime Provinces, without giving either the name of the author or the book from which they were taken. End footnote. But ere the master went away from life, or ceased to wander in the ways of men, he bade it be made known by the loons, his faithful messengers, that before his departure years would pass, and that whoever would seek him might have one wish granted, whatever that wish might be. Now though the journey was long and the trials were terrible, which those must endure who would find Glooskap, there were still many men who adventured them. There is a great embarrassment of riches, or rather a great wealth of embarrassment, as regards this chapter. In the Rand manuscript there are 3 histories of the adventures of the pilgrims who sought Glooskap. Another and very different was given to me by John Gabriel. In one account there are 3 travelers, in another 4. Others speak of 7 and 12. Finally, there are many incidents which apparently belong to the part of the Glooskap cycle, scattered here and there and in different disconnected legends. Mrs. W. Wallace Brown was told by the Passamaquoddy Indians that when Glooskap departed he took with him the king of each of the different kinds of animals, so that the wolves, loons, etc., mourned not only for the Lord, but for their masters. End footnote. Now ye shall hear who some of these were and what happened to them. And this is the first tale as it was told me in the tent of John Gabriel, the Passamaquoddy. When all men heard that Glooskap would grant a wish to anyone who would come to him, 3 Indians resolved to try this thing. And one was a Malecite from St. John, and the other 2 were Penobscots from Old Town. And the path was long, and the way was hard, and they suffered much. And they were 7 years on it ere they came to him. But while they were yet 3 months' journey from his dwelling, they heard the barking of his dogs, and as they drew nearer day by day it was louder. And so, after great trials, they found the Lord of men and beasts, and he made them welcome and entertained them. But ere they went he asked them what they wanted. And the eldest, who was an honest, simple man, and of but little account among his people, because he was a bad hunter, asked that he might excel in the killing and catching of game. Then the master gave him a flute, or the magic pipe which pleases every ear, and has the power of persuading every animal to follow him who plays it. And he thanked the Lord and left. Now the second Indian, being asked what he would have, replied, "The love of many women." And when Glooskap asked how many, he said, "I care not how many, so that they are but enough of them, and more than enough." At hearing this the master seemed displeased, but smiling anon, he gave him a bag which was tightly tied, and told him not to open it until he had reached his home. So he thanked the Lord and left. Now the third Indian was a gay and handsome but foolish young fellow, whose whole heart was set on making people laugh, and on winning a welcome at every merrymaking. And he, being asked what he would have, or what he chiefly wanted, said it would please him most to be able to make a certain quiet and marvelous sound or noise. Footnote: Pedere, crepitary. End footnote. Which was frequent in those primitive times among the Wabanaki, and which it is said may even yet be heard in a few sequestered wigwams far in the wilderness away from men, there being still here and there a deep magician or man of mystery who knows the art of producing it. And the property of this wondrous sound is such that they who hear it must needs burst into a laugh, whence it is the cause that the men of these our modern times are so sorrowful, since that sound is no more heard in the land. And to him Glooskap was also affable, sending Martin into the woods to seek a certain mystical and magic root, which when eaten would make the miracle the young man sought. But he warned him not to touch the root ere he got to his home, or it would be the worse for him. And so he kindly thanked the Lord and left. It had taken 7 years to come, but 7 days were all that was required to tread the path returning to their home, that is, for him who got there. Only one of all the 3 beheld his lodge again. This was the hunter who, with his pipe in his pocket and not a care in his heart, trudged through the woods, satisfied that so long as he should live, there would always be venison in the larder. But he who loved women, and had never won even a wife, was filled with anxious wishfulness, and he had not gone very far into the woods before he opened the bag. And there flew out by hundreds, like white doves, swarming all about him, beautiful girls with black burning eyes and flowing hair. And wild with passion, the winsome witches threw their arms about him, and kissed him as he responded to their embraces. But they came ever more and more, wilder and more passionate. And he bade them give way, but they would not. And he sought to escape, but he could not. And so panting, crying for breath, smothered, he perished. And those who came that way found him dead. But what became of the girls no man knows. Now the third went merrily onward alone, when all at once it flashed upon his mind that Glooskap had given him a present, and without the least heed to the injunction that he was to wait till he had reached his home, drew out the root and ate it. And scarce had done this ere he realized that he possessed the power of uttering the weird and mystic sound to absolute perfection. And as it rang over many a hill and dale, and woke the echoes of the distant hills until it was answered by the solemn owl, he felt that it was indeed wonderful. So he walked on gaily, trumpeting as he went over hill and vale, happy as a bird. But by and by he began to weary of himself. Seeing a deer, he drew an arrow, and stealing silently to the game, was just about to shoot, when, despite himself, the wild, unearthly sound broke forth like a demon's warble. The deer bounded away, and the young man cursed. And when he reached Old Town, half dead with hunger, he was worth little to make laughter, though the honest Indians at first did not fail to do so, and thereby somewhat cheered his heart. But as the days went on they wearied of him, and life becoming a burden, he went into the woods and slew himself. And the evil spirit of the night air, even Bumole, or Pomola, from whom came the gift, swooped down through the clouds and bore him away to Lemequa, the dwelling place of darkness, and he was no more heard of among men. Footnote: for an account of Bumole or Pomola, see the chapter on supernatural beings. Bumole seems to have been the personification of the nighthawk. End footnote. As regards the destruction of the giants by Glooskap, it may be observed that the same tradition exists among the Six Nations. Cusick tells us that about 1250 years before Columbus discovered America, a powerful tribe called Atnayarya, that is, stone giants, who were ravenous cannibals, overran the country and nearly exterminated the inhabitants. These stone giants practiced themselves in rolling in the sand. By this means their bodies became hard. Then Tassinyawagun, the holder of the heavens, came to earth as a giant, and being made their chief, led them into a hollow, where he overwhelmed them with rocks. Only one escaped to the far north. These readers will recognize in these the Chenoos or Kewahqu, who cover themselves with pitch and roll on the ground. But no one can deny that while that which Cusick narrates has much in common with the mythology of the Wabanaki, it is much less like that of the Edda. That Indian grotesqueness has in it greatly perverted and original, and finally that it certainly occupies a position midway between the mythology of the northeastern Algonquins and that of the Chippewas, Ottawas, and other western tribes. Examination shows this in every story. Thus the Wabariaki warrior makes his bow infallible in aim by stringing it with a cord made of his sister's hair. This is Norse, as it was of old Latin. But in the Iroquois the young man, quote, adorns his arms with the hairs of his sister. End quote. Here the tradition has begun to weaken. It may be interesting to visitors to Niagara to know that the army of stone giants crossed the river during their journey just below the falls. End section 9.
Section 10 of the Algonquin Legends of the Northeast. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 10. How Glooskap had a great frolic with Kitpooseagunow, a mighty giant who caught a whale. Micmac. Nikaneu. In the old time, Glooskap came to Pulmawek Manigo, Partridge Island, and here met with Kitpooseagunow, whose mother had been slain by a fearful cannibal giant, and it was against these that he made war all his life long, as did Glooskap. Whence it came to pass that they loved one another, which did not at all hinder them from having a hearty and merry encounter, in which they missed but little of killing one or the other, and all in the best natured way in the world. Footnote: Kitpooseagunow, one born after his mother's death, is a magician giant, who plays in the Algonquin mythology a part only inferior to that of Glooskap, whom he in every way resembles. Both are benevolent, both make war on wicked sorcerers and evil wild beasts, and both finally are much like Gargantua and Pantagruel in their sense of humor. They are sometimes made the heroes of the same adventure in different stories. The true origin of the name, according to Mr. Rand, is as follows. After a cow, moose, or caribou has been killed, her calf is sometimes taken out alive and reared by hand. As may be supposed, the calf is very easily tamed. The animal thus born is called Kitpooseagunow, and from this a verb is formed which denotes the act. Legends of the Micmacs, Old Dominion Monthly, 1871. This giant was also called the protector of the oppressed. He probably represents the Glooskap myth in another form. End of footnote. Now, having come to Pulmawek Manigoo, the lord of men and beasts was entertained by Kitpooseagunow, and when the night came, he who was born after his mother's death said to his guest, "Let us go on the sea in a canoe and catch whales by torchlight," to which Glooskap, nothing loath, consented, for he was a mighty fisherman, as are all the Wabanaki of the sea coast. [Footnote: Glooskap would seem to have been the prototype of the giant fisher, so well known in song. His rod was made of a sturdy oak, his line a cable, and storms ne'er broke. He baited his hook with a dragon's tail, and sat on a rock and bobbed for a whale. A fabulous monster, apparently identical with the dragon, is common in Micmac stories. End of footnote. Now when they came to the beach, there were only great rocks lying here and there, but Kitpooseagunow, lifting the largest of these, put it on his head, and it became a canoe. And picking up another, it turned to a paddle, while a long splinter, which he split from a ledge, seemed to be a spear. When Glooskap asked, "Who shall sit in the stern and paddle, and who will take the spear?" Kitpooseagunow said, "That will I." So Glooskap paddled, and soon the canoe passed over a mighty whale. In all the great sea there was not his like. But he who held the spear sent it like a thunderbolt down into the waters, and as the handle rose again to sight he snatched it up, and the great fish was caught. And as Kitpooseagunow whirled it on high, the whale, roaring, touched the clouds. Then taking him from the point, the fisher tossed him into the bark as if he had been a trout. And the giants laughed. The sound of their laughter was heard all over the land of the Wabanaki. And being at home, the host took a stone knife and split the whale, and threw one half to the guest Glooskap, and they roasted each his piece over the fire and ate it. Now the master, having marked the light, which was long in the heaven after the sun went down, said, "The sky is red, we shall have a cold night." And his hosts understood him well, and saw that he would make it cold by magic. So he bade Martin bring in all the fuel he could find, and all there was of the oil of a porpoise. And this oil he so multiplied by magic that there was 10 times more of it. And they sat them down and smoked, and told tales of old times. But it grew even colder and colder. And at midnight, when all was burnt out, Martin froze to death, and then the grandmother. But the 2 giants smoked on, and laughed and talked. Then the rocks out of doors split with the cold. The great trees in the forest split. The sound thereof was as of thunder. But the master, and he who was born after his mother's death, laughed even louder. And so they sat until the sun rose. Then Glooskap said to the dead woman, "Nugum Numchasi," "Grandmother, arise," and to his boy, "Abistanuk Numchasi," "Martin, arise." And they arose, and went about their work. And the morning being bright, they went forth far into the forest to find game. But they got very little, for they caught only 1 small beaver, and Glooskap gave up his share of this to Kitpooseagunow. And he, taking the skin, fastened it to his garter, whence it dangled like the skin of a mouse at the knee of a tall man. But as he went on through the woods, the skin grew larger and larger and larger, till it broke away by its own weight. Then the giant twisted a mighty sapling into a withe, and fastened it around his waist. But it still grew apace as he went on, till, trailing after it, it tore down all the forest, pulling away the trees, so that Kitpooseagunow left a clean, fair road behind him. [Footnote: Many of these stories have received later editions, which can be detected by their occurring only in single versions of them. In the story of Kitspooneagunow, Rand's manuscript, the giants arrive at a large town and go to a store, where they sell the skin for all the money, goods, houses, and lands which the merchant possesses, and the skin was so heavy that it took the greater part of the day to weigh it. End of footnote. And when the night came on they fished again, as they had done before, and again it was said, but this time by the host, the sky is red, we shall have a cold night. So they heaped up wood more than the first time, but now it was far colder, and soon the boy was dead, and the grandmother also lay frozen. But when the sun rose, the master brought them back to life, and bidding good-bye to Kitpooseagunow, went his way. [Footnote: It is possible that there is a version of this story in which Glooskap kills his friend with frost and then revives him. In one story it is a frozen stream, incarnate as a man, which attempts in vain to freeze Glooskap. The extraordinary manner in which host and guest, or even intimate friends, endeavor to kill one another in the most good-natured rivalry, is of constant occurrence in the Eskimo legends. It is not infrequent among our own backwoods or frontier men. The stone canoe occurs in Eskimo legends, vide Rink, as it does in those of all American Indians. End of footnote. The most striking feature, however, of this legend is its Norse-like breadth of grandeur and its genial humor, which are very remarkable characteristics for the fictions of savages. Its resemblance to the Scandinavian tales is, if accidental, very remarkable. The two heroes are like Thor and Odin, giant heroes who make war on Jotuns and trolls, that is, giant-like sorcerers. It is their profession, they live in it. No one can read Beowulf or the Eddas without being struck by the great resemblance between Grendel, the hideous, semi-human night prowler, and the Kewahqu, a precisely similar monster, who rises from the depths of the waters to wantonly murder man. I do not recall any two beings in any other two disconnected mythologies so strangely similar. The fishing for the whale recalls that which is told in the older Edda, Hymiskvida 21, where Hymir succeeds in hooking two of these fish. Then he and Hymir rowed out to sea. Thor rowed oft with 2 oars, and so powerfully that the giant was obliged to acknowledge they were speeding very fast. He himself rowed at the prow. If the reader will compare this account of the Edda with the Micmac story, he cannot fail to be struck with the great resemblance between them. It is even specified in both that the hero, though a guest, paddles, and in both instances the host catches a whale. Now compare with this the legend of Manobozho Hiawatha, who merely catches the great sunfish and is swallowed by it. Does it not seem as if the Western Indians had here borrowed from the Micmacs, and the Micmacs from the Norse? Whether this was done directly or through the Eskimo is as yet a problem. It may also be noted that both in the Edda and in the Micmac story it is declared that one of the giants picked up the boat and carried it. It may be observed that most of these Indian traditions were originally poems. It is probably that all were sung, while they still retained the character of serious, mythical, or sacred narrative. Now they are in the transition state of heroic tales. But they unquestionably still retain many passages of very great antiquity, and it is not impossible that Eskimo and even Norse songs are still preserved in them. In this tale the following coincidences with passages in the elder Edda, Hymiskvida, are remarkable. In both the host asks his guest to go with him to catch whales, to which the latter assents. We 3 tomorrow night shall be compelled on what we catch to live. Thor said he would on the sea row. Kitpooseagunow picks up the heavy canoe with its oars and a spear and carries them. Thor went, grasped the prow quickly with its hold water, lifted the boat together with its oars and scoop, bore to the dwelling the curved vessel. Glooskap asks which of the 2 shall take the paddle and which sit in the stern. Hymir inquires, "Wilt thou do half the work with me, either the whales home to the dwelling bear, or the boat fast bind?" Kitpooseagunow drew up a whale. The mighty Hymir, he alone, 2 whales drew up with his hook. After this whale fishing, the Scandinavian giants at home have a trial of strength and endurance. Thor throws a cup at Hymir. This cup can only be broken on Hymir's head, which is of ice and intensely hard. That is harder than any cup. This is therefore an effort on the part of Thor to overcome cold. Hymir is the incarnation of cold itself. The icebergs resounded as the churl approached. The thicket on his cheeks was frozen. In shivers flew the pillars at the Jotun's glance. That is, the frost cracks the stones and rocks. In the Indian tale the two giants try to see which can freeze the other. In both there is distinctly a contest. In the Norse tale, strength or heat fights frost. In the American, frost is battled with by frost as a rival. It may be observed that the Indian tale is far from being perfect, and that in all probability the whole of it includes a fishing for the sea serpent. It is plainly set forth in the Edda that cold may be overcome by a magic spell. Thus Groa (Grugaldr, 12) promises her son a rune to effect this. A seventh charm I will sing thee. If on a mountain high frost should assail thee, deadly cold shall not thy body injure, nor draw it to thy limbs. End of section 10.
Section 11, Story 14 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. How Glooskap made a magician of a young man who aided another to win a wife and do wonderful deeds. Micmac. It is well known unto all Indians who still keep the true faith of the olden times that there are wondrous dwellers in the lonely woods, such as elves and fairies, called by the Micmacs Bicumwesos, and by the Passamaquoddies Unajimisos. And these can work great wonders, and also sing so as to charm the wildest beasts. From them alone come the magic pipes or flutes, which sometimes pass into possession of noted sorcerers and great warriors. And when these are played upon, the woman who hears the melody is bewitched with love, and the moose and caribou follow the sound even to their death. And when the Mikumwisus are pleased with a mortal, they make him a fairy, even like themselves. Nekarnayu. In old times there was an Indian village, and in it were two young men who had heard that Glooskap, ere he left the world, would bestow on those who came to him whatever they wanted. Footnote. According to another Micmac version of this legend, the elder of these pilgrims was Kikwaju, the badger, and the younger Kaktugwasis, or Little Thunder. End footnote. So they went their way, an exceeding long pilgrimage, until they came to a great island where he dwelt. And there they first met with Dame Bear and Marten, and next with the master himself. Then they all, sitting down to supper, had placed before them only one extremely small dish, and on this there was a tiny bit of meat, and nothing more. But being a bold and jolly fellow, the first of the pilgrims, thinking himself mocked for sport, cut off a great part of the meat and ate it, when that which was in the dish grew in a twinkling to its former size. And so this went on all through the supper, each one eating his fill, the dish at the end being as full as ever. Of these two, one wished to become a Mukumwis, and the other to win a very beautiful girl, the daughter of a great chief, who imposed such cruel tasks on all who came for her that they died in attempting them. And the first was taken by Glooskap, and after he had, by a merry trick, covered him with filth and put him to great shame, he took him to the river, and after washing him clean and combing his hair, gave him a change of raiment and a hair-string of exceeding great magic virtue, since when he had bound it on he became a Mukumwis, having all the power of the elfin world. And also because he desired to excel in singing and music, the master gave him a small pipe, and it was that which charmed all living beings. And then singing a song bade him join in with him. Footnote. The identity of these incidents with those of "classic" times is worth noting. There is a lustration and the clothing of the neophyte in a new garment, and he receives the magic fillet, as in the mysteries of the old world. Nor is the resemblance of the pipe of that of Orpheus less striking. In many respects this is the most remarkable old Indian myth I have ever met with. End footnote. And doing this he found that he could sing, and ever after had a wondrous voice. Now to seek the beautiful girl it was necessary to sail afar over the sea, and during this adventure the Mikumwess was charged to take care of the younger pilgrim. So he begged the master to lend him his canoe. And Glooskap answered, " Yes, I will do this for thee, if thou wilt honestly return it when thou needest it no more. Yet in very truth I never did yet lend it to mortal man, but that I had to go after it myself." ^ One of the traits of bonhomie and common humanity which continually occur in the Glooskap tales, even in the most serious situations and solemn myths. In this respect the resemblance of the Northwest Algonquin tales to the Norse is truly striking. The canoe is among all Indians, even in Central America, exactly what the umbrella is in civilized society. With all his immense originality, Glooskap had a number of "old Joes," of which he never seems to have tired. One was the inexhaustible dish, and another the giant skunk set up on end to salute his visitors, and this of the canoe was probably the commonest of all. He is a true Indian divinity, shining like the lightning and striking only when there is a storm, but appearing like the Aurora Borealis, or even the Robin Goodfellow, Will o' the Wisp, and others. Thereupon the young man promised most faithfully that he would indeed return the canoe, and with this they got them ready for the journey. But when they came to the bay there was no canoe, and they knew not what was to be done. But Glooskap pointed to a small island of granite which rose amid the waves, and it was covered with tall pine trees. " There is my canoe," said he. And when he had taken them unto it, it became a real canoe with masts, and they set sail on it, rejoicing. Another standard "piece of wit" with the incorrigible joker. Glooskap s "floating island" was served up as a dessert to all guests, and I doubt not that if the double meaning of the word had been known to him they would have had that too. So they came in time to a very large island, where they drew up the canoe and hid it in the bushes. Then they went forward to seek for people, and found a village in which dwelt the chief who had the beautiful daughter, in seeking whom so many had lost their lives. And having found him they went into his wigwam, and were placed on the seat of honor. Now when an Indian seeks a wife, he or his mutual friend makes no great ado about it, but utters two words, which tell the whole story. And these are Siwinkuadu gwa lugwet, which means in Micmac, " I am tired of living alone." And the chief, hearing this, consented that the young man should marry her whom he sought, but on one condition, and this was that he should slay and bring unto him the head of a certain horned dragon, called in Micmac Chepichcalm. And so this was agreed upon, and the two strangers went to the wigwam which was assigned them. Vide "supernatural beings." The Chepichcalm is an immense horned serpent or wingless dragon. It is probably identical with the Wiwimik, which is a singular horned worm found on trees or by water. It is believed to be capable of assuming a vast size, and to be gifted with supernatural powers. Now in the night he that was Mikumwess arose and went alone and afar, until he came to the den of the dragon. And this was a great hole in the ground. And over this he laid a mighty log, and then began the magic dance around the den. So the serpent, or the great Chepichcalm, hearing the call, came forth, putting out his head after the manner of snakes, waving it all about in every way, and looking round him. While doing this he rested his neck upon the log, when the Indian with a blow of his hatchet severed it. When taking the head by one of the shining yellow horns, he bore it to his friend, who in the morning gave it to the chief. And the old man said to himself, " This time, I fear me, I shall lose my child." Yet the young man had more to do, for the chief said, " I would fain see my son coast down yonder hill on a hand sled." Now this hill was an exceeding high mountain. The sides thereof were ragged with rocks and terrible with trees and ice. Then two toboggans were brought out, one of them for the two strangers," and this he that was Mikumwess was to direct. And on the other were two powerful men, and these were both Buoniac, who hoped to see the former soon fall out, and then to run over them. Buoniac, magicians, the original of powwowan. It is apparently the same in meaning as the Angakok of the neighboring Eskimo. And at the word they went flying fearfully down the mountain, and yet ever faster, as if to death. And soon he that sought the girl went whirling headlong from the sled, and the two Beoniac gave a loud hurrah, for they knew not that this had been done with intent by the Mikumwess, that he might get them before him. So he put forth his hand, and seizing the younger man, turned a little aside, but in an instant went on after. And ere long the sled of the Beoniac stopped, but the other, bounding upwards from a mighty wall of ice, flew far over their heads onwards, nor did it stop in the valley, but running with tremendous speed up the opposite hill and into the village, struck the side of the chief's wigwam, ripping it from end to end ere it stopped. And the old man, seeing this, said, " This time I have lost my daughter." Yet the young man had more to do, for the chief said, " There is here a man who has never been beaten in running, and thou must strive with him in that and overcome him to win thy wife." And the race was appointed, but ere it came off, he that was Mikumwess lent to his friend the magic pipe to give him power. Footnote: It may be observed that Indian magic depends on fetish, or objects having innate power. Glooskap himself relies on his belt, and when he lends it to Marten, the boy becomes "Manitou," as the more western Indians term it. There is in the early Red Indian mythology really no god, only more or less powerful magicians. And when he that was the racer of the village met the young man, the youth said, " Who art thou?" And he replied, " I am Weyadusk, the Northern Lights. But who art thou?" And he answered, " I am Wosakwodusk, the Chain Lightning." And they ran. In an instant they were no longer in sight. They were far away over the most distant hills. Then all sat and waited. And ere it was noon, he that was the Chain Lightning returned. And he was not out of breath nor weary, and he had gone round the world. And at evening they saw the Northern Lights return, and he trembled and quivered with fatigue, yet for all that lie had not been round the world, but had turned back. And the old chief, seeing him beaten, exclaimed, " This time I shall lose my child." And yet there was another trial of the young man, ere he could win her whom he wanted. For the chief had a man whom no one could overcome in swimming and diving, and it was chiefly in this last thing that he excelled. And the young man must strive with him. And when they met he asked the man of the village his name, and he replied, " I am Ukchigumuchik, a sea duck. But who are you?" And he answered, " I am Kwiimu, a loon." So they dived, and after a time the sea duck rose again for breath. But those who waited waited long indeed ere they saw the loon. And an hour passed, and he came not, and yet another ere they beheld him. But when he at last rose, the old chief said, " This is the end of all our weary work, for this time, truly, I have lost my child." Yet it was not the end of the wonderful deeds which were done in that village by the power of the great Glooskap. For the Mikumwess, at the great dance which was held that evening at the wedding, astonished all who beheld him. As he danced round the circle upon the very hard beaten floor, they saw his feet sinking deeper at every step, and ever deeper as the dance went on, plowing the ground up into high uneven ridges, forming a trench as he went, until at length only his head was to be seen. Footnote: This is very characteristic of the true magician, both in the Algonquin and Eskimo folklore. The Angakok, or sorcerer, of Greenland, after meeting with the Tumarsuk, or guardian spirits, sometimes manifested it by his feet sinking into the rocky ground just as if into snow. This phrase indicates the northern origin of the idea, which occurs in many Indian stories. I have been assured in all faith that there is a Passamaquoddy Mitualin, or sorcerer, now living, who can walk up to his knees in a floor or in the paved street, and an honest and trustworthy Indian assured me that he had seen him do it. And this ended the dancing for that night, since the ground was no longer to be danced upon by anybody except wizards and witches. Then the young man and his wife and the Mikumwess entered their canoe and sailed homewards. And yet their trials were not over. Footnote: These subsequent trials were not inflicted by the old chief, but were, as appears by comparison with other legends, simply jokes played by the incorrigible Glooskap. It is most probable that in its original form this remarkable myth was all Maya, or illusion, and the whole series of illusions caused by the arch conjurer, typifying natural phenomena. End footnote. For they had not gone far ere they saw an awful storm coming to meet them, and he that had the elfin spells knew that it was raised by buowen, or sorcery, since these storms are the worst of all. Then without fear he rose, and filling his lungs and puffing his cheeks, he blew against the tempest, wind against wind, until he blew the wind away, and the great water was Eubuninak, as calm and smooth as before. So they sailed on over the sunlit sea. But it was not long before the elf-gifted saw rising among the waves far before them a dark mass, which soon proved to be a tremendous beast coming to attack them. And as he drew near they saw it was Quahbeet, the giant beaver, and his eyes were angry. Footnote. From the beginning, when Quahbeetus, the son of the beaver, inspired Malsumsis with hatred of Glooskap, this quadruped appears as an enemy. End footnote. But the Mikumwess, seeing this, steered straight to meet the monster, and coming to him said, I am the great hunter of beavers. Lo, I am their butcher. Many a one has fallen by my hand. Footnote. This is oddly like the speech of the beaver killer in The Hunting of the Snark. End footnote. Now the beaver had placed himself under water, with his tail out of it and rising upwards, that he might sink the canoe with a blow thereof. For the beaver strikes mightily in such wise, as is his wont. But he of the magic power, with one blow of his tomahawk, cut the tail from the body, and sailed onward. Yet they had not gone far ere, on rounding a point, they saw before them another animal of giant size, who likewise had his tail in the air, waiting to overcome them. And this was Ebekthilo, the skunk. Yet ere he made his hideous attack, the Mikumwess, ever on the watch, caught up his spur, and hurling it pierced Ebekthilo, who did but kick 2 or 3 times ere he died. And stepping ashore, he who had slain him took a pole, a long dead pine, which lay upon the sand, and transfixing the skunk, lifted him high in the air, and planting the tree on the ground, left him, saying scornfully as he left, Likshu-jenen, which being interpreted meaneth, and now show your tail there. Footnote. The skunk is here a parody on the beaver. So they returned safely, and Glooskap met them at the landing, and his first words were, Well, my friends, I see that you have brought back my canoe. And they answered, We have indeed. Then he inquired, Has all gone well with ye? And they replied that it had. Then Glooskap, laughing, let them know that in all they had experienced he had been busy, and that in all their triumphs he had had a hand. And to the Mikumwess he said, Go now thy ways, thou in these, and ever lead happy lives, thou amid the elfin, they among mankind. And be sure of this, that if danger or trouble should come to you, you have but to think of me, and verily aid will come. So they rose and went to their wigwams. Footnote. In its earlier form this must have been a very remarkable narrative or poem. That the 2 combatants in the race were originally the personified Northern Lights and Lightning, and that these were not merely names assumed for boasting, is shown by the incident that the lightning actually passed around the world, while the aurora borealis only covered a portion of it. The diving is either a later addition, or it represents the same stupendous spirits taking on the appearance of mastering the element of water as well as that of fire. Without carrying the solar myth theory to extremes, it cannot be denied that Glooskap appears in several of these stories as Spring or as the melter of ice, the conqueror of the frozen stream and of the iceberg. In this narrative he is active in creative nature itself, directing and sporting with the warring elements. His vast practical joking cannot fail to remind the reader yet again of the Norse deities and their jovial household godhood. This tradition is Micmac, and taken almost entirely from Mr. Rand's manuscript. It should be borne in mind that it is not from a single story of this collection, but from a careful analysis and comparison of them all, that their entire value is to be ascertained. Certain incidents in this tale deserve special attention. The young men go to a land of evil sorcerers, of buowen. When one is required to run a race, he conquers because he is really the lightning. When Thor visits Utgard Loki, there is also a race in which Hugi wins, because he is thought disguised as a man. Glooskap has a canoe which is sometimes immensely large, but which at other times shrinks to a very small size. In the Edda, Oda is said to have had made for him by the dwarfs a boat, Skidbladur, which, like Glooskap s bark, expanded or diminished. Sigurd, in the New Edda, is obliged to kill a dragon, and it is very remarkable that he does it by a special previous preparation. That is to say, he digs a little ditch, and when the dragon crawls over it, the hero pierces him with his sword. In this story the Indian lays a log over the dragon's hole to enable him to chop his head off. The dragon, or horned snake, is an old-time tradition in America or pre-Columbian. End footnote. End section 11.
Section 12 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 12. How a certain wicked witch sought to cajole the great and good Glooskap, and of her punishment. Micmac. Ncarneo of old time. Once it came to pass that Glooskap met with an evil witch, and she had made herself like unto a fair young girl, and believed that he could not know who she was. And she asked him to take her with him in his canoe. So they sailed out over a summer sea, and as they went, the witch sought to beguile him with sweet words. But he answered naught, for he wist well what kind of passenger he had on board. And as they went on she played her cajoleries, but he remained grim as a bear. Then she, being angry, showed it, and there arose a great storm. The wind howled over the waves as they rose and fell, like white wolves jumping while they run. The first lightnings flashed, and the sky grew dark as night. The master was angered that so mean a creature dared to play him such tricks, and paddling the canoe to the beach, he leaped ashore. Then, giving the bark, with the witch in it, a push out to sea, he cried to her, "Sail thou with the devil, but never be in human form again, O she-beast." Then she, being frightened, said, "Master, what wilt thou that I become?" And he replied, "Whatever thou wilt, that grace alone I give thee." And in despair she plunged into the waters, and became a Kigunibe, a ferocious fish, which has upon its back a great fin, which it shows like a sail when swimming through the water. So the canoe and the witch became one in the evil fish, and the Indians to this day, when they see it, cry, "See the witch, who is punished by the great master." Now of sinful men, evil beasts, foul sorcerers, witches, and giants, there were in those days many who sought to do great harm to Glooskap. But of them all there did not escape any, verily, no, not one. Of other men who went to Glooskap for gifts. Micmac. Ncarnayu, would enid atukagen Glooskap. Of the old times, this is a story of Glooskap. Now there went forth many men unto Glooskap, hearing that they could win the desires of their hearts, and all got what they asked for, in any case. But as for having what they wanted, that depended on the wisdom with which they wished or acted. The good Glooskap liked it not, when he had told anyone evenly and plainly what to do, that men should then act otherwise, or double with him. And it came to pass that a certain fool, of the kind who can do nothing unless it be in his own way, made a long journey to the master. And his trials were indeed many, for he came to an exceeding high mountain in a dark and lonely land, where he heard no sound. And the ascent thereof was like a smooth pole, and the descent on the other side far worse, for it hung over the bottom. Yet it was worse beyond, for there the road lay between the heads of two huge serpents, almost touching each other, who darted their terrible tongues at those who went between. And yet again the path passed under the wall of death. Now this wall hung like an awful cloud over a plain, rising and falling at times, yet no man knew when. And when it fell, it struck the ground, and that so as to crush all that was beneath it. But the young man escaped all these trials, and came to the island of the great master. And when he had dwelt there a certain time, and was asked what he would have, he replied, If my lord will, let him give me a medicine which will cure all disease. More than this he asked not. So the master gave him a certain small package, and said, Herein is that which thou seekest, but I charge thee that thou lettest not thine eyes behold it until thou shalt reach thy home. So he thanked the master, and left. But he was not far away ere he desired to open the package and test the medicine, and yet more the truth of the master. And he said to himself, Truly, if this be but a deceit, it was shrewdly devised to bid me not open it till I returned. For he knew well that once so far I would make no second journey to him. Tush! If the medicine avail aught, it cannot change in aught. So he opened it, when that which was therein fell to the ground, and spread itself like water everywhere, and then dried away like a mist. And when he returned and told his tale, men mocked him. Then again there were 3 brothers, who, having adventured, made known their wishes. Now the first was very tall, far above all his fellows, and vain of his comeliness. For he was of those who put bark or fur into their moccasins, that they may be looked up to by the little folk, and be loved by the squaws. And his hair was plastered to stand up on high, and on the summit of it was a very long turkey-tail feather. And this man asked to become taller than any Indian in all the land. And the second wished that he might ever remain where he was, to behold the land and the beauty of it, and to do naught else. And the third wished to live to an exceeding old age, and ever to be in good health. Now the 3, when they came to the island, had found there 3 wigwams, and in 2 of these were dwellers, not spoken of in other traditions. In one lived Coolpujot, a very strange man, for he has no bones, and cannot move himself, but every spring and autumn he is rolled over with handspikes by order of Glooskap, and this is what his name means in the Micmac tongue. And in the autumn he is turned towards the west, but in the spring towards the east, and this is a figure of speech denoting the revolving seasons of the year. With his breath he can sweep down whole armies, and with his looks alone he can work great wonders, and all this means the weather: frost, snow, ice, and sunshine. And in the other wigwam dwelt Kukwa, which means earthquake. And this mighty man can pass along under the ground, and make all things shake and tremble by his power. Now when Glooskap had heard what these visitors wished for, he called for Earthquake, and bid him take them all 3, and put them with their feet in the ground. And he did so, when they at once became 3 trees, as one tradition declares pines, and another cedars. So that he that would be tall became exceeding tall, for his head rose above the forest. And even the turkey feather at the top thereof is not forgotten, since to this day it is seen waving in the wind. And he who will listen in a pine wood may hear the tree murmuring all day long in the Indian tongue of the olden time. E nil etuchi nek mkilaskitop, e nil etuche whisky nek nkil uskejin. Oh, I am such a great man. Oh, I am such a great Indian. And the second, who would remain in the land, remains there, for while his roots are in the ground he cannot depart from it. And the third, who would live in long health, unless men have cut him down, is standing as of yore. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 13. Of Glooskap and the 3 other Seekers. Micmac. Of old time. Now when it was noised abroad that whoever besought Glooskap could obtain the desire of his heart, there were 3 men who said among themselves, Let us seek the Master. So they left their home in the early spring, when the bluebird first sang, and walked till the fall frosts, and then into winter, and ever on till the next midsummer. And having come to a small path in a great forest, they followed it till they came out by a very beautiful river, so fair a sight they had never seen, and so went onward till it grew to be a great lake. And so they kept to the path, which, when untrodden, was marked by blazed trees, the bark having been removed, in Indian fashion, on the side of the trunk, which is opposite the place where the wigwam or village lies towards which it turns. So the mark can be seen as the traveler goes towards the goal, but not while leaving it. Then, after a time, they came to a long point of land running out into the lake, and having ascended a high hill, they saw in the distance a smoke, which guided them to a large well-built wigwam, and entering, they found seated on the right hand a handsome, healthy man of middle age, and by the other a woman so decrepit that she seemed to be 100 years old. Opposite the door and on the left side was a mat, which seemed to show that a third person had there a seat. And the man made them welcome, and spoke as if he were Willeda Aasit Kesaguvru, well pleased to see them, but did not ask them whence they came or whither they were going, as it wont among Indians when strangers come to their homes or are met in travel. Ere long they heard the sound of a paddle, and then the noise of a canoe being drawn ashore, and there came in a youth of fine form and features, and well clad, bearing weapons as if from hunting, who addressed the old woman as Keejew, or mother, and told her that he had brought game. And with sore ado, for she was feeble, the old dame tottered out and brought in 4 beavers. But she was so much troubled to cut them up, that the elder, saying to the younger man, "Uokeen, my brother," bade him do the work, and they supped on beaver. So they remained for a week, resting themselves, for they were sadly worn with their wearisome journey, and also utterly ragged. And then a wondrous thing came to pass, which first taught them that they were in an enchanted land. For one morning the elder man bade the younger wash their mother's face, and as he did this all her wrinkles vanished, and she became young and very beautiful. In all their lives the travelers had never seen so lovely a woman. Her hair, which had been white and scanty, now hung to her feet, dark and glossy as a black bird's breast. Then, having been clad in fine array, she showed a tall, lithe, and graceful form at its best. And the travelers said to themselves, "Truly this man is a great magician." They all walked forth to see the place. Never was sunshine so pleasantly tempered by a soft breeze, for all in that land was fair, and it grew fairer day by day to all who dwelt there. Tall trees, with rich foliage and fragrant flowers, but without lower limbs or underbrush, grew as in a grove, wide as a forest, yet so far apart that the eye could pierce the distance in every direction. Now, when they felt for the first time that they were in a new life and a magic land, he that was host asked them whence they came and what they sought. So they said that they sought Glooskap, and the host replied, "Lo, I am he." And they were awed by his presence, for a great glory and majesty now sat upon him. As the woman had changed, so had he, for all in that place was wonderful. Then the first, telling what he wanted, said, "I am a wicked man, and I have a bad temper. I am prone to wrath and reviling, yet I would fain be pious, meek, and holy." And the next said, "I am very poor, and my life is hard. I toil, but can barely make my living. I would fain be rich." Now the third replied, "I am of low estate, being despised and hated by all my people, and I wish to be loved and respected." And to all these the Master made answer, "So shall it be." And taking his medicine bag, Upsakumood, he gave unto each a small box, and bade them keep it closed until they should be once more at home. [Footnote: In this version (Rand manuscript) there is a 4th Indian introduced, he who would fain be tall and long lived, and is changed to a tree. As it is precisely the same tale as that of the 3 who become cypresses or pines, I have not repeated it. End of footnote. And on returning to the wigwam, he also gave to each of them new garments. In all their lives they had never seen or heard of such rich apparel, or such ornaments as they now had. Then, when it was time to depart, as they knew not the way to their home, he arose and went with them. Now they had been more than a year in coming, but he, having put on his belt, went forth, and they followed, till in the forenoon he had led them to the top of a high mountain, from which in the distance they beheld yet another, the blue outline of which could just be seen above the horizon. And having been told that their way was unto it, they thought it would be a week's journey to reach it. But they went on, and in the middle of the afternoon of the same day they were there, on the summit of the second mountain. And looking from this afar, all was familiar to them, hill and river, and wood and lakes, all was in their memory. And there, said the master, pointing unto it, there is your own village. So he left them alone, and they went on their way, and before the sun had set were safe at home. Yet when they came no one knew them, because of the great change in their appearance and their fine attire, the like of which had never been seen by man in those days. But having made themselves known to their friends, all that were there of old and young gathered together to gaze upon and hear what they had to say, and they were amazed. Then each of them, having opened his box, found therein an unguent, rich and fragrant, and with this they rubbed their bodies completely. And they were ever after so fragrant from the divine anointing that all sought to be near them. Happy were they who could but sniff at the blessed smell which came from them. Now he who had been despised for his deformity and weakness and meanness became beautiful and strong and stately as a pine tree. There was no man in all the land so graceful or of such good behavior. And he who had desired abundance had it in all fullness his wish. For the moose and caribou came to him in the forest, the fish leaped into his nets, all men gave unto him, and he gave unto all freely to the end. And he that had been wicked and of evil mind, hasty and cruel, became meek and patient, good and gentle, and he made others like himself. And he had his reward, for there was a blessing upon him, as upon all those who had wished wisely, even unto the end of their days. [Footnote: This beautiful story, in its original simplicity, reminds one of the tenderest biblical narratives. There is in it nothing reflected or second hand. It is a very ancient or truly aboriginal tale. I can but sincerely regret my utter inability to do justice to it. The pen of a great master would be required to describe the fairyland freshness and light of Glooskap's home as it is felt in the original by men far more familiar with the forest in all its loveliness at all seasons than any white writer can be. The naivete or simplicity of the pilgrims is as striking as that of the narrator or poet, to whom fine clothes, a Homeric trait, are as wonderful as all the deeds of magic which he describes. In this and other tales, a man is represented as being punished by being turned into a tree, so that he can never leave a certain spot. This is a kind of imprisonment. In the Edda, the ash Yggdrasil is the prison of Iduna. She ill brooked her descent under the boar tree's trunk confined. Rofnaldgr, Odin's 7. It is to keep a man or a woman in a certain place as prisoner that the characters described in the Indian and Norse myths are put into trees. This was related to Rand by Benjamin Brooks, a Micmac. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Gramour. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 14. Of Glooskap and the Sinful Serpent. Passamaquoddy. Of old time it befell that Glooskap had an enemy, an evil man, a sinful beast, a great sorcerer. And this man, after trying many things, made himself a great serpent, hoping so to slay the master. Of old time Glooskap met a boy whose name was Nemoxwess, the Sable. [Footnote: Evidently no other than the Marten, or the Abistanuk of the Micmac mythology. and the boy had a flute. Whoever played on it could entice unto him all the animals. And once, when the master was afar, the boy broke the flute, and in his great sorrow he would not return home, but wandered away into the wilderness. Now Glooskap knew in his heart that the flute was broken. He who is a magician knows at once of a great evil. And coming home he asked of the grandmother where the boy was, and she could only weep. Then the master said, "Though I roam forever, yet will I find the boy." So he went forth, and he tracked him in the snow for 3 days, and on the 3rd night he heard some one singing in the hollow. And it was a magic song, that which the mteoulin sings when he is in dire need and death is near. And making a circle round about the place, Glooskap looked down and saw a wigwam, and heard the voice more distinctly as he drew nearer, and it was the voice of the boy. And he was singing a song against all of the snake kind, and he was wandering about the wigwam, seeking a straight stick. Then Glooskap understood all the thing, and how the boy had been enticed into the wilderness by the evil arts of At o sis, the snake, and that the great serpent was in the wigwam, and had sent him out to seek a straight stick. Then Glooskap, singing again softly, bade him get a very crooked one, and told what more to do. So the boy got an exceedingly crooked one, and when he entered, the snake, seeing it, said, "Why hast thou got such a bad stick?" And the boy answering said, "Truly it is very crooked, but that which is crookedest may be made straightest, and I know a charm whereby this can be done, for I will but heat this stick in the fire, and then I will make it quite straight, as you shall see." Now At o sis was very anxious to behold this wonderful thing, and he looked closely. But the boy, as soon as the end of the stick was red hot, thrust it into his eyes and blinded him, and ran forth. Yet the snake followed him. But when he was without the wigwam, he met the master, who slew him out of hand. Of old times this is an end of the story. [Footnote: This curious legend is suggestive of Ulysses and the Cyclops. The enemies of Glooskap are all cannibals. The boy is sent out for a straight stick, to serve as a spit to roast him on. It is not impossible that the snake, in some perfect version of the tale, has but a single eye, since many of the evil creatures of Red Indian mythology are half stone lengthwise. But the whole story is full of strange hints. It was told me by Tomah Josephs at Campobello, New Brunswick. The Tale of Glooskap, as told by another Indian, showing how the toad and the porcupine lost their noses. Micmac. In the old time. Far before men knew themselves, in the light before the sun, Glooskap and his brother were as yet unborn. They waited for the day to appear. Then they talked together, and the youngest said, "Why should I wait? I will go into the world and begin my life at once." Then the elder said, "Not so, for this were a great evil." But the younger gave no heed to any wisdom. In his wickedness he broke through his mother's side, he rent the wall. His beginning of life was his mother's death. Now in after years the younger brother would learn in what lay the secret of the elder's death. And Glooskap, being crafty, told the truth and yet lied, for his name was the Liar. Yet did he never lie for evil or aught to harm. So he told his brother that the blow of a ball or handful of the down of feathers would take away his life. And this was true, for it would stun him, but it would not prevent his returning to life. Then Glooskap asked the younger for his own secret, and he, being determined to give the elder no time, answered truly and fearlessly, "I can only be slain by the stroke of a cat tail or a bulrush." And then the younger, having gathered the down of birds' feathers, struck the elder, so that he fell dead, and therein he told the truth. But he soon recovered, and in that was his deceit. Howbeit, it was well for the world and well for him that he then gathered bulrushes and smote his younger brother, so that he died. But the plant never grew that could harm the master, wherefore he is alive to this day. Who was his mother? The female turtle was his mother. The master was the lord of men and beasts, beasts and men, one as the other, he ruled them all. Great was his army, his tribe was all. In it the great golden eagle was a chief. He married a female caribou. The turtle was Glooskap's uncle. He married a daughter of the golden eagle and caribou. Of all these things there are many and long traditions. Our people tell them in the winter by the fire. The old people know them, the young forget them, and the wisdom which is in them. When the turtle married, the master bade him make a feast, and wished that the banquet should be a mighty one. To do this he gave him great power. He bade him go down to a point of rocks by the sea, where many whales were always to be found. He bade him bring one. He gave him power to do so, but he set a mark, or an appointed space, and bade him not go an inch beyond it. So the turtle went down to the sea. He caught a great whale. He bore it to camp. It seemed to him easy to do this, but like all men there was in him vain curiosity. The falsehood of disobedience was in him, and to try the master he went beyond the mark. And as he did this he lost his magic strength. He became as a man. Even as a common mortal, his nerves weakened, and he fell, crushed flat beneath the weight of the great fish. Then man ran to Glooskap, saying that turtle was dead. But the master answered, "Cut up the whale. He who is now dead will revive." So they cut it up, and when the feast was ready, Turtle came in yawning, and stretching out his leg, he cried, "How tired I am! Truly I must have overslept myself." Now from this time all men greatly feared Glooskap, for they saw that he was a spirit. It came to pass that the turtle waxed mighty in his own conceit, and thought that he could take Glooskap's place and reign in his stead. So he held a council of all the animals to find out how he could be slain. The Lord of men and beasts laughed at this. Little did he care for them. And knowing all that was in their hearts, he put on the shape of an old squaw, and went into the council house. And he sat down by two witches. One was the Porcupine, the other the Toad. As women they sat there. Of them the master asked humbly how they expected to kill him. And the Toad answered savagely, "What is that to thee, and what hast thou to do with this thing?" "Truly," he replied, "I meant no harm." And saying this he softly touched the tips of their noses, and rising went his way. But the two witches, looking one at the other, saw presently that their noses were both gone, and they screamed aloud in terror, but their faces were none the less flat. And so it came that the Toad and the Porcupine both lost their noses, and have none to this day. Glooskap had two dogs. One was Loon, Chenoo; the other was Wolf, Malsum. Of old all animals were as men. The master gave them the shapes which they now bear. But the Wolf and the Loon loved Glooskap so greatly that since he left them they howl and wail. He who hears their cries over the still sound and lonely lake, by the streams where no dwellers are, or afar at night in the forests and hollows, hears them sorrowing for the master. I am indebted for this legend to Mr. Edward Jack of Fredericton, New Brunswick. "I give it to you," he writes, "just as it came from an Indian's lips, as he sat before the fire in my room this evening, smoking his tobacco mixed with willow bark. He has an endless store of Indian lore." It may be observed that this story gives a far more ingenious reason for Glooskap's telling his brother what would be his bane than appears in the other version, for he tells him what would indeed deprive him of life, but not forever. No one can compare the story of Glooskap with that of Manobozho, Hiawatha, and the like, as given by Schoolcraft or Cusick, and not decide that the latter seems to be a second-hand version of the former. In one we have the root of the bulrush, not the light feathery rush itself. In this story, as in that of Balder and Loki, it is the very apparent harmlessness of the bane which points the incident. Manobozho's father says that a black rock will kill him, but it does not, although he flies before it. Glooskap declares that a handful of down will cause his death. The double entendre of the swoon is entirely wanting in the Western tale, as is the apparent harmlessness of the medium of death. In the Edda, the mistletoe, the softest and apparently the least injurious of plants, kills Balder. In the Wabanaki tale, it is a ball of down or a rush. The Chippewas change it, like savages, to a substantial root and a black rock. thereby manifesting an insensibility to the point of the original, which is that the most trifling thing may be the cause of the most terrible events. How Glooskap changed certain saucy Indians into rattlesnakes. Passamaquoddy. You know At-o-sis the snake? Well, the worst of all is Rattlesnake. Long time ago the rattlesnakes were saucy Indians. They were very saucy. They had too much face. They could not be put down by much, and they got up for very little. When the great flood was coming, Glooskap told them about it. They said they did not care. He told them the water would come over their heads. They said that would be very wet. He told them to be good and quiet and pray. Then those Indians hurrahed. He said, "A great flood is coming." Then they gave 3 cheers for the great flood. He said, "The flood will come and drown you all." Then these Indians hurrahed again, and got their rattles, made of turtle shells, in the old fashion, fastened together, filled with pebbles, and rattled them, and had a grand dance. Afterwards, when the white men brought cows and oxen into the country, they made rattles of horns. Yes, they had a great dance. The rain began to fall, but they danced. The thunder roared, and they shook their rattles and yelled at it. Then Glooskap was angry. He did not drown them in the flood, however, but he changed them into rattlesnakes. Nowadays, when they see a man coming, they lift up their heads and move them about. That's the way snakes dance. And they shake the rattles in their tails, just as Indians shake their rattles when they dance. How do you like such music? A Passamaquoddy tale, related by an old woman to Mrs. W. Wallace Brown. These Indians still keep up a very curious snake dance. End of section 14.
Section 15 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. How Glooskap changed certain saucy Indians into rattlesnakes. Passamaquoddy. You know At-o-sis the snake? Well, the worst of all is Rattlesnake. Long time ago the rattlesnakes were saucy Indians. They were very saucy. They had too much face. They could not be put down by much, and they got up for very little. When the great flood was coming, Glooskap told them about it. They said they did not care. He told them the water would come over their heads. They said they would be very wet. He told them to be good and quiet and pray. Then those Indians hurrahed. He said, "A great flood is coming." Then they gave 3 cheers for the great flood. He said, "The flood will come and drown you all." Then these Indians hurrahed again, and got their rattles, made of turtle shells in the old fashion, fastened together, filled with pebbles, and rattled them and had a grand dance. Afterwards, when the white men brought cows and oxen into the country, they made rattles of horns. Yes, they had a great dance. The rain began to fall, but they danced. The thunder roared, and they shook their rattles and yelled at it. Then Glooskap was angry. He did not drown them in the flood, however, but he changed them into rattlesnakes. Nowadays, when they see a man coming, they lift their heads and move them about. That's the way snakes dance. And they shake their rattles in their tails just as Indians shake their rattles when they dance. How do you like such music? A Passamaquoddy tale related by an old woman to Mrs. W. Wallace Brown. These Indians still keep up a very curious snake dance. How Glooskap bound Wuchowsen, the great wind bird, and made all the waters in the world stagnant. Passamaquoddy. The Indians believe in a great bird called by them Wuchowsen, or Wuchowsen, meaning wind blow, or the wind blower, who lives far to the north, and sits upon a great rock at the end of the sky. And it is because whenever he moves his wings, the wind blows, they of old times called him that. When Glooskap was among men, he often went out in his canoe, with bow and arrow to kill seafowl. At one time it was every day very windy. It grew worse, and at last it blew a tempest, and he could not go out at all. Then he said, "Wuchowsen, the great bird, has done this." He went to find him. It was long ere he reached his abode. He found sitting on a high rock a large white bird. "Grandfather," said Glooskap, "you take no compassion on your Koosessek, your grandchildren. You have caused this wind and storm. It is too much. Be easier with your wings." The giant bird replied, "I have been here since ancient times. In the earliest days, ere aught else spoke, I first moved my wings. Mine was the first voice, and I will ever move my wings as I will." Then Glooskap rose in his might. He rose to the clouds. He took the great bird giant Wuchowsen as though he were a duck, and he tied both his wings and threw him down into a chasm between deep rocks, and left him lying there. The Indians could now go out in their canoes all day long, for there was a dead calm for many weeks and months, and with that all the waters became stagnant. They were so thick that Glooskap could not paddle his canoe. Then he thought of the great bird, and he went to see him. As he had left him, so he found him, for Wuchowsen is immortal. So, raising him, he put him on his rock again and untied one of his wings. Since then, the winds have never been so terrible as in the old times. The reader will find the main incident of this story repeated in Tumakunteo, the broken wing, from the Micmac, in which there is no mention of Glooskap. This of Wuchowsen is from the Passamaquoddy manuscript collection by Lewis Mitchell. It is unquestionably the original. Glooskap, as the greatest magician, most appropriately subdues the giant eagle of the north, the terrible god of the storm. No one who knows the Edda will deny that Wuchowsen, or the wind blower, as he appears in the Passamaquoddy tale, is far more like the same bird of the Norsemen than the grotesque thunderbird of the western tribes. He is distinctly spoken of by the Indians of Maine as a giant and a bird in one, sitting on a high cliff at the end of the sky, the wind, not thunder, coming from his pinions. "Tell me, ninthly, since thou art called wise, whence the wind comes that over ocean passes, itself invisible to men. Hraesvelg he is called, who at the end of heaven sits, a Jotun, giant, in eagle's plumage. From his wings comes, it is said, the wind that over all men passes." The Lay of Vafthrûdnir, the Edda, translated by B. Thorpe. How Glooskap conquered the great bullfrog, and in what manner all the pollywogs, crabs, leeches, and other water creatures were created. Passamaquoddy and Micmac. Near Chenoo, of old times, there was an Indian village far away among the mountains, little known to other men, and the dwellers therein were very comfortable. The men hunted every day, the women did the work at home, and all went well in all things, save in this. The town was by a brook, and except in it there was not a drop of water in all the country round, unless in a few rain puddles. No one there had ever even found a spring. Now these Indians were very fond of good water. The brook was of superior quality, and they became dainty over it. But after a time they began to observe that the brook was beginning to run low, and that not in the summer time, but in autumn, even after the rains, and day by day it diminished, until its bed was as dry as a dead bone in the ashes of a warm fire. Now it was said that far away, up in the land where none had ever been there, was on this very stream another Indian village. But what manner of men dwelt therein no one knew, and thinking that these people of the upper country might be in some way concerned in the drought, they sent one of their number to go and see into the matter. And after he had travelled 3 days, he came to the place, and there he found that a dam had been raised across the rivulet, so that no water could pass, for it was all kept in a pond. Then asking them why they'd made this mischief, since the dam was of no use to them, they bade him go and see their chief, by whose order this had been built. And when he came to him, lo, there lay lazily in the mud a creature who was more of a monster than a man, though he had a human form, for he was immense to measure, like a giant, fat, bloated, and brutal to behold. His great yellow eyes stuck from his head like pine knots, his mouth went almost from ear to ear, and he had broad, skinny feet with long toes, exceeding marvelous. The messenger complained to the monster, who at first said nothing, and then croaked, and finally replied in a loud bellow, "Do as you choose, do as you choose, do as you choose. What do I care? What do I care? What do I care?" If you want water, if you want water, if you want water, go somewhere else." Then the messenger remonstrated, and described the suffering of the people who were dying of thirst. And this seemed to please the monster, who grinned. At last he got up, and, making a single spring to the dam, took an arrow and bored a hole in it, so that a little water trickled out. And then he bellowed, "Up and be gone! Up and be gone! Up and be gone!" So the man departed, little comforted. He came to his home, and for a few days there was a little water in the stream, but this soon stopped, and there was great suffering again. Now these Indians, who were the honestest fellows in all the world, and never did harm to anyone save their enemies, were in a sorry pickle. For it is a bad thing to have nothing but water to drink, but to want that is to be mightily dry. And the great Glooskap, who knew all that was passing in the hearts of men and beasts, took note of this, and when he willed it he was among them, for he ever came as the wind comes, and no one wist how. And just before he came, all of these good fellows had resolved in council that they would send the boldest man among them to certain death, even to the village which built the dam that kept the water, which filled the brook that quenched their thirst whenever it was not empty. And when there, he was either to obtain that they should cut the dam, or do something desperate, and to this intent he should go armed, and sing his death song as he went. And they were all agog. Then Glooskap, who was much pleased with all this, for he loved a brave man, came among them looking terribly ferocious. In all the land there was not one who seemed half so horrible, for he appeared 10 feet high, with 100 red and black feathers in his scalp lock, his face painted like fresh blood, with green rings round his eyes, a large clamshell hanging from each ear, a spread eagle, very awful to behold, flapping its wings from the back of his neck, so that as he strode into the village all hearts quaked. Being but simple Indians, they counted that this must be, if not the Lox, the great Wolverine, at least Michihant, the devil himself in person, turned Wabanaki, and they admired him greatly, and the squaws said they had never seen aught so lovely. Then Glooskap, having heard the whole story, bade them to be of good cheer, declaring that he would soon set all to rights. And he, without delay, departed up the bed of the brook. And coming to the town, sat down and bade a boy bring him water to drink, to which the boy replied that no water could be had in the town unless it were given out by the chief. "Go then to your chief," said the master, "and bid him hurry, or verily I will know the reason why." And this being told, Glooskap received no reply for more than an hour, during which time he sat on a log and smoked his pipe. Then the boy returned with a small cup, and this not half full, of very dirty water. So he arose and said to the boy, "I will go and see your chief, and I think he will soon give me better water than this." And having come to the monster, he said, "Give me to drink, and that of the best, at once, thou thing of mud." But the chief reviled him, and said, "Get thee hence to find water where thou canst." Then Glooskap thrust a spear into his belly, and lo! there gushed forth a mighty river, even all the water which should have run on in the rivulet, for he had made it into himself. And Glooskap, rising high as a giant pine, caught the chief in his hand and crumpled his back with a mighty grip. And lo! it was the bullfrog. So he hurled him with contempt into the stream to follow the current. And ever since that time the bullfrog's back has crumpled wrinkles in the lower part, showing the prints of Glooskap's awful squeeze. Then he returned to the village, but there he found no people, no, not one. For a marvelous thing had come to pass during his absence, which shall be heard in every Indian's speech through all the ages. For the men, being, as I said, simple, honest folk, did as boys do when they're hungry, and they say to one another, "What would you like to have, and what you?" Truly, I would be pleased with a slice of hot venison dipped in maple sugar and bear's oil. Nay, give me for my share succotash and honey. Even so these villagers had said, "Suppose you had all the nice, cold, fresh, sparkling, delicious water there is in the world, what would you do?" And one said that he would live in the soft mud, and always be wet and cool. and another that he would plunge from the rocks and take headers, diving into the deep cold water, drinking as he dived. And the third that he would be washed up and down with the rippling waves, living on the land, yet ever in the water. Then the fourth said, Verily, you know not how to wish, and I will teach you. I would live in the water all the time, and swim about in it forever. Now it chanced that these things were said in the hour which, when it passes over the world, all the wishes uttered by men are granted. And so it was with these Indians. For the first became a leech, the second a spotted frog, the third a crab, which is washed up and down with the tide, and the fourth a fish. Ere there had been in all the world none of these creatures which dwelled in the water, and now were there, and of all kinds. And the river came rushing and roaring on, and they all went headlong down to the sea to be washed into many lands all over the world. This was told by Tom a Josephs. It is given much more imperfectly in the tale of Kitpooseagunow in the Rand manuscript, and in the Anglo-Indian story of Glooskap. I have taken very great pains in this, as in all the tales written down from verbal narration, to be accurate in details, and to convey as well as I could the quaint manner and dry humor which characterized the style of the narrator. Even the white men do not tell the same story in the same way to everybody, and if Tomahquah and others fully expressed their feelings to me, it was because they had never before met with a white man who listened to them with such sympathy. It may be observed that the Indians commonly say that wherever a bullfrog is to be found in summer, there is always water. It is not to be understood in this tale that the bullfrog is supposed to have merely drunk up the river. It is the river which has become incarnate in him. It is the ice of winter penetrated by the spear of the sun, that is, Glooskap. Thus, in another tale, a frozen river tries, as a man, to destroy the hero, but is melted by him. The conception of the hour when all wishes are granted, and the abrupt termination of the whole in a grand transformation scene, are both very striking. There is something like the former in Rabelais in his narration of the Golden Hatchet. As regards the latter, it's like the ending of a Christmas pantomime. Indeed, the entire tale is perfectly adapted to such a dramatization. I have been told by an old Passamaquoddy woman that the name of the monster who swallowed the stream was Haklebimo. End of section 15.
Section 16, Stories 23 to 25 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. How the Lord of Men and Beasts strove with the mighty Wasis and was shamefully defeated. Penobscot. Now it came to pass when Glooskap had conquered all his enemies, even the Kewahqu, who were giants and sorcerers, and the Mutuflin, who were magicians, and the Pomola, who is the evil spirit of the night air, and all manner of ghosts, witches, devils, cannibals, and goblins, that he thought upon what he had done, and wondered if his work was at an end. And he said this to a certain woman, but she replied, Not so fast, master, for there yet remains one whom no one has ever conquered or gotten the better of in any way, and who will remain unconquered to the end of time. And who is he? Inquired the master. It is the mighty Wasis, she replied, and there he sits. And I warn you that if you meddle with him, you will be in sore trouble. Now Wasis was the baby, and he sat on the floor sucking a piece of maple sugar, greatly contented, troubling no one. As the Lord of Men and Beasts had never married or had a child, he knew naught of the way of managing children. Therefore he was quite certain, as is the wont of such people, that he knew all about it. So he turned to Baby with a bewitching smile, and bade him come to him. Then Baby smiled again, but did not budge. And the master spake sweetly, and made his voice like that of the summer bird, but it was of no avail, for Wasis sat still and sucked his maple sugar. Then the master frowned and spoke terribly, and ordered Wasis to come crawling to him immediately. And Baby burst out into crying and yelling, but did not move for all that. Then, since he could do but one thing more, the Master had recourse to magic. He used his most awful spells, and sang the songs which raise the dead and scare the devils. And Wasa sat and looked on admiringly, and seemed to find it very interesting, but all the same he never moved an inch. So Glooskap gave it up in despair, and Wasa, sitting on the floor in the sunshine, went goo goo and crowed. And to this day, when you see a babe, well contented, going goo goo and crowing, and no one can tell you why, know that it is because he remembers the time when he overcame the Master who had conquered all the world. For of all the beings that have ever been since the beginning, Baby is alone the only invincible one. Footnote: I am indebted for this margin to Maria Saxis, a very intelligent Penobscot woman, a widow of a former governor whom I met at North Conway in the White Mountains, New Hampshire. In her dialect, Glooskap is invariably called Glooskapy. She told it with that admirable dry drollery, characteristic of a good storyteller in a race where there are no bad ones. The exquisite humor and humanity of this little legend, placed as a pendant to the stupendous successes of the giant hero, are such as to entitle its Indian author to rank as a genius. I have frequently asserted that these Wabanaki or northeastern Algonquin tales bore to those of the West the apparent relation of originals to poor copies. Let the reader compare this, which is given as nearly word for word as was possible from the Indian narrative, with that of Maab Ozho's Hiawatha's effort to compete with a baby. The Cherokee account is that, seeing an infant sucking its own toe, he tried to do the same and failed. It is in accounting for the unaccountable crowing of Baby that the point of the Penobscot story lies. Of this there is no mention made in the Western tale, which is utterly wanting in any feeling as to the power of childhood or its charm over the strongest. A real Indian tale may always be assumed to be ancient when it is told to set forth an origin. This gives the origin of a baby's crowing. End footnote. How the great Glooskap fought the giant sorcerers at Saiko and turned them into fish. Penobscot. Nakarnayu of old times. Woodinit Atuk Hagen. Glooskabi. This is a story of Glooskap. There was a father who had 3 sons and a daughter. They were Matolan, or mighty magicians. They were giants. They ate men, women, and children. They did everything that was wicked and horrible, and the world grew tired of them and of all their abominations. Yet when this family was young, Glooskap had been their friend. He had made the father his adopted father, the brothers his brothers, the sister his sister. Footnote: the Indians make formal adoptions of relatives of every grade, and in addition to this use all the terms of relationship as friendly greetings. This is in fact made apparent in all the stories in this collection. End footnote. Yet as they grew older and he began to hear on every side of their wickedness, he said, I will go among them and find if this to be true, and if it be so, they shall die. I will not spare one of those who oppress and devour men. I do not care who he may be. This family was at Samgad Ihawk, or Saco, on the sandy field, which is in the intervale, or the summer bed of the Saco River, in the Elnau Ebit, the White Mountains, between Gesetwatsuk and Kachichi, Penobscot, and Unajimusik, Wijit, the home of the water fairies. Footnotes: Gesetwatsuk, many mountains, Mount Kearsarge, so called from the several lesser peaks around it. Katichi Penobscot, the Great Rock, a much more sensible and appropriate name than that of Cathedral Rocks, which has been bestowed upon it. Also Chi Penobscot, also called from a legend Unajimisuk Kitubi, the water fairy spring. This appropriate and beautiful name has been rejected in favor of the ridiculously rococo term Diana's Bath. As there is a Diana's Bath at almost every summer watering place in America, North Conway must of course have one. The absolute antipathy which the majority of Americans manifest for the aboriginal names, even in a translation, is really remarkable. End footnotes. Now the old man, the father of the evil magicians, and his adopted father, had only one eye, and was half gray. Footnote: This would directly connect him with the beings which are half stone, like the Unajimissuk, or water goblins, the dwellers in Katahdin, and the Eskimo elves. This will be referred to again. End footnote. And Glooskap made himself like him. There was not between them the difference of a hair. And having this form, he entered the wigwam, and sat down by the old man. And the brothers who killed everybody, not sparing one living soul, hearing a talking, looked in slyly, and seeing the newcomer, so like their father that they knew not which was which, said, " This is a great magician, but he shall be tried ere he goes, and that bitterly." Then the sister took the tail of a whale and cooked it for the stranger to eat. But as it lay before him on the platter and on his knees, the elder brother entered, and saying rudely, " This is too good for a beggar like you," took it away to his own wigwam. Then Glooskap spoke, " That which was given to me was mine, therefore I take it again." And sitting still he simply wished for it, and it came flying into the platter where it was before, so he ate it. Then the brothers said, " Indeed, he is a great magician, but he shall be tried ere he goes, and that bitterly." When he had eaten, they brought in a mighty bone, the jaw of a whale, and the eldest brother, with great ado, and using both his arms and all his strength, bent it a little. Then he handed it to Glooskap, who with his thumb and fingers snapped it like a pipe stem. And the brothers said again, " Truly this is a great magician, but he shall for all that be tried ere he goes, and that bitterly." Then they brought a great pipe full of the strongest tobacco. No man, not a magician, could have smoked it. And it was passed round. Every one smoked. The brothers blew the smoke through their nostrils. But Glooskap filled it full, and lighting it, burnt all the tobacco to ashes at one pull, and blew all the smoke through his nostrils at one puff. Then the brothers said again in anger, " This is indeed a great magician, but he shall be tried again ere he goes, and that bitterly." But they never said it again. And they still tried to smoke with him, and the wigwam was closed. They hoped to smother him in smoke, but he sat and puffed away, as if he had been on a mountain top, till they could bear it no longer. And one said, " This is idle, let us go and play at ball." The place where they were to play was on the sandy plain of Samgut Ihok, or Saco, on the bend of the river. Footnote: I have an Indian stone pestle, or hominy pounder, which I picked up on the site of this ball play. End footnote. And the game began, but Glooskap found that the ball with which they played was a hideous skull. It was alive and snapped at his heels, and had he been as other men and it had bitten him, it would have taken his foot off. Then Glooskap laughed and said, " So this is the game you play. Good, but let us all play with our own balls." So he stepped up to a tree on the edge of the river bed, and broke off the end of a bough, and it turned into a skull 10 times more terrible than the other. And the magicians ran before it as it chased him as a lynx chases rabbits. They were entirely beaten. Then Glooskap stamped on the sand, and the waters rose and came rushing fearfully from the mountains down the river bed. The whole land rang with their roar. Now Glooskap sang a magic song which changes all beings, and the 3 brothers and their father became the Chenamas, a fish which is as long and large as a man. And they went headlong down on the flood to the deep sea to dwell there forever. And the magicians had on, each of them, a wampum collar, wherefore the Chenamas has beneath its head, as one may say round its neck, the wampum collar, as may be seen to this day. And they were mighty Matolan in their time, but they were tried before they went, and that bitterly. Yes, Sewas, my brother, this is a true story. For Glooskap was a great man in his day, and the day will come when I shall go to him and see him. Footnote: This legend is from a single authority, Maria Saxis. End footnote. How Glooskap went to England and France, and was the first to make America known to the Europeans. Passamaquoddy. There was an Indian woman. She was a woodchuck. Monaquis. She had lost a boy. She always thought of him. Once there came to her a strange boy. He called her Mother. He had a pipe with which he could call all the animals. He said, " Mother, if you let any one have this pipe, we shall starve." Where did you get it? A stranger gave it to me. One day the boy was making a canoe. The woman took the pipe and blew it. There came a deer and a quapit, a beaver. They came running. The deer came first, the beaver next. The beaver had a stick in his mouth. He gave it to her and said, " Whenever you wish to kill anything, though it were half a mile off, point this stick at it." She pointed at the deer. It fell dead. The boy was Glooskap. He was building a stone canoe. Every morning he went forth and was gone all day. He worked a year at it. The mother had killed many animals. When the great canoe was finished, he took his adopted mother to see it. He said that he would make sails for it. She asked him, " Of what will you make them?" He answered, " Of leaves." She replied, " Let the leaves alone. I have something better." She had many buffalo skins already tanned, and said, " Take as many as you need." He took his pipe. He piped for moose. He piped for elk and for bear. They came. He pointed his stick at them. They were slain. He dried their meat, and so provisioned his great canoe. To carry water he killed many seals. He filled their bladders with water. So they sailed across the sea. This was before the white people had ever heard of America. The white men did not discover this country first of all. Glooskap discovered England and told them about it. He got to London. The people had never seen a canoe before. They came flocking down to look at it. The woodchuck had lost her boy. This boy it was who first discovered America. (England? ? In parentheses. This boy could walk on the water and fly up to the sky. Footnote. This tale was taken down in very strange and confused English. The first part is, in my notes, almost unintelligible. End footnote. He took his mother to England. They offered him a large ship for his stone canoe. He refused it. He feared lest the ship should burn. They offered him servants. He refused them. They gave him presents which almost overloaded the canoe. They gave him an anchor and an English flag. He and his mother went to France. The French people fired cannon at him till the afternoon. They could not hurt the stone canoe. In the night Glooskap drew all their men of war ashore. Next morning the French saw this. They said, " Who did this? " And he answered, " I did it." They took him prisoner. They put him into a great cannon and fired it off. They looked into the cannon, and there he sat, smoking his stone pipe, knocking the ashes out. The king heard how they treated him. He said it was wrong. He who could do such deeds must be a great man. He sent for Glooskap, who replied, " I do not want to see your king. I came to this country to have my mother baptized as a Catholic." They sent boats. They sent a coach. He was taken to the king, who put many questions to him. He wished to have his mother christened. It was done. They called her Molly. Footnote. The Indians pronounce the word Marie, Molly, or Molly, Malinquis. Miss Molly sounds like Maninquis, a woodchuck. Hence this very poor pun. End footnote. Therefore, to this day, all woodchucks are called Molly. They went down to the shore. To please the king, Glooskap drew all the ships into the sea again. So the king gave him what he wanted, and he returned home. Since that time, white men have come to America. This is an old Eskimo tale, greatly modernized and altered. The Eskimo believe in a kind of sorcerers or spirits who have instruments which they merely point at people or animals to kill them. I think that the Indian who told me this story was aware of its feebleness and was ashamed to attribute such nonsense to Glooskap, and therefore made the hero an Indian named Woodchuck. But among Mr. Rand's Micmac tales it figures as a later tribute to the memory of the great hero. One version of this story was given to me by Tomah Josephs, another by Mrs. W. Wallace Brown. In the latter, Glooskap's canoe is a great ship, with all kinds of birds for sailors. In the Shawnee legend of the Celestial Sisters, Hiawatha legends, a youth who goes to the sky must take with him one of every kind of bird. This indicates that the Glooskap voyage meant a trip to heaven. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Becky Cook. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 17. How Glooskap is making arrows and preparing for a great battle, the twilight of the Indian gods. Passamaquoddy. Is Glooskap living yet? Yes, far away, no one knows where. Some say he sailed in his stone canoe beyond the sea to the east, but he will return in it one day. Others that he went to the west. One story tells that while he was alive those who went to him and found him could have their wishes given to them. But there is a story that if one travels long and is not afraid, he may still find the great Sagamore, Sogmo. Yes, he lives in a very great, a very long wigwam. He is always making arrows. One side of the lodge is full of arrows now. They so thick as that. When it is all quite full, he will come forth and make war. He never allows any one to enter the wigwam while he is making these arrows. And on whom will he make war? He will make war on all, kill all. There will be no more world. World all gone. Dunno how quick. Maybe long time. I'll be dead then, maybe. Guess it will be long time. Are any to be saved by anyone? Dunno. Me hear how some say world all burn up some day. Water all boil all fire. Some good ones be taken up in good heavens, but me don't know. Me just hear that. Only hear so. It was owing to a mere chance question that this account of the last days was obtained from an Indian. It was related to Mrs. W. Wallace Brown of Calais, Maine, by Mrs. Lee Cool, an old Passamaquoddy Indian. It casts a great light on the myth of Glooskap, since it appears that a day is to come when, like Arthur, Barbarossa, and other heroes in retreat, he is to come forth at a new twilight of the gods, exterminate the Iglismani, and establish an eternal happy hunting ground. This preparing for a great final battle is more suggestive of Norse or Scandinavian influence than of aught else. It is certainly not of late date, or Christian, but is very much like the Edda and Ragnarok. Heine does not observe, in the twilight of the gods, that Jupiter or Mars intend to return and conquer the world. But the Norsemen expected such a fight, when arrows would fly like hail, and Glooskap is supposed to be deliberately preparing for it. A very curious point remains to be noted in this narration. When the Indians speak of Christian, or white, or civilized teachings, they say, "I heard," or "I have been told." This they never do as regards to their own ancient traditions. When Mrs. Lecoul said that she had heard that some were to be taken up into good heavens, she declared, in her own way, that this was what Christian said, but that she was not so sure of it. The northeastern Algonquin always distinguished very accurately between their ancient lore and that derived from the whites. I have often heard French fairy tales and Aesop's fables Indianized to perfection, but the narrator always knew that they were not incarnatu of the old time. Glooskap is now living in a Norse-like Asaheim, but there is to come a day when the arrows will be ready, and he will go forth and slay all the wicked. Malsum the wolf, his twin brother, the typical colossal type of all evil, will come to life, with all the giant cannibals, witches, and wild devils slain of old. But the champion will gird on his magic belt, and the arrows will fly in a rain as at Ragnarok. The hero will come sailing in his wonderful canoe, which expands to hold an army. Thus it will be on that day of wrath, that dreadful day, when heaven and earth shall pass away, with all things in blood and death and fire. Then there will come the eternal happy hunting grounds. If this was derived from Christian priests, it must be admitted that it has changed wonderfully on the way. It is to me very heathen, grimly archaic, with a strong stamp of an original. Its resemblance to the Norse is striking. Either the Norsemen told it to the Eskimo and the Indians, or the latter to the Norsemen. None know, after all, what was going on for ages in the early time up about Jotunheim in the North Atlantic. Vessels came to Newfoundland to fish for cod since unknown antiquity, and returning reported that they had been to Tartary. It may be assumed at once that this Indian last battle of the giants, or of the good hero giants against the evil, led by the Malsum Fenris wolf, was not derived from the Canadian French. The influence of the latter is to be found even among the Chippewas, for they never dealt in myths like this. It is very remarkable indeed that the one great principle of the Norse mythology is identical with that of the Indian. So long as man shall make war and heroism his standard, just so long his hero god exists. But there will come a day when mankind can war no more, when higher civilization must prevail. Then there will be a great final war, and death of the heroes, and death of the foes, and after all a new world. Then shall another come, yet mightier, although I dare not his name declare. Few may see further forth than when Odin meets the wolf. Hyndlulhud, 42. The Norseman may have drawn this from a Christian source, but the Indian, to judge by form, spirit, and expression, would seem to have taken it from the Norse. How Glooskap found the Summer. In the long ago time when people lived always in the early red morning before sunrise, before the squid to neck was peopled as today, Glooskap went very far north where all was ice. He came to a wigwam. Therein he found a giant, a great giant, for he was Winter. Glooskap entered. He sat down. Then Winter gave him a pipe. He smoked, and the giant told tales of the old times. The charm was on him. It was the frost. The giant talked on and froze, and Glooskap fell asleep. He slept for 6 months like a toad. Then the charm fled, and he woke. He went his way home. He went to the south, and at every step it grew warmer, and the flowers began to come up and talk to him. He came to where there were many little ones dancing in the forest. Their queen was Summer. I am singing the truth. It was Summer, the most beautiful one ever born. He caught her up. He kept her by a crafty trick. The master cut a moose hide into a long cord. As he ran away with Summer, he let the end trail behind him. They, the fairies of the light, pulled at the cord, but as Glooskap ran, the cord ran out, and though they pulled, he left them far away. So he came to the lodge of Winter. But now he had Summer in his bosom, and Winter welcomed him in, for he hoped to freeze him again to sleep. I am singing the song of Summer. But this time the master did the talking. This time his mituelan was the strongest. And ere long the sweat ran down Winter's face, and then he melted more and quite away, as did the wigwam. Then everything awoke. The grass grew, the fairies came out, and the snow ran down the rivers, carrying away the dead leaves. Then Glooskap left Summer with them, and went home. This poem, for it is such, was related to Mrs. W. Wallace Brown by an Indian named Neptune. It appears to be the completer form of the beautiful allegory of winter and spring given in the Hiawatha legends of Peboan and Sigwan, Ojibwa. The struggle between spring and winter, summer and winter, or heat and cold, represented as incarnate human or mythic beings, forms the subject to several Indian legends, as it does a part of the Heimskringla in the Edda. The German J. B. Friedrich, Symbolik der Natur, Würzburg, 1859, remarks that in the Bible, Job 38:28, and in the Song of the Three of the Fiery Furnace, ice and snow are spoken of as intelligences. Heat and cold, in classic times, were supposed to be united, yet in conflict, in the lightning and hail. Virgil, Aeneid 8:429, the symbol for this being a twisted horn. In the legend of the Chenoo, the frost giantess can only be killed by a crooked horn thrust into her ear. The horn darts out at once into incredible irregular length, and evidently means lightning. In the Edda, the he-goat is, on account of his horns, the symbol of lightning and storm. Schwenk, Sinnbilden der alten Völker. The Gjallarhorn of the Edda, Nyer Up, Dictionary of Scandinavian Mythology, is the thunder which summons the elves. Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, with which he kills frost giants, is the lightning. Thor's Donnerkeil, Norse Strelitz, 1853, passage 60. The coincidences of the symbols in the Edda with that of the lightning horn in the Indian legend is very curious, if nothing more. The cord which Glooskap unrolls, and with which he deceives the fairies who think they have him fast while he is escaping, means delusive speech or plausible talk. To talk like paying out rope is an old simile. Speech runes thou must know, if thou wilt that no one for injury with hate requite thee. Those thou must wind, those thou must wrap round thee, those that must all together place in the assembly, where people have in full court to go. Sigurd de Fumal. This is merely accidental coincidence, but it illustrates the meaning of the myth. In both cases it is wound or wrapped round and rapidly unrolled, and the same simile. The following poem on Glooskap may be appropriately placed in this work. The allusion to the agates of Cape Blomidon refers to the tradition given by S.T. Rand, which states that when Glooskap would make his adopted grandmother young again, he created the brilliant stones, which are still found at that place, to adorn her. The Legend of Glooskap. Bathed in the sunshine, still as of yore, stretches the peaceful Acadian shore. Fertile meadows and fields of grain smile as they drink the summer rain. There, like a sentinel grim and gray, Blomidon stands at the head of the bay, and the famous Fundy tides at will sweep into Minas Basin still. With wondrous beauty at the Gaspereau winds its way to the sea below, and the old Acadian Grand Pre is the home of prosperous men today. The place where Basil the blacksmith wrought, in the glow of his forge, is a classic spot, and every summer tourists are seen in the fairy haunts of Evangeline. But the old Acadian woods and shores, rich in beautiful legend stores, were once the home of an older race, who wove their epics with untaught grace. Long ere the dikes that guard Fa'aix from the merciless tides, the old Grand Pre, built by the Frenchman's tireless hands, grew round the rich Acadian lands. The Micmac sailed in his birch canoe over the basin calm and blue, speared the salmon his heart's desire, danced and slept by his wigwam fire. Far in the depth of the forest gray hunted the moose the livelong day, while the mother sang to her Micmac child songs of the forest, weird and wild. Over the tribe with jealous eye watched the Great Spirit from on high, while on the crest of Blomidon Glooskap the godman dwelt alone. No matter how far his feet might stray from the favorite haunts of his tribe away, Glooskap could hear the Indian's prayer and send some messages of comfort there. Glooskap it was who taught the use of the bow and spear and sent the moose into the Indian hunter's hands, Glooskap who strewed the shining sands. Of the tide-swept beach of the stormy bay, with amethyst purple and agates gray, and brought to each newly wedded pair the Great Spirit's benediction fair. But the white man came, and with ruthless hand cleared the forest and sowed the land, and drove from their haunts by the sunny shore Micmac and moose forevermore. And Glooskap, saddened and sore distressed, took his way to the unknown west, and the Micmac kindled his wigwam fire, far from the grave of his child and his sire, where now, as he weaves his basket gay and paddles his birch canoe away, he dreams of the happy times for men when Glooskap shall come to his tribe again. Arthur Wentworth Eaton. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mattingly. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 18. The Merry Tales of Lox, the Mischief Maker, commonly known as the Indian Devil. Of the surprising and singular adventures of two water fairies who were also weasels, and how they each became the bride of a star, including the mysterious and wonderful works of Lox, the great Indian Devil who rose from the dead. Micmac and Passamaquoddy. Wizigik Kesuyuk, of old times. Far back in the forest, by a brook, dwelt two young men, Abistanuch the marten, and Team the moose. Of these, each had a wigwam, and therewith a grandmother who kept house, and Team hunted and worked industriously, but Master Marten was greatly moalet, which signifies one who liveth upon his neighbours, depending on their good nature, even as he that planteth corn and beans depends upon the pleasant smiles of the sun. Whence it came to pass that wherever victuals were in store, there too his presence did greatly abound. Now it happened that one day Team the moose had killed a bear, and brought home a single load of the meat, leaving the rest to be looked after anon. And being thrifty, and not caring to feed those who fed him not, neither did they thank, he said unto himself, and also to his grandmother, Truly, the eyes of Martin shall not see this thing, his nose shall not smell thereof, neither shall his tongue taste it. So let not the tidings of our good luck go forth from the wigwam. Yes, replied the old woman, and well and wisely them speakest, my son. But we have this day broken our kettle, while Martin has brought in a new one. Behold, I will go and borrow it, and having cooked in it, I will wash and wipe it, so that there shall be no sign of what we did therewith, and so return it. Now this was done, but he who is mowalet and a haunter of feasts is like a hunter of beasts. He knows well from a small sign where there is a large load, and the borrowing of kettles means the boiling of victuals therein. So having in him somewhat of sorcery, he did but step to his friend's wigwam, and peeping through a crevice, saw a great store of bear's meat. And when the grandmother of Moose came unto him to return the kettle, just as she entered the lodge, there arose from it a savoury steam, and looking in it was full of well-cooked food, and Martin thanked her greatly. Yet she, being put to shame, fled to her own home. But Moose said it was no matter, so the next day they went to the woods together, and all was well. Now it befell Martin, as it might have befallen any other man, that one day he came to a distant and lonely lake in the mountains. Yet there, stepping softly as a cat behind the rocks hung with grapevines, he heard laughing and splashing, and a pleasant sound as of girls' voices. So, peeping carefully, he saw many maids merrily bathing in the lake, and these were of the fairy race, who dwell in deep waters and dark caves, and keep away from mankind. And seeing their garments lying on the shore, and beholding among the damsels one whom he desired to obtain, Martin quietly slipped along unseen, as all of his species can do, till he had the clothes in his hands. For being tinctured with magic, and learned in the lore of all kinds of goblins, elves, and witches, Master Martin knew that when naiads are naked and a man has their garments, he holds them at his mercy. For in the apparel lies their fairy power, and if you doubt it, do but give it a trial and see for yourself. And having done this, the merry fellow ran inland with a brave whoop, which the fairies hearing, they in a great rage ran after the ravisher of their robes. But she whom he desired outstripped the rest, and when she approached him, he did but tap her lightly on the head with a small stick, according to a certain ancient prescription followed in fairyland, which makes of a woman a wife. Whereupon she, according to the antique rite, being astonished to find herself so suddenly married, fainted dead away, and was carried off in peace. And as for the clothes of the others, the Marten gave them back without taking fee or rewards. Then Team the Moose, who was a good soul, but not wise above all the world, coming home and finding Martin married, wished also for a wife. And having heard all the tale, he said, Well, if it is no harder than that, 'tis as easy as sucking a honeysuckle, and I am as good as married. And going to the pond in the mountains, among the rocks and behind the grapevines, he too beheld the virgins jumping, flapping, splashing, and mischieving merrily, like mad minxes, in the water. Whereat he, being all of a rage, as it were, caught up the clothes of these poor maids, and ran. She whom he most admired catching up with him, and being resolved to do the thing thoroughly, he grappled up a great club, and gave her a bang on her small head, which stunned her indeed, and that for ever, inasmuch as she was slain outright. So the moose remained unmarried. Now Team was one of the kind not uncommon in this world, who hold that if any other man has or gets more than they have, then they are deeply wronged. And it had come to pass that Master Martin, finding that his wife yearned greatly for the society of her sisters, offered to take yet another of them in marriage, merely to oblige his wife, for in such a kind of benevolence he was one of the best souls that ever lived, and rather than have trouble in the family, he would have wedded all the pretty girls in the country. So, going as before to the pond in the mountains among the rocks and behind the grapevines, he by the same device captured yet another fairy, whom taking home he wedded. Yet Team took this sadly to heart, and willed that Martin should give him this last spouse, to which Martin would in no wise agree. Truly Team argued earnestly that as he had no wife and no wisdom wherewith to win one, of course he must have one of Martin's, or that Martin should go and get him one. To which Martin replied that Moose might skin his own skunks, and fish for his own minnows, and paddle his own canoe to the devil, if it so pleased him, all of these things being approved Indian sayings of high and racy antiquity. Whereupon Team sought to persuade Martin with a club, who gave a soft answer by shooting a flint-headed arrow through Team's scalp-lock, and this friendship they continued for many days, passing their evenings in manufacturing missiles, and the mornings in sending them at one another. Now the fairy water-wives, not being accustomed to this kind of intimacy, sought to subtract themselves from it. So one morning, when Martin and Team were most industriously endeavouring to effect mutual murder, the two wives of the former fled afar to seek fortune, and succeeded therein to perfection. And it came to pass, when the sun had set, and the voice of Bumole, the spirit of night, was heard afar on high, and Nibauaset, the night walker, shone over all, that the two brides lay in an oak opening of the forest, and looked at Passamaquoddy, the stars, and talked about them even as children might do. And one said to the other, If those stars be men, which would you have for a husband? By my faith, replied the other, it should be that little red twinkling fellow, for I like the little stars best. And I, said the other, will wed the Wisaweu Passamaquoddy, the great yellow star, for I love the large stars. And saying this in jest, they fell asleep. But many a word spoken in jest is recalled in earnest, as these brides learned when they awoke, and found themselves married again in the Indian manner, at only a word. For she who had wished for the great yellow shining star, as she opened her eyes, heard a man's voice say, Take care, or you will upset my war-paint. And lo, there lay by her side a great and handsome man, very noble, with large and lustrous eyes. And then the other, as she awoke and stirred, heard a little feeble cracked voice crying, Take care, or you will spill my eye-water. And by her was the smaller star whom she had chosen, but he was a weak-looking old fellow with little red twinkling eyes, and as they had chosen, so it came unto them. But yellow or red, young or old, in a few days they both grew aweary of the star country to which they were taken, and wished to return to the earth. And then that came to pass which made them yearn with tenfold longing, for their husbands, who were absent all day hunting, had pointed out to them a large flat stone, which they were on no account to lift, which they obeyed in this wise, that they did not both lift the stone, but only the younger, who, as soon as the stars had gone to the greenwood, rushed to the slab, and lifting it up, gazed greedily down into the hole beneath. And what she saw was wonderful, for it was the sky itself, and directly under them was the world in which they had lived, and specially in sight was the home of their childhood, with all its woods and rivers. And then the elder having looked, both almost broke their hearts with weeping. Now the stars were by no means such evil-minded men as you may have deemed, for having perceived by magic that their wives had looked through the hole in the sky, and knowing that they were lying when they denied it, they gave them leave to go back to earth. Yet there were conditions, and those were not easy to such fidgety damsels as these, for they said, Ye shall lie together all this night, and in the morning when ye awake, ye shall be in no haste to open your eyes, or to uncover your faces. Wait until you have heard the song of the K'tsi Gigil Lassis, or Chickadee, and even then ye shall not arise, but be quiet until the song of the red squirrel shall be heard. And even then ye must wait, and keep your faces covered, and your eyes closed, until ye hear the striped squirrel sing, and then ye may leave your bed and look around. But the younger wife was ever impatient, and when the Chickadee sang, she would have leapt up at once. But the elder restrained her. Wait, she said, my sister, until we hear the Albacakamuich, and she lay still till the Adududek began his early chatter and his morning's work. Then, without warning, she jumped up, as did the elder, when they found themselves indeed on earth, but in the summit of a tall spreading hemlock tree, and that in such manner that they could not descend without assistance. And it had come to pass in this wise, for as each song was sung by the bird and the squirrels, they had come nearer and nearer to the earth, even as the light of day drew near, but as they could not delay, they had been deserted. And as they sat there, and day dawned, men of the different Indian families went by, and unto all of these they cried for help. It is true that their star husbands had made for them in the tree a bed of moss, but they cared not to rest in the hemlock for all that. and of all the beasts of the forest or the men of the clearing, who should be the first to appear but Team or Master Moose himself? And to him they cried, Necessanen, Aqualin, Necessanen! O our elder brother, let us free. Take us down, and we will be your 2 dear little wives, and go home with you. But he, looking up, scornfully said, I was married this autumn, and so he went his way. And he who came next was the shaggy bear, or Muin, to whom they made the same request, offering themselves for no higher price than to be taken down safely out of their nest. But he growled out that he had been married in the spring, and that 1 wife was enough for any man, so he went his way. End of section 18. Section 19 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mattingly. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 19. The Merry Tales of Lox, the Mischief Maker, commonly known as the Indian Devil. And then who should come along but Martin himself, even the Abistanooch whom they had deserted? And they cried out for joy, begging him to take them back. But he, behaving as if they were utter strangers, replied that he had been married in the early spring to one of his own tribe, and unto a damsel whose name was Martin, and that it was not seemly for animals to wed out of their own kind. So he scampered off, leaving the little weasels all alone. And last of all came Lox, whom hunters called the Indian Devil, and others the Wolverine, who is exceeding subtle above the beasts of the forest, and who is gifted with more evil mischief than all of them in one. And when the weasels called to him for help, he tarried, for it came into his heart that he might in some way torment and tease them. But verily he had to deal with those who were not much more virtuous than himself, and quite as cunning. For what with travelling from the earth to the heavens, and changing his bands, these fair minifers were learning wisdom rapidly. So the elder sister, who had not the least idea of keeping her promise unless it suited her fancy, played a trick, and that quickly anon. For she at once took off her hair-string, and tied it in a few less than 100 knots among the twigs of the tree, tangling it so that you would have deemed it a week's work before a man could loosen it again without injury. Now Master Lox, having taken down the younger sister, with all the politeness in the world, came for the other, and aided her also to descend. And when on the ground, she indeed said, Willi-oon, I thank you, but begged him to go up the tree again, and bring down a great treasure which she had left there, her hair-string, beseeching him for all their lives not to break or injure it in any way, but to most carefully untie every knot, for thus doing it would bring untold felicity on them all, and that they, the weasels, would meantime build a beautiful bridal bower or a wigwam, and that so furnished as he had never seen the like before, in which verily they kept their word. For they speedily built the wigwam, but the furniture thereof was of this rare kind. The weasels had, it seems, certain sworn friends, for birds of a feather flock together, and these were not far to seek, as they were the thorns, burrs, and briars of all kinds, hornets, and other winged and stinged insects, beside the ants. And they were, moreover, intimate with all the sharp-edged flints in the land, which was a goodly company. So when the bower was built, it had therein a hornet's nest for a bridal bed, thorns for a carpet, flints for a floor, and an ant's nest for a seat, which for a bare-footed and bare-breeched Indian is indeed a sore essay. Now it had taken Master Lox the entire day to untie the hair-string, so when he came down it was dark, and he was glad when he saw the hut, and thought of resting therein. But as he entered, he ran among the thorns which pierced his nose, and flints which cut his feet, so that he roared aloud, and then he heard a voice, which seemed to be that of the younger Miss Weasel, crying, Namesko, go to my sister yonder. So he went, and trod in an ant-hill, and this was worse than the briars. And then he heard another voice on that side, which cried, laughing, Unquetchkale, go to my sister who is younger than I. and plunging furiously through the darkness, he fell on the hornet's nest, and verily the last state of that Indian was worst of all. Thus seeing himself mocked, he became furious, so that he who has by nature the very worst temper of all beasts or men was never so angry before, and seeking the tracks of the weasels, he pursued them as they fled in the night and through the thick forest. Now it came to pass that by daybreak the two girls, even the Misses Weasel, had come to a broad river which they could not cross. But in the edge of the water stood a large crane, motionless, or the Tungwo Ligunak, who was the ferryman. Now truly this is esteemed to be the least beautiful of all the birds, for which cause he is greedy of good words and fondest of flattery. And of all beings there were none who had more bear's oil ready to anoint every one's hair with, that is to say, more compliments ready for everybody, than the weasels. So seeing the crane, they sang, Wawila quis kipat kasku, Wawila quis kipat kasku. The crane has a very beautiful long neck, the crane has a very beautiful long neck. And this charmed the old ferryman very much, and when they said, Please, grandfather, hurry along, he came quickly. Seeing this, they began to chant in chorus, sweetly as the 7 stars themselves, Wawela quignat kasku, Wawela quignat kasku. The crane has very beautiful long legs, the crane has very beautiful long legs. Hearing this, the good crane wanted more, so when they asked him to give them a lift across, he answered slowly that to do so he must be well paid, but that good praise would answer as well. So now they, who had abundance of this and to spare for everybody, were these very girls. Have I not a beautiful form? He inquired, and they both cried aloud, Oh, uncle, it is indeed beautiful. And my feathers? Ah, Peggy a Kopchu, beautiful and straight feathers indeed. And have I not a charming long straight neck? Truly our uncle has it straight and long. And will ye not acknowledge, O maidens, that my legs are fine? Fine, O uncle, they are perfection. Never in this life did we see such legs. So being well pleased, the crane put them across, and then the 2 little weasels scampered like mice into the bush. And scarcely were they concealed, or the crane well again in his place, ere Master Lox appeared, and being in no good temper, he called to Uncle Crane to set him across, and that speedily. Now the crane had been mightily pleased and proud by the winsome words of the weasels, and was but little inclined to be rudely addressed. So he said to Lox, I will bear thee over the river, if thou wilt bear witness to my beauty. Are not my legs straight? Yes, replied the Lox, and beautifully painted too. Now the colour thereof was little pleasing to poor Uncle Crane. Are not my feathers very smooth and fine? Yea, smooth and fine. What a pity, though, that they are mildewed and dusty. And my straight neck? Yes, wonderfully straight, straight as this, said Lox to himself, taking up a crooked stick. And then he sang, Mecha quiskipat kasku, Mecha quignat kasku. The crane has a very ugly neck, the crane has dirty, ugly legs. Come, muso me, grandfather, hurry up. Oh, the crane has a very ugly neck, the crane has dirty, ugly legs. I wish you to be quick, muso me, hurry up, I say. And all of this ill temper and insincerity was deeply and inwardly detected by Uncle Crane, but he said not a word, and only meekly bent him down to take the traveller on his back. But when in the stream, and when it was deepest and most dangerous, he gave himself a shake, and in another instant Lox was whirling round and round like a chip in the rapids, and yet a little time he was dashed against the rocks, and then anon was thrown high and dry on the shore, but dead as a 7-year-old cedar cone. Now the Lox is a great magician at certain times and seasons, albeit his power fails him at others, and he is one of those who rise from the dead. Now it came to pass that some days after, 2 boys of the Quedetch or Mohawk race found the Lox lying dead on a rock in the sunshine, and the worms were crawling from him. But when they touched him, he arose as if from sleep, and stood before them as a proud and fierce warrior. But he was scarce alive ere he sought to do them who had roused him to life a mischief. For having noted that they had fine bows, he got them into his hands and broke them, yet all as if he meant it not. And then by magic, making a sound as of many children at play, afar off across the next point of land by the river, he bade them run and join the pleasant games. and when he had got them a space onward, lo, the sound seemed ever farther on, mingled with the murmur of the stream. And so they went without him, seeking it, and yet it wandered ever far away. Now he had learned from the boys that they were of a Cullow family, and the Cullows are certain monstrous birds, exceeding fierce. But Master Lox, having seen in the cabin plenty of fine meat, desired greatly to become one of the family, and having been much about in life, knew something of the ways of everyone. So putting on the Cullow style, he, seeing a babe, began to sing with the most natural air in the world a Cullow nursery song: Agu gay abiol, wet kusana abiol, a sealskin strap, a shoulder strap. Now it cost very little to fall into the humour of a man, but this the woman would not do, and told him plainly that he could not deceive her. On hearing which, Master Lox, in a great rage, seized his tomahawk and slew her. Then, seeing a kettle boiling on the fire, he cut off her head and put it into the pot, hiding the body. And this was a merry jest after his own heart, so that it greatly solaced him. But after a time the two boys, returning, missed their mother, and looking into the kettle found her head. Then they knew well who had done this, and being fearless they pursued him, but having no bows they could do him no harm. However, they took from him his gloves, and with these they returned. And anon there came also an uncle of the boys, or Ifakargoose, the crow. So he gave chase to Lox, yet all he could do was to snatch away his cap as he ran. Yet without shame he cried aloud, "Well, my head was getting warm, and now I am cooler, thank you." Then came another relative, Kitpoo the eagle, and he, pursuing Lox, took from him his coat. Yet all unabashed he replied, "Thanks unto you also, for I was just wishing that my younger brother were here to carry my coat for me." But he who now arrived, hearing of the deadly deed, was the great Cullow himself, the most terrible of all created creatures. And he, pursuing Lox, caught him up, and carrying him in his claws even to the summit of the sky itself, let him drop. And he was a whole day in falling, even from the first dawn unto sunset he went down, ere he touched the earth. But before he was let drop and went on high, he burst into a mocking song on what he saw, and the words were as follows: Kumut kenovek, talap tumun et stugak, kesena gaskil yowa egan, yogwa ageno telap tumen, ek kumut ken uik stuga muktumus kun. Our country all lost seems clearly to us as though it were all spread with boughs. Hey ho, hey hum, hey ho, hey hum. Our country now lost seems now unto us to be blue like the clear blue sky. Hum hum, tol-de-rol. And when let fall, this graceless jackanapes in no way ceased his ribaldry, for while pretending to flap with his arms as they were the wings, he imitated with his mouth mockingly the whish whish of the wide wings of the Cullow. Yet just ere he touched the earth, he uttered one little magic spell: "Oh, spare my poor backbone." And with that all the trouble of all the birds went for nothing. Truly he was mashed to a batter, and his blood and brains flew in every direction like raspberry pudding. But among the remains his backbone lay whole, and this was his life. And in a few days after, his younger brother came by, who, seeing the dire mess, exclaimed, "Hey, what is all this?" Whereupon a voice came from the bone, crying, "Nulugoon baho," "Ho my leg, come hither," and a leg came unto the spine. And then the voice cried, "And petunagum baho," "Ho my arm, come hither." And when the last fragment had come, he arose, the same indomitable Lox as ever, even the Indian devil or wolverine, who never says die, and whom nothing can kill, and who is hard to put away. End of section 19. Section 20 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Mattingly. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 20. The Merry Tales of Lox the Mischief Maker, commonly known as the Indian Devil. Now the two brothers went on till they came to the top of a high mountain, where there lay a very great round rock or mighty boulder. And being full of fun, they turned it over with great sticks, saying to it, "Now let us run a race." Then it rolled downhill till it stopped at the foot, and they rushing along by it all the time. And when it rested, they jeered it, and bade it race with them again when it so listed. And truly they had not long to wait, for soon after, as they sat cooking their food, they heard a mighty commotion, as of something coming with dreadful speed through the forest. And lo, it was the stone in dire wrath, which, having rested a little while, came rushing through the forest, crashing the mighty trees like grass, with a roar like thunder, leaving a smooth road behind it in the roughest wilderness. Up and after the sorcerers flew the stone, and the younger slipped aside like a snake. But the elder had scarcely time to utter his magic charm, Nugun Uskudiskush, let my backbone remain uninjured, ere the awful rock rolled down upon him, and crushing his bones and mashing his flesh, yet the spine was unhurt, it remained sound as ever. And the stone went on and ever on, till the sound of its roar died away in the breeze and afar in the wilderness. And then the younger brother turned to the backbone and said, Kagui wejismut tumun, why are you lying there? And hearing this charm, the bone called aloud, Natenin baho, my body ho, and Nulugun laho, my leg ho. And so with the rest of the members as before, until he that was decomposed was now recomposed, yes, and composed perfectly. And then he that was dead, but was now alive, arose, and said as one awaking, What have I been doing? So his brother told him all. And then he was greatly angered, and when the wolverine is angry, it's not a little. And he said in his wrath, Shall I that am the devil of the woods himself be slain by birds and stones, and not be revenged? So they went onwards through the woods till they found the great rock. They followed in the path of the broken trees, even by the trees did they track it, which having found, they built a fire around it, with great stones for hammers they broke it, and ever more and still smaller, till it was all mere dust, for their souls were sore for revenge. When lo, a great wonder, for the spirit of the old rock, even that which was itself, turned all the dust to black flies, into the stinging and evil things which drive men and beasts mad, so that its hatred and spite might be carried out on all living creatures unto the end of time. And having had their ill will of the rock, and seen it become flies, the two went through the forest, and so on till they came to a village of good honest folk. And knowing what manner of men they were, Lox resolved to forthwith play them an evil trick. For in all life there was nothing half so dear to him as to make mischief, the worse the better. And this time it came into his head that it would be a fine piece of wit to go into the town as a gay girl, and get married, and see what would come of it, trusting to luck to fashion a sad fool out of somebody. So having made himself into a delicate young beauty, richly attired, he entered the place. And truly the town was soon agog over the new guests, and the young chief of the tribe, wanting her, won her without waste of time. Truly there lieth herein some mystery, I know not what, only this I know, that there are in all towns certain folk who by means of magic or meddling always find out everything about everybody, and then tittle-tattle thereof. Now, albeit Lox had utterly abjured all the sinfulness of manhood, and had made a new departure in an utterly new direction, saying not a word thereof to any one, yet in a brief measure of time, one here, another there, Jack in a corner and Jane by the bush, began to whisper of a strange thing, and hint that all was not as it should be, and whatever the chief might think, that in their minds matters were going wrong in his wigwam. Now Lox, knowing all this thread as soon as it was spun, began to think it high time to show his hand in the game. And what was the amazement of all the town to hear, one fine evening, that the chief's wife would soon be a mother. And when the time came, Dame Lox informed her husband that, according to the custom of her people, she must be left utterly alone till he was a father, and the babe born. And when in due time the cry of a small child was heard in the lodge, the women waiting ran in and received from the mother the little one, abundantly rolled in many wrappers, which they took to the chief. But what was his amazement when, having unrolled the package, he found under one skin after another tied up hard, yet another sewed up, and yet again, as the inmost kernel of this nut, the little withered, wizened, dead, and dried shrivelment of an unborn moose calf, which pleased the chief so much that, dashing Master Moose into the fire, he seized his tomahawk and ran to his lodge to make his first morning call on the mother. But Master Lox was now a man again, and expecting this call, and not wishing to see visitors, had with his brother fled to the woods, and that rapidly. And in the rush he came to a river, and seeing a very high waterfall, thought of a rare device whereby he might elude pursuit. For he with his brother soon built a dam across the top with trees and earth, so that but little water went below, and lying in a cave concealed with care, he imitated the boo-oo-oo of a falling stream with quaint and wondrous skill, and there he lay, and no man wist thereof. But verily the wicked one is caught in his own snare, and even so it befell Master Lox. For as he hid, the water above, having gathered to a great lake, burst the dam, so that it all came down upon him, and at once drowned him. Nor was there any great weeping for him that ever I heard of. So here he passes out of this story, and does not come into it again, but whether he went for good and all out of this life is doubtful, since I find him living again in so many rare, strange histories that it has become a proverb that Lox never dies. Now the tale returns to the two little weasels, or ermines, or water maids, poor souls, who had such a hard life. And it happened that, fleeing from Master Lox, they came at evening to a deserted village, and entered a wigwam to pass the night. But the elder, being the wiser, and somewhat of a witch in the bud, mistrusted the place, deeming it not so empty as it seemed. And beholding by the door, lying on the ground, the neck bone of a man or some other animal, she warned her sister that she should in no wise offend it or treat it lightly, to which the younger replied by giving it a kick which sent it flying, and by otherwise treating it with scorn and disdain. Then they laid them down to sleep, but before their slumber came they heard a doleful, bitter voice chanting aloud and shouting, and it was Chamach Kegwech, or the neckbone, bewailing the scorn that had been put upon him, and reviling them with all manner of curses. Then the elder said, I knew you would be our death if you did not mind me, it being in all cases an esteemed solace for every woman and most men to say, I told you so. But the younger, being well nigh frightened to a corpse, in a soft whisper implored the elder to let her hide herself in her roll of hair, which the voice mocking her repeated, adding thereto all the reviling and railing that Michihant the devil himself ever yet invented, and abusing her so for her past life, and exhorting her so for all the sins, slips, and slops therein, of which there were many, that even the impenitent little weasel repented and wept bitterly. Howbeit, no further harm came to them beyond this, so that the next morning they went their way in peace, and I warrant you Master Neckbone got no kicks that day from them, departing. Then, coming to a river, they saw on the other side a handsome young man holding a bow, and to him they called, making their usual offer to become his wives, and all for no greater thing than to carry them over the ferry. And this man's name was Seawitch, and to please them he did indeed pass them over in his canoe. But as for taking them home, he said that he had housekeepers in store, and as many as he needed just then, and that of a kind who kept him very busy. So they went their way onwards. And coming anon to the great sea, they beheld yet another canoe with two men therein, and these were Chenoo the loon and Margwis the scapegrace. And embarking with them, Loon soon began to admire the girls greatly, and saying many sweet things, he told them that he dwelt in the Wigham territory, or in the land of Oweelkesk, of which he himself was one. But the Margwis whispered to them aside, that they should put little trust in what he told them, for Loon was a great liar. Now, when they came to the land of the Owilkesk, they were amazed at the beauty of the people, and saw that all in that land was lovely, nor did they themselves seem less marvellously fair to the men therein. Indeed, the poor little weasels began to see the end of their sorrows, for being water fairies, these sea-birds were nigh akin to them, and there was a great feast, a great dance, and great games held in honour of their arrival. And the two finest young sea-duck men, utterly unheeding the old loon, who believed indeed that they were his own wives, carried them off, and nothing loath wedded them. And it was in this wise. There was a canoe race, and Chenoo, being bitterly angry that he was held of so little account in the sea-duck land, went forth with the rest, and paddling far outside, upset his canoe, and making as if he were drowned, calling to the weasels to come and save him. But the sea-ducks laughed and said, "Let him alone. Truly he will never drown. We know him." And the race ended, and they went ashore in peace. And that night they danced late, and the weasels, being better pleased with the two handsome sea-ducks than with Loon, forthwith divorced themselves out of hand, and at once married them, going to where their canoe lay to pass the bridal night. Now Loon had not gone to the dance, but sat at home nursing his vengeance, till he was well nigh mad. And as the weasels did not return, he went forth and sought them, and this he did so carefully that at last he found all four by the sea, sound asleep. Whereupon he with his knife slew the young men, and being in great fear of their friends, took his canoe and went down the river to kill a deer. But not daring to return, and being mad for loss of the weasels, and fearing to fall into the hands of the enemy, he in despair took his knife and killed himself. Yet the weasels, who had seen the deed done, did not betray him, for there was at least so much truth left in them, and they lived with the sea ducks, and I doubt me not went on marrying and mischief-making after their wont, even unto the end of their days, and their kind are not dead as yet in any land. This is a fair specimen of many Indian legends. So much of it as is Micmac was told to Mr. Rand by a highly intelligent Indian named Benjamin Brooks, who was certain that the story was of great antiquity. As I at first heard it, it was limited to the adventure with the stars, but I was told that this formed only a part of an extremely long narrative. It consists, in fact, of different parts of other tales connected, and I doubt not that there is much more of it. It cannot escape the reader versed in fairy lore that the incident of the water maiden captured by her clothes is common to all European nations, but that it is especially Norse, while the adventures of the Wolverine, and indeed his whole character, are strangely suggestive of Loki, the spirit of mere mischief who becomes evil. The fact that both Loki and Lox end their earthly career at a waterfall is very curious. The two also become, in wizard fashion, women at will, but it is chiefly in the extreme and wanton devilishness of their tricks that they are alike. Many other resemblances will suggest themselves to those who knew the Eddas. In the Passamaquoddy version of this tale, it is Sea Witch and not the Loon who plays the part of the jealous husband at the end. The career of the weasels seemed to set forth the adventures of a couple of Indian Becky Sharps, very much in the spirit of an Indian Thackeray. The immorality of these damsels, the sponging of Martin, the deviltry of Lox, the senile follies and ferocious vindictiveness of the Loon, all seem to impress the composer of the tale as so many bubbles rising and falling on the sea of life, only remarkable for the sun gleam of humour which they reflect. Outside these tales, I know of nothing which so resembles the inner spirit of Aristophanes, Rabelais, and Shakespeare. I do not say that the genius of these great masters is in them, but their manner of seeing humour and wickedness combined. The cause of this lies in the cultivated stoicism with which every Indian trains himself to regard life. The inevitable result of such culture is always in some way a kind of humour, either grim or gay. A reperusal of the Eddas has impressed me with the remarkable resemblance of Lox the Wolverine to Loki. The story begins with the incident of a bird maiden caught by a trick and married. This is distinctly Scandinavian. It is known in all lands, but the Norse made the most of it. Then the two girls sit and choose the kind of stars they will have. In the Eskimo, two girls sitting on a beach, talking in the same way, seeing eagles and whales' bones by them, declare that they would like to marry, the one an eagle, the other a whale, and both get their wishes. In the Norse legends, stars are like human beings. Lox is pursued by a giant bird. Loki is chased by Thiassi, the giant in eagle plumage. Again, in the Edda, a great eagle drags and trails Loki over woods and mountains until he screams for pity. The Wolverine's race with the stone giant also recalls this race, the eagle being really one of the Jotuns, who were also all mountains and rocks. The Wolverine wizard becomes a girl, merely to make mischief. Loki took the form of a woman in Fensal, where he schemed to kill Balder. This is certainly a strange coincidence, for as in the Edda, Loki's becoming a woman led to all the subsequent tragedy and to his own doom. So in the Indian tale, the very same thing caused the Wolverine to be chased to the high waterfall, where, owing to his own tricks, he perished, just as Loki came to grief in Franangurs Falls, the bright and glistening cataract. But the most remarkable point is that the general immoral character of Lox, or Wolverine, is so much like that of Loki, consisting of evil or mischief of the worst kind, always tempered by humour which provokes a laugh. Now, to find a similar and very singular character supported by several coincidences is, if nothing more, at least very remarkable. Loki is fire, and Lox, when killed in another tale, is revived by heat. He is carried off by the Kalu, or cloud, and let fall, typifying fire or lightning coming from a cloud. Again, in another story, he dies for want of fire, and he twice dies by drowning, that is, the fire is quenched by water. In one of the Passamaquoddy versions of this tale, which is, though less detailed, far superior in humour to the Micmac, the loon is cheated by his two nephews, the Asuis, a species of loon, who steal the weasels from him. He revenges himself not by murdering, but by merely frightening them. He fills a bladder with blood, puts it under his shirt, and then stabs himself. They, thinking he is killed, lament, when he grandly comes to life and is regarded as a great magician. End of section 20.
Section 21 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cooper Leith. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 21. Of the Wolverine and the Wolves, or How Master Lox Froze to Death. Passamaquoddy. Of old times, it came to pass that Master Lox, the Wolverine, or Indian Devil, he who was slain many times, and as often rose from the dead, found himself deeply down in luck, for he was crossing a wide and dismal heath in winter time, being but poorly provided in any way for travel. The wind blew like knives, the snow fell, sleet, frost, hail, and rain seemed to come all together in bad company. And still, Lox was not happy, although he had no blanket or fur coat beyond his own. Yet this evil-minded, jolly companion with every vice had one virtue, and that was that of all the beasts of the forest, or devils in Pulamkeek, he was the hardest-hearted, toughest, and most unconquerable, being ever the first to fight and the last to give in, which even then he did not, never having done it, and never intending to. Whence it happened that he was greatly admired, and made much of by all the blackguardly beasts of the backwoods, wherein they differed but little from many among men. Now, as of all rowdies and rascals, the wolves are the worst. We may well believe that it was with great joy Lox heard, as the darkness was coming on, a long, sad howl far away, betokening the coming of a pack of these pleasant people, to which he raised his own voice, in the wolf tongue, for he was learned in many languages, and soon was surrounded by some 15 or 16 lupine landloafers, who danced, rolling over, barking and biting one another, all for the very joy at meeting with him. And the elder, he who was captain, or the Segama, #1, Segama, Sagamore, a chief, the word corrupted into Sachiam, end of #1, said, Peradventure thou wilt encamp with us this night, for it is ill for a gentleman to be alone where he might encounter vulgar fellows. And Lox thanked him as if he were doing him a favor, and accepted the best of their dried meat, and took the highest place by their fire, and smoked the chief's choicest temoe out of his best pipe, and all that with such vast condensation that the wolves grinned with delight. And when they laid them down to sleep, he that was the eldest, or the Segama, bade the younger cover their guest Lox over very carefully. Now the tail of the wolf has broad spreading shaggy hair, and Lox, being sleepy, really thought it was a fur blanket that they spread. And though the night was cold enough to crack the rocks, he threw the covering off. Twice he did this, and the chief who looked after him with all the rest admired him greatly, because he cared so little for the cold or for their care. And having eaten after they arose, when in the morning they would wend away, the wolf chief said unto Lox, Uncle, thou hast yet 3 days' hard travel before thee in a land where there is neither home, house, nor hearth, and it will be ill camping without a fire. Now, I have a most approved and excellent charm, or spell, by which I can give thee 3 fires, but no more. Yet will they suffice, 1 for each night, until thou gettest to thy journey's end. And this is the manner whereof, that thou shalt take unto thee dried wood, even such as men commonly burn, and thou shalt put them together, even as boys build little wigwams for sport, and then thou shalt jump over it. And truly, uncle, this is an approved and excellent charm of ripe antiquity, kept as a solemn secret among the wolves, and thou art the first not of our holy nation to whom it hath been given. So they parted. Now Lox trudged on, and as he went westward kept thinking of this great secret, of the pious and peculiar people, and wondering if it were even as the wolf said, or only a deceit. For however kindly he was treated by people, he always suspected that they mocked him to scorn, or were preparing to do so. For as he ever did this thing himself to every condition of mankind or beasts, he constantly awaited it to be done to him. And being curious withal, and anxious to see some new thing, he had not walked half an hour ere he said, Tush, let me try it. Yea, and I will. So building up the sticks, he jumped over them, and at once they caught fire and blazed up. And it came to pass even as the wolf had prophesied. Now, having solaced himself by the heat, Lox went on, and anon it grew cold again, and he began to think how pleasant it was to be warm, and being like most evil people, wanting in a corner of wisdom, he at once put the sticks together again, and jumped over them, and as before there rose a blaze, and he was happy. And this was the second fire, and he had still 3 cold nights before him before he could reach his home. And yet this Wolverine, who was so wise in all wickedness and witty in evil doing, had not walked into the afternoon before he began to think of the 3rd fire. Truly, he said to himself, who knows but the weather may take a turn to a thaw, and give us a warm night? Ha! Methinks by the look of the clouds the wind will soon be southwesterly. Have I not heard my grandmother say that such a color, even the red, meant something? I forget what, but it might be a warm change. Luck be on me, I will risk the odds. And saying this, he set up the sticks again. And this was the last fire, though it was not even the first night. And when he came after dark to the first camping place, it grew cold in earnest. Howbeit, Lox, thinking that what was good for once must be good forever, made him his little pile of sticks, and jumped over them. It was of no avail. Finally, when he had jumped 20 or 30 times more, there arose a little smoke, and having his heart cheered by this, he kept on jumping. Now it is said that there can be no smoke without fire, but this time it went not beyond smoke. Then Lox jumped again, and this time the Indian devil came up within him, and he swore by it that he would jump till it blazed or burst. So he kept on, and yet there came no comfort, not even a spark. And being at last aweary, he fell down in a swoon, and so froze to death. And so the devil was dead, and that was the last of him for that turn. But I think he got over it, for he has been seen many a time since. Endnote. In 2 stories, Lox, once as the Loup-Cervier, is intimate with the wolves. Loki was the father of the wolves. Loki is fire. Here Lox dies for want of fire. Since I wrote the foregoing, Mrs. W. Wallace Brown has learned that Lox is definitely the king or chief of the wolves, and that many Indians deny that he is really an animal at all, though he assumes the forms of certain animals. He is a spirit and the mischief maker. It will be admitted that this brings the Lox much nearer to Loki. It is said that when Glooskap left the world, as he took away with him the kings of all the animals, Lox went with him as the king of the wolves. This is an identification of him with Malsum, the wolf himself. End of section 21. Recording by Cooper Leith. How Master Lox Played a Trick on Mrs. Bear, who lost her eyesight and had her eyes opened. Micmac. Don't live with mean people if you can help it. They will turn your greatest sorrow to their own account if they can. Bad habit gets to be devilish second nature. One dead herring is not much, but one by one you make such a heap of them as to stink out a whole village. As it happened to old Mrs. Bear, who was easy as regarded people, and thought well of everybody, and trusted all. So she took in for a housemaid another old woman. Their wigwam was all by itself, and the next neighbor was so far off that he was not their neighbor at all, but that of some other folks. One night the old woman made up a fire and lay down, and went to sleep Indian fashion, Wit-Kasujik, heads and points, so that both could lie with their back to the fire. Now, while they were sound asleep, Lox, the wolverine or Indian devil, came prowling round. Some people say it was Hespens, the raccoon, and it is a fact that Master Coon can play a very close game of deviltry on his own account. However, this time it must have been Lox, as you can see by the tracks. While they were both sound asleep, Lox looked in. He found the old women asleep, heads and points, and at once saw his way to a neat little bit of mischief. So going into the woods, he cut a fine long sapling pole, Oibagas, and poked one end of it into the fire till it was a burning coal. Then he touched the soles of Mrs. Bear, and she, waking, cried out to the other, "Take care, you are burning me," which the other denied like a thunderclap. Then Master Lox carefully applied the end of the hot pole to the feet of the other woman. First, she dreamed that she was walking on hot sand and roasting rocks in summertime, and then that the Mohawks were cooking her at the death fire. And then she woke up, and seeing where she was, began to blame Mrs. Bear for it all, just as if she were a Mohawk. Ah, yes. Well, Master Lox, seeing them fighting in a great rage, burst out laughing, so that he actually burst himself and fell down dead with delight. It was a regular side splitter when my grandfather said that. We always laughed. In the morning, when the women came out, there lay a dead devil at the door. He must indeed have looked like a raccoon at this time, but whatever he was, they took him, skinned him, and dressed him for breakfast. Then the kettle was hung, and the water boiled, and they popped him in. But as soon as it began to scald, he began to come to life. In a minute he was altogether again alive and well, and with one good leap went clear of the kettle. Rushing out of the lodge, he grabbed his skin, which hung on a bush outside, put it on, and in 10 seconds was safe in the greenwood. He just saved himself with a whole skin. Now Master Lox had precious little time, you will say, to do any more mischief between his coming to life and running away. Yet, short as the allowance was, he made a great deal of it. For even while jumping out, his wits for wickedness came to him, and he just kicked the edge of the pot so that it spilled all the scalding water into the fire, and threw up the ashes with a great splutter. They flew into the eyes of Dame Bear and blinded her. Now this was hard on the old lady. She could not go out hunting, or set traps, or fish any more, and her partner, being mean, kept all the nice morsels for herself. Mrs. Bear only got the leanest and poorest of the meat, though there was plenty of the best. As my grandfather used to say, Mrs. Bear might have fared better if she had used her eyes earlier. One day, when she was sitting alone in the wigwam, Mrs. Bear began to remember all she had ever heard about eyes, and it came into her head that sometimes they were closed up in such a way that clever folk could cut them open again. So she got her knife and sharpened it, and carefully cutting a little, saw the light of day. Then she was glad indeed, and with a little more cutting found that she could see as well as ever. And as good luck does not come single, the very first thing she beheld was an abundance of beautiful fat venison, fish, and maple sugar hung up over her head. Dame Bear said nothing about having recovered her eyesight. She watched all the cooking going on, and saw the daintiest dinner, which all went into one platter, and a very poor lot of bones and scraps placed in another. Then, when she was called to eat, she simply said to the other woman, who kept the best, "Well, you have done well for yourself." The other saw that Mrs. Bear had recovered her sight. She was frightened, for Dame Bear was by far the better man of the two. So she cried out, "Bless me, what a mistake I've made! Why, I gave you the wrong dish. You know, my dear sister, that I always give you the best because you are blind." My grandfather said that after this Mrs. Bear kept her eyes open on people in 2 ways, and it always made us laugh, that did. End note. The spirit of mischief in these stories is sometimes Lox the Wolverine, at others the raccoon or the badger. Their adventures are interchangeable, but the character is always the same, and it is much like that of Loki. Now Loki is fire, and it may be observed in this legend that the wolverine or raccoon comes to life when thrown into scalding water, and that in another narrative Lox dies for want of fire. In another, he is pricked by thorns and stung by ants. We must, says C.F. Curie, in his mythology of the Edis, admit that the constant appearance of thorn hedges, pricking with a thorn sleep, Lox's thorns are his bed, in German and Norse legends, is a mythical way of expressing the idea of the funeral fire. The first thing the Lox raccoon does in this tale on coming to life is to upset a pot into the ashes, for mischief's sake. And the very first exploit of the magic deer, made by the evil spirits and sorcerers in the Kalevala, runes 13, is thus set forth. Then the Hisi stag went bounding, bounding to the land of Poja, till he reached the fields of Lapland. Passing there before a cabin, Goate, with a single kick while running, he upset the boiling kettle, so that all the meat went rolling, rolling, ruined in the ashes, and the soup upon the hearthstone. This is, in both cases, the very first act of an animal created and living only for mischief, on coming to a magic or artificial life. The legends of Finland and Lapland are as important as the Norse to explain the origin of our Indian mythology. End of section 21. Recording by Cooper Leith.
Section 22 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 22. How Lox Came to Grief by Trying to Catch a Salmon. Passamaquoddy Legend. Kusk the crane had two brothers. One of these was Lox the wolverine, or Indian devil, and his other brother was Koskomenos the blue jay. Kusk was very lazy, and one day, being hungry, thought he would go and get a dinner from Lox. Lox served him a kind of pudding soup in a broad flat platter. Poor Kusk could hardly get a mouthful, while Lox lapped it all up with ease. Soon after, Kusk made a fine soup and invited Lox to dinner. This he served up in a jug, a long cylinder. None of it had Lox. Kusk ate it all. The next day the pair went to dine with Blue Jay. Blue Jay said, "Wait till I get our food." Then he ran out on a bough of a tree which spread over a river, and in a minute fished out a large salmon. Truly, thought Lox, that is easy to do, and I can do it. So the next day he invited the blue jay and crane to feed with him. Then he too ran down the river and out on a tree, and seeing a fine salmon, caught at it with his claws. But he had not learned the art, and so fell into the river and was swept away by the rushing current. This is one of Aesop's fables, Indianized and oddly eked out with a fragment from a myth attributed to both Manobozho and the Wabanaki rabbit. As the wolverine has a great resemblance to Loki, it may be observed here that while he dies in trying to catch a salmon, Loki, in the likeness of a salmon, casts himself into the waterfall of Franagr, which was effectively his last act in life before being captured by the gods, as told in the Edda. Otter, in the Edda, caught a salmon and was then caught by Loki. There is, of course, great confusion here, but the Indian tale is a mere fragment, carelessly pieced and indifferently told. Lox is, like Loki, fire, and perishes by water. How Master Lox, as a raccoon, killed the bear and the black cats, and performed other notable feats of skill, all to his great discredit. Passamaquoddy Legend. Now of old time there is a tale of Hespens the raccoon, according to the Passamaquoddy Indians, but by another record it is Master Lox, to whom all Indian deviltry truly belongs. And this is the story. One fine morning Master Lox started off as a raccoon, for he walked the earth in divers disguises, to take his usual roundabouts. And as he went he saw a huge bear, as the manuscript reads, right straight ahead of him. Footnote. The same stories are attributed to the wolverine, badger, and raccoon. Now the old bear was very glad to see the raccoon, for he had made up his mind to kill him at once if he could, firstly to punish him for his sins, and secondly to eat him for breakfast. Then the raccoon ran into a hollow tree, the bear following and beginning to root it up. Now the coon saw that in a few minutes the tree would go, and he would be gone. But he began to sing as if he did not care a bean, and said, "All the digging and pushing this tree will never catch me. Push your way in backwards, and then I must yield and die. But that you cannot do, since the hole is too small for you." Then Mooin, the Bruin, hearing this, believed it. But he saw that he could easily enlarge the hole, which he did, and so put himself in arrear, upon which the raccoon seized him and held on till he was slain. Footnote. As Reynard the Fox won the victory in the famous tale versified by Goethe, Vide Reinica Fox. Then he crawled out of the tree, and having made himself a fine pair of mittens out of the bear's skin, started off again, and soon saw a wigwam from which rose a smoke, and walking in he found a family of Begumkisiks, or black cats. So greeting them he said, "Young folks, comb me down and make me nice, and I will give you these beautiful bearskin mittens." So the little black cats combed him down, and parted his hair, and brushed his tail, and while they were doing this he fell asleep. And they, being very hungry, took the fresh bearskin mitts, and scraped them all up, and cooked them and ate them. Then the coon, waking up, looked very angry at them, and said in an awful voice, "Where are my bearskin mitts?" And they in great fear replied, "Please, sir, we cooked and ate them." Then the coon flew at them, and strangled them, every one, all except the youngest, who, since he could not speak as yet, the raccoon, or Lox, thought could not tell on him. Then for a great joke he took all the little dead creatures, and set them up by the roadside in a row. As it was a cold day they all froze stiff, and then he put a stick across their jaws, so that the little black cats looked as if they were laughing for joy. Then he made off at full speed. Soon the father, the old black cat, came home, and seeing his children all grinning at him, he said, "How glad the dear little things are to see me." But as none moved, he saw that something was wrong, and his joy soon changed to sorrow. Footnote. This trick is so precisely in the style of Lox that it seems a gross mistake to attribute it to the raccoon. Those who have seen a wild cat grin will appreciate the humor of Lox on this occasion. Then the youngest black cat, the baby, came out of some hole where he had hid himself. Now the baby was too young to speak, but he was very clever, and picking up a piece of charcoal, he made a mark from the end of his mouth around his cheek. Footnote. The reader cannot fail to recall the peculiar mustache of the raccoon, so well indicated by the infant artist. Then the father cried, "Ah, now I know who it was, the raccoon, as sure as I live," and he started after him in hot pursuit. Soon the raccoon saw the fierce black cat as an Indian coming after him with a club, and looking at him he said, "No club can kill me. Nothing but a bulrush or cattail can take my life." Then the black cat, who knew where to get one, galloped off to a swamp, and having got a large cattail, came to the coon and hit him hard with it. It burst and spread all over the raccoon's head, and, being wet, the fuzz stuck to him. And the black cat, thinking it was the coon's brains and all out, went his way. The raccoon lay quite still till his foe was gone, and then went on his travels. Now he was a great magician, though little to other folks good. And he came to a place where there were many women nursing their babes, and said, "This is but a slow way you have of raising children." To which the good women replied, "How else should we raise them?" Then he answered, "I will show you how we do it in our country. When we want them to grow fast, we dip them into cold water over night. Just lend me one, and I will show you how to raise them in a hurry." They gave him one. He took it to the river, and, cutting a hole in the ice, put the child into it. The next morning he went to the place and took out a full-grown man, alive and well. The women were indeed astonished at this. All hastened to put their babies that night under the ice, and then the raccoon rushed away. So they all died. Then he came to another camp, where many women with fine stuff and furs were making bags. "That is a very slow way you have of working," he said to the good wives. "In our country we cook them under the ashes. Let me see the stuff and show you how." They gave him a piece. He put it under the hot coal and ashes, and in a few minutes drew out from them a beautiful bag. Then they all hurried to put their cloth under the fire. Just then he left in haste, and when they drew the stuff out it was scorched or burned, and all spoiled. Then he came to a great river, and did not know how to get across. He saw on the bank an old Weewillmekq, a strange worm which is like a horned alligator, but he was blind. "Grandfather," said the raccoon, "carry me over the lake." "Yes, my grandson," said the Weewillmekq, and away he swam. The ravens and crows above began to ridicule them. "What are those birds saying?" inquired the old one. "Oh, they are crying to you to hurry, hurry for your life with that raccoon." So the Weewillmekq, not seeing land ahead, hurried with such speed that the raccoon made him run his head and half his body into the bank, and then jumped off and left him. But whether the Weewillmekq ever got out again is more than he ever troubled himself to know. So he went on till he came to some black berries, and said, "Berries, how would you agree with me if I should eat you?" "Badly indeed, Master Coon," they replied, "for we are chokeberries." "Chokeberries indeed! Then I will have none of you." And then further he found on some bushes rice berries. "Berries," he cried, "how would you agree with me if I should eat you?" "We should make you itch, for we are itchberries." "Ah, that is what I like," he replied, and so ate his fill. Then as he went on he felt very uneasy. He seemed to be tormented with prickles. He scratched and scratched, but it did not help or cure. So he rubbed himself on a ragged rock. He slid up and down till the hair came off. Now the raccoon is bare or has little fur where he scratched himself to this very day. This story is at an end. This story is from the Passamaquoddy Indian English collection made for me by Louis Mitchell. In the original, the same incident of boiling the hero in a kettle and of his springing out of it occurs as in the tale of Mrs. Bear and the Raccoon. This I have here omitted. The Mephistophelian and mocking character of Lox is strongly shown when he says, "Nothing but a cat-tail or bulrush can kill me," this being evidently an allusion to Glooskap. This is to an Indian much like blasphemy. Lox, or raccoon, or badger, for they are all the same, in his journeying after mere mischief, reminds us of an Indian Till Eulenspiegel. But the atrocious nature of his jokes is like nothing else, unless it be, indeed, the homicide punch. It is the indomitable nature of both which commends them respectively to the Englishman and to the Red Indian. In this tale Lox appears as a spirit of fire by drawing a bag from it. The itching or pricking from which he suffers is also significant of that element, as it appears, according to Carey, in many Norse, etc., legends. In the Seneca tale of the mischief maker, the berries are distinctly declared to have souls. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 23. How Lox deceived the ducks, cheated the chief, and beguiled the bear. Micmac and Passamaquoddy legend. Somewhere in the forest lived Lox with a small boy, his brother. When winter came they went far into the woods to hunt, and going on they reached at last a very large and beautiful lake. It was covered with waterfowl. There were wild geese and brant, black ducks and wood ducks, and all the smaller kinds down to teal and whistlers. The small boy was delighted to see so much game. He eagerly asked his brother how he meant to catch them. He answered, " We first must go to work and build a large wigwam. It must be very strong, with a solid, heavy door." This was done, and Lox, being a great magician, thus arranged his plans for taking the wild fowl. He sent the boy out to a point of land where he was to cry to the birds and tell them that his brother wished to give them a kingly reception. Nakamit means to act the king. He told them their king had come. Then Lox, arranging himself grandly, sat with dignity next to the door, with his eyes closed, as if in a great state. Then the little boy shouted that they might enter and hear what the great sagamore had to say. They flocked in and took their seats in the order of their size. The wild geese came nearest and sat down, then the ducks, and so on to the smallest, who sat nearest the door. Last of all came the boy, who entered, also sat down by the door, closed it, and held it fast. So the little birds, Altuma Bedijik, sat next to him. Then they were all told, " Spegwedijik, shut your eyes," and were directed to keep them closed for their very lives, until directed to open them again. Unless they did this first, their eyes would be blinded forever when they beheld their king in all his magnificence. So they sat in silence. Then the sorcerer, stepping softly, took them one by one, grasping each tightly by the wings, and ere the bird knew what he was about, it had its head crushed between his teeth. And so without noise or fluttering he killed all the wild geese and brant and black ducks. Then the little boy began to pity the poor small wildfowl. He thought it was a shame to kill so many, having already more than they needed. So stooping down he whispered to a very little bird to open its eyes. It did so, but very cautiously indeed, for fear of being blinded. Great was his horror to see what Lox was doing. He screamed, " Kedemetzlik, we are all being killed." Then they opened their eyes and flew about in the utmost confusion, screaming loudly in terror. Then the little boy dropped down as if he had been knocked over in the confusion, so that the door flew wide open, and the birds, rushing over him, began to escape, while Lox, in a rage, continued to seize them and kill them with his teeth. Then the little boy, to avoid suspicion, grasped the last fugitive by the legs and held him fast. But he was suspected all the same by the wily sorcerer, who caught him up roughly, and would have beaten him cruelly, but that he earnestly protested that the birds knocked him down and forced the door open, and that he could by no means help it. Which being somewhat slowly believed, he was forgiven, and they began to pluck and dress the game. The giblets were preserved, the fowls sliced and dried, and laid by for the winter's store. Then, having plenty of provisions, Lox gave a feast. Among the guests were Marten and Mahtigwess, the rabbit, who talked together for a long time in the most confidential manner, the rabbit confiding and the marten attending to him. And while this conversation had been going on, Lox, who was deeply addicted to all kinds of roguery and mischief, had listened to it with interest. And when the two little guests had ceased, he asked them where their village was, and who lived in it. Then he was told that all the largest animals had their homes there, the bear, caribou, or reindeer, deer, wolf, wild cat, to say nothing of squirrels and mice. And having got them to show him the way, he some time after turned himself into a young woman of great beauty, or at least disguised himself like one, and going to the village married the young chief. And having left little Marten alone in a hollow tree outside the village, the boy, getting hungry, began to howl for food, which the villagers hearing were in a great fright. For the young chief's wife, or the magician, Lox, soon explained to them what it meant. " It is," he said, " Owuklakumu Ijit, the spirit of famine. He is grim and gaunt. Hear how he howls for food. Woe be unto you should he reach this village. I remember only too well what happened when he once came among us. Horror, starvation. Can you drive him back? Cried all the villagers. Yes, 'tis in my power. Do but give me a well tanned hide of a yearling moose, and a good supply of moose tallow, then the noise will cease. Footnote: Moose tallow is a great delicacy among these semi-Arctic Indians. End footnote. And seizing it and howling furiously the name of his brother after a fashion which no one could understand, a Cowan, and bidding him be gone, he rushed out into the night until he came to Marten, to whom he gave the food, and wrapping him up well in the moose skin, bade him wait a while. And the villagers thought the chief's wife was indeed a very great conjurer. And then he announced that a child would soon be born. And when the day came, Badger handed out a bundle, and said the babe was in it. Nulmusa ga kela imadichol. They kissed it outside the blanket. But when the chief opened it, what he found therein was the dried, withered embryo of a moose calf. In a great rage he flung it into the fire, and all rushed headlong in a furious pack to catch Badger. They saw him and Marten rushing to the lake. They pursued him, but when they reached the bank the wily sorcerer cast in a stick. It turned into a canoe, and ere long the infuriated villagers could reach them, they were on the opposite shore and in the woods. Now it came to pass one day that as Lox sat on a log, a bear came by, who, being a sociable fellow, sat down by him and smoked a pipe. While they were talking, a gull flew over, and inadvertently offered to Lox what he considered, or affected to consider, as a great insult. And wiping the insult off, Lox cried to the gull, " O ungrateful and insolent creature, is this the way you reward me for having made you white?" Now the bear would always be white if he could, for the white bear, Wabo umunen, is the aristocrat of beardom. So he eagerly cried, " Ha! Did you make the gull white?" " Indeed I did," replied Lox, " and this is what I get for it." " Could you, my dear friend, make me white?" Then Lox saw his way, and replied that he could indeed, but that it would be a long and agonizing process. Mooin might die of it. To be sure the gull stood it, but could a bear? Now the bear, who had a frame as hard as a rock, felt sure that he could endure anything that a gull could, especially to become a white bear. So with much ceremony the great enchanter went to work. He built a strong wigwam, 3 feet high, of stones, and having put the bear into it, he cast in red-hot stones, and poured water on them through a small hole in the roof. Ere long the bear was in a terrible steam. " Ah, Dr. Lox," he cried, " this is awfully hot. I fear I am dying." " Courage," said Lox, " this is nothing. The gull had it twice as hot." " Can't stand it any more, Doctor. Oh!" Dr. Lox threw in more hot stones and poured more water on. The bear yelled, " Let me out ! Oh, let me out ! Oh !" So he came bursting through the door. The doctor examined him critically. Now there is on an old bear a small white or light spot on his upper breast which he cannot see. Footnote: This is very white on the Japanese bears. End footnote. And Dr. Lox, looking at this, said, " What a pity! You came out just as you were beginning to turn white. Here is the first spot. 5 minutes more and you'd have been a white bear. Ah, you haven't the pluck of a gull, that I can see." Now the bear was mortified and disappointed. He had not seen the spot, so he asked Lox if it was really there. " Wait a minute," said the doctor. He led the bear to a pool and made him look in. Sure enough, the spot was there. Then he asked if they could not begin again. " Certainly we can," replied the doctor, " but it will be much hotter and harder and longer this time. Don't try it if you feel afraid, and don't blame me if you die for it." The bear went in again, but he never came out alive. The doctor had roast bear meat all that winter, and much bear s oil. He gave some of the oil to his younger brother. The boy took it in a measure. Going along the creek he saw a muskrat. He said to the muskrat, " If you can harden this oil for me, I will give you half." The muskrat made it as hard as ice. The boy said, " If my brother comes and asks you to do this for him, do you keep it all." And returning, he showed the oil thus hardened to his brother, who, taking a large measure of it, went to the Muskrat and asked him to harden it. The Muskrat indeed took the dish and swam away with it, and never returned. Then the elder, vexed with the younger, and remembering the ducks in the wigwam, and believing now that he had indeed been cheated, slew him. This confused and very strange story is manifestly pieced together out of several others, each of which have incidents in common. A part of it is very ancient. Firstly, the inveigling the ducks into the wigwam is found in the Eskimo tale of Avur Ongnak, Rink, page 177. The Eskimo is told by a sorcerer to let the sea birds into the tent, and not to begin to kill them till the tent is full. He disobeys, and a part of them escape. In Schoolcraft's Hiawatha legends, Manobozho gets the mysterious oil which ends the foregoing story from a fish. He fattens all the animals in the world with it, and the amount which they consume is the present measure of their fatness. When this ceremony is over, he inveigles all the birds into his power by telling them to shut their eyes. At last a small duck, the diver, suspecting something, opens one eye and gives the alarm. The sorcerer is passing himself off for a woman, and the trick of the moose abortion occurs in 3 tales, but it is most completely given in this. To this point the narrative follows the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Chippewa versions. After the tale of the chief is at an end, it is entirely Passamaquoddy, but of the latter I have 2 versions, one from Tomah Josephs and one from Mrs. W. Wallace Brown. I can see no sense in the account of the bear's oil hardened by ice, but that oil is an essential part of the duck story appears from the Chippewa legend, Hiawatha, page 30. In the latter it is represented as giving size to those who partake of it. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 24. The Mischief Maker, a tradition of the origin of the mythology of the Senecas, a Lox legend. Seneca. An Indian mischief maker was once roving about. He saw that he was approaching a village, and said, "How can I attract attention?" Seeing 2 girls coming from the wigwams, he pulled up a wild plum bush, and placed it upon his head, the roots clasping about his chin. "It will be strange to see a plum tree on my head, bearing ripe fruit. These girls will want trees also," so he thought. The tree shook as he walked, and many plums fell to the ground. The girls wondered greatly at the strange man with the tree. They admired it, and said they too would like to be always supplied with fruit in such a manner. "I can manage that," he replied. So he pulled up a bush for each and planted them on their heads. The plums were delicious, and grew as fast as they were plucked, and the girls stepped along proudly, for they had something which certainly no girls ever had before. The mischief maker went on to the village. On the way he reflected, "There is no such thing in the world as a plum tree growing on a man's head. I will take this off." He did so, and on entering the village gave a loud signal, a whoop. All the people listened, and the chief sent messengers to inquire what news he brought. He said, "I have seen a very strange sight. As I was coming hither I saw 2 girls walking. Trees grew on their heads, the boughs were covered with plums, and the roots which came through their hair were fastened about their necks. They were beautiful, and seemed to be very happy." "We will go and see them," cried the women. They had not gone far before they saw one of the girls lying on the ground, while the other pulled at the tree on her head. The roots gave way, and the tree came out, but all the hair came with it also. Then the other lay down, and her friend in turn pulled the tree from her head. They were very angry, and said, "If we meet with the man who played us this trick, we will punish him." When the women who had gathered round them learned how the trees had been fastened by magic upon the girls' heads, they returned to the village, resolved to chastise the man who had played the trick. But when they reached home, he was gone far and away to another town. Before reaching it, he sat down and said, "Now I will show these people also what I can do." He went a little distance into the woods, where he found a wigwam. A woman with a bucket in her hand came from it. He saw that as she passed along she reached high with one hand and felt her way by a thong which ran from tree to tree till it ended at a spring of cold water. She went on, filled her bucket, and so returned. Then another woman after her did the same. "They must be blind," said the mischief-maker. "I will have some fun with them." And so it was. There lived in that wigwam 5 blind sisters. Then he untied the thong from the tree near the spring and fastened it to another, where there was no water. Then a third blind woman came with a bucket and followed the line to the end, but found no water. She returned to the wigwam and said, "The spring is dried up." "No, it isn't," replied one of the sisters, who was stirring pudding over the fire. "You say that because you are too lazy to bring water. You never work. Here, do you stir the pudding, and let me go for water." The mischief-maker heard all this, and made haste to tie the end of the thong where it belonged. The blind woman filled her bucket, and when she returned, said to her sister, "There, you lazy creature, I found the water." By this time the mischief-maker was in the house, and slipping quietly up to the fire, he dipped out some of the pudding and threw it, scalding hot, into the face of the scolding woman, who cried in a rage, "You throw hot pudding at me, do you?" "No, I didn't throw any at you," replied the sister. Then the mischief-maker threw some into her face. She screamed, being very angry, "You mean thing! You threw hot pudding at me when I did you no harm." "I didn't throw any," said the other in a rage. "Yes, you did, you mean thing." "Stop, stop!" cried the others. Just then hot pudding flew in all their faces. They had a terrible quarrel, and the mischief-maker left them to settle it among themselves as they could. He entered the village near by, and gave the usual signal for news. The runners came out and met him. The chiefs and all the people assembled, lining the paths on both sides for a long way. They asked, "What news do you bring?" He replied, "I come from a village where there is great distress. A pestilence visited the people. The medicine-man could not cure the sick. Till I came there was no remedy. The tribe was becoming very small. But I told them the remedy, and now they are getting well. I have come to tell you to prepare for the pestilence. It will soon be here. It is flying like the wind, and there is only one remedy." "What is it? What is it? What is it?" interrupted the people. He answered, "Every man must embrace the woman who is next to him at this very instant. Kiss her, quick, immediately." They all did so on the spot, he with the rest. As he was leaving them, an elderly man came to him and whispered, "Are you going to do this thing again at the next village? If you are, I should like to be on hand. I didn't get any girl myself here. The woman I went for dodged me, and said she had rather have the pestilence, and death too, than have me kiss her. Is the operation to be repeated?" The mischief-maker said that it certainly would be, about the middle of the morrow forenoon. "Then I will start now," said the middle-aged man, "for I am lame, and it will take me all night to get there." So he hurried on, and at daylight entered the village. He found a wigwam, by which several beautiful Indian girls were pounding corn in a great wooden mortar. He sat down by them. He could hardly take his eyes from them, they were so charming, and they wondered at his strange behavior. He talked with them and said, "My eyelids quiver, and by that I know that some great and strange news will soon be brought to this tribe. Hark!" Here he moved up towards the one whom he most admired. "Did you not hear a signal?" "No," they replied. The middle-aged man became very uneasy. Suddenly the girls gave a cry and dropped their corn pestles. A voice was heard afar. The runners leaped and flew. The chiefs and people went forth. With them went the girls and the middle-aged man, who took great pains to keep very near his chosen one, so as to lose no time in applying the remedy for the pestilence when the mischief-maker should give the signal. He was determined that a life should not be lost if he could prevent it. The stranger went through his story as at the other village. The people became very much excited. They cried out to know the remedy, and the old bachelor drew nearer to the pretty girl. "The only remedy for the pestilence is for every woman to knock down the man who is nearest to her." The women began to knock down, and the first to fall was the too familiar old bachelor. So the mischief-maker waited no longer than to see the whole town in one general and bitter fight, tooth and nail, tomahawk and scalper, and then ran at the top of his speed far away and fleet to find another village. Then the people, finding they had been tricked, said, as people generally do on such occasions, If we had that fellow here, wouldn't we pay him up for this?" The Mischief Maker was greatly pleased at his success. It was nearly dark when he stopped, and said, "I will not enter the next village to-night. I will camp here in the woods." So he had piled up logs for a fire, and was just about to strike a light when he saw a stranger approaching. "Camp with me here overnight," said the Mischief Maker, "and we will go to the village in the morning." So they ate and smoked their pipes, and told stories till it was very late. But the stranger did not seem to tire. Nay, he even proposed to tell stories all night long. The Mischief Maker looked at him aslant. "My friend," he said, "can you tell me of what wood my backlog is?" "Hickory?" inquired the stranger. "No, not hickory." "Maple?" "No, not maple." "White oak?" "No, not white oak." "Black walnut?" "No, not black walnut." "Moosewood?" "No, not moosewood." "Ash?" "No, not ash." "Pine?" "No, not pine." "Cedar?" "No, not cedar." "Birch?" The stranger began to yawn, but he kept on guessing. Then his head nodded. By the time he had found out that it was slippery elm, he was sound asleep. "This fellow deserves punishment," remarked the Mischief Maker. "He is an enemy to mankind." Here he adroitly put some sticky clay on the sleeper's eyes, and departed. When the stranger awoke, he thought himself still fast asleep in darkness, and then that he was blind. "If I ever meet with that fellow again," he said, "I'll punish him." The Mischief Maker played so many pranks that all the tribe sent out runners to catch him. He heard their whoops in every forest. He knew that he was being hunted down. He hurried on, and once at night hid in a cave under a rock. The runners did not quite overtake him, but they saw that his tracks were fresh, and thought that they might catch him in the morning. In the morning he was up and far away, long before they awoke. The next night he hid again in a hollow log. In the middle of the afternoon the next day he heard the whoops of the pursuers very near, and knew that they were gaining fast on him. He climbed a thickly limbed tree and hid in the top. Here the runners lost his track, because he had broken the weeds and bushes down beyond the tree, as if he had gone on further. They ran for a long distance. Then they returned and camped, and built a fire under the tree. The smoke crept up among the branches and curled above, and rose in a straight column to the sky. The fugitives sailed away on the smoke, going up and up, past beautiful lakes and hunting grounds, stocked with deer, large fields of corn and beans, tobacco and squashes, past great companies of handsome Indians, whose wigwams were hung full of dried venison and bear's meat. And so he went on and up to the wigwam of the great chief. Here he rested. He remained for 100 moons, observing the customs of the people and learning their language. One morning the great chief told him that he must return to his own people. He disliked to do this, for he was happy in the new place. The chief said, "These are the happy hunting grounds. We have admitted you that you may know how and what to teach your people, that they may get here. Go, and if you do what I tell you, you may return to remain forever. You have not been allowed to come here to remain, but only to observe. When you come again, you shall join us in all things. You shall hunt and fish then, and have whatever you wish. But return now, and teach what you have learned." A cloud of smoke in the form of a great eagle came to him, and seated on its back he was borne down to the top of the tree from which he had risen. He opened his eyes. The sun was shining. His pursuers had gone away. He descended and travelled on. His mind was filled with what he had seen. He said, "I will no longer play tricks, but tell the people about what I have learned in the happy hunting grounds." After a long journey he drew near a village. He gave the common signal. Runners came to meet him. The head chief and all the people came to hear. He was asked, "What news do you bring us?" He said, "I, that was the Mischief Maker, am the Peacemaker now. The Great Spirit took me to the happy hunting grounds, and I am sent back to tell you how to get there." Then the Peacemaker described all he had seen. The people built a great fire and danced around it, and shouted as they had never done before. Then he said, "This is the message I bring you." So the people sat in a great circle around the fire and listened. He spoke, "The Great Spirit is unseen, but he is about us. He will not forsake us. He rules all things for us. He will take care of us. He told me that we should return thanks to him, for he changes the seasons and makes corn and beans and squashes grow for us. He is displeased when we kill our brothers. He hopes that we will not forget him. He will never die. His name is Ha-wen-ni-u, the ruler. He bids us keep away from his wicked brother, whose name is Ha-ne-go-a-te-ge, the evil-minded. He is very bad. He brings pestilence and fevers, and lizards and poisonous weeds. He destroys peace and brings war. Ha-wen-ni-u will care for us if we trust in him. Obey his words, and Ha-ne-go-a-te-ge will never harm us. The Great Spirit has messengers who aid him in his work. They watch over the people. They take care of the mother and her newborn babe, that they receive no harm. They watch over those whom the evil-minded has troubled with disease. The evil-minded has messengers who do his work. They scatter pestilence and whisper in our ears, and tell us to go against Ha-wen-ni-u. The Great Spirit has messengers. Chenoo has a pouch filled with thunderbolts. Chenoo gathers the clouds and sends the rain. He is a friend to the corn and beans and squashes. He also punishes witches and evil persons. Pray to Chenoo when you plant, and thank him when you gather your crop. Pray also to Ha-wen-ni-u, who will send Chenoo to care for you. Let Chenoo be called Grandfather. Ga-o is the spirit of the winds. He moves the winds, but he is chained to a rock. The winds trouble him, and he tries very hard to get free. When he struggles, the winds are forced away from him, and they blow upon the earth. Sometimes he suffers terrible pain, and then his struggles are violent. This makes the winds wild, and they do damage on the earth. Then he feels better and goes to sleep, and the winds become quiet also. There is a spirit for the corn, another for the beans, and another for squashes. They are sisters and are kind to each other. They dwell together and live in the fields. They shall be known as De-o-haka, the keepers of our life. There are spirits in the water, in fire, in all the trees and berries, in herbs and in tobacco, in the grass. They assist the Great Spirit. Ha-ne-go-a-te-ge has messengers. These are the spirits of disease, of fever, of witches, weeds, and murder. But the Great Spirit will keep them away from his children. This is the message I bring from the happy hunting grounds. Obey these words, and the Great Spirit will give you a place there. So Peacemaker taught the people. They threw tobacco on the fire according to his instructions, and on the column of its smoke he was borne away to the happy hunting grounds, and the people danced and sang around the dying embers of the council fire. This is probably an ancient legend with a modern moral. The idea of an Indian Tull Eulenspiegel going about the country making mischief recalls a great part of the adventures of Hiawatha or Manobozho. In fact, it could not fail to suggest itself to a believer in shamanism or powwow, according to which evil spirits and men like them are continually teasing mankind out of sheer malice. The reform of the wicked man, under the influence of the Great Spirit, is of later days. I do not believe that the idea of a Great Spirit, in the sense of which it is generally used by Indians, or is attributed to them, was ever known till learned from the whites. Nothing is more natural than that during the 200 years past, intelligent Indians, who felt that there were many evils in the old barbaric state, yet who were still under the influence of its myths and poetry, should have made up legends like this, purporting to be revelations. There is one of the kind given in the Hiawatha legend, as Eruinira, an Indian visit to the Great Spirit, which bears on its face every mark of modern manufacture for a purpose. For these very reasons, however, the tale here given is of great interest to the impartial historian. I am indebted for it to the kindness of Colonel T. Wentworth Higginson, who informs me that it was written by the Rev. J. Wentworth Sanborn, alias Oyogawe, of Batavia, New York. In the first part, we have in the Mischief Maker the same character or principal who appears as Lox the Wolverine, the Raccoon, and Badger among the Wabanaki. The setting the blind women together by the ears, and the dashing of hot pudding, soup, or water in their faces is another form of a Lox story, which occurs again in the Kalevala. But the entire spirit of the tricks is that of Lox, as those of Lox are like those of Loki. The Rev. Moncure D. Conway once said to me, as Miss E. Robins has also said in an article in the Atlantic Monthly, that it is only in the Norse mythology that the evil one, or devil, is represented as growing up from, or inspired solely by reckless, wanton mischief, the mischief of a bad boy or a monkey. But the very same is as true of so much of a devil as there is in the Wabanaki mythology. It is as a grotesque shadow of Loki, but still it is his. The Germans say the devil is God's ape. The Indian Lox is the Norse devil. How Lox Told a Lie. Passamaquoddy. Lox had a brother who had married a red squaw. When she was touched, the red color rubbed off. The brother kept this wife in a box. One day, returning, the brother saw that Lox had red fingers. "Aha!" he cried in rage, "you have taken my wife out of the box." But Lox denied it, so that his brother believed him. The next time the husband returned, Lox's fingers were again red, and again he was accused, and once more he denied it. But as he swore with all his might that he was innocent, something, as if on the floor, laughed and said, "You lie. I was with you. I helped you." Lox thought it was his right foot, so he cut off the toes and then the foot, but the accusation continued. Thinking it was the other foot, he cut that off. Yet, as the testimony was continued, he found that it was Talus, even he himself, the bodily offender in person, testifying against his lying soul. So in a rage he struck himself such a blow with his war-club that he fell dead. I cannot give in full all the adventures of Lox. I may, however, observe one thing of great importance. Lox, in these tales, is the evil principle, that is, a giant by birth. His 2 feet in this story are male and female. They talk as if they were human. In the Edda, a giant's 2 feet beget together a 6-headed son, Vaithrudnismal. Foot with foot begot of that wise Jötun a 6-headed son. This 6-headed son reappears as a demon in the Passamaquoddy tale of the 3 strong men. Talus, literally translated, is the phallus. The red squaw refers to the Newfoundland Indians covered with red ochre. They are believed to be now extinct. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Gramour. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. The Amazing Adventures of Master Rabbit, with the Otter, the Woodpecker Girls, and Mooin the Bear. Also a full account of the famous chase in which he fooled Lucifer, the Wild Cat. How Master Rabbit sought to rival Chenoo, the Otter. Of old times, Mattigwess, the Rabbit, who was called in the Micmac tongue Abligumooch, lived with his grandmother, waiting for better times, and truly he found it a hard matter in midwinter, when ice was on the river and snow was on the plain, to provide even for his small household. And running through the forest one day he found a lonely wigwam, and he that dwelt therein was Chenoo, the Otter. The lodge was on the bank of a river, and a smooth road of ice slanted from the door down to the water. And the Otter made him welcome, and directed his housekeeper to get ready to cook, saying which, he took the hooks on which he was wont to string the fish when he had them, and went to fetch a mess for dinner. Placing himself on the top of the slide, he coasted in and under the water, and then came out with a great bunch of eels, which were soon cooked, and on which they dined. "By my life," thought Master Rabbit, "but that is an easy way of getting a living. Truly these fishing folk have fine fare and cheap. Cannot I, who am so clever, do as well as this mere Otter? Of course I can. Why not?" Thereupon he grew so confident of himself as to invite the Otter to dine with him. Adamadusk ket Keewop on the 3rd day after that, and so went home. "Come on," he said to his grandmother the next morning, "let us remove our wigwam down to the lake." So they removed, and he selected a site such as the Otter had chosen for his home, and the weather being cold, he made a road of ice, or a coast, down from his door to the water, and all was well. Then the guest came at the time set, and Rabbit, calling his grandmother, bade her get ready to cook a dinner. "But what am I to cook, grandson?" inquired the old dame. "Truly I will see to that," said he, and made him a nabogun, or stick to string eels. Then going to the ice path, he tried to slide like one skilled in the art, but indeed with little luck, for he went first to the right side, then to the left, and so hitched and jumped till he came to the water, where he went in with a bob backwards. And this bad beginning had no better ending, since of all swimmers and divers the Rabbit is the very worst, and this one was no better than his brothers. The water was cold, he lost his breath, he struggled, and was well nigh drowned. "But what on earth ails the fellow?" said the Otter to the grandmother, who was looking on in amazement. "Well, he has seen somebody do something, and is trying to do likewise," replied the old lady. "Ho! Come out of that now," cried the Otter, "and hand me your apple gun." And the poor Rabbit, shivering with cold, and almost frozen, came from the water and limped into the lodge, and there he required much nursing from his grandmother, while the Otter, plunging into the stream, soon returned with a load of fish. But, disgusted at the Rabbit for attempting what he could not perform, he threw them down as a gift, and went home without tasting the meal. How Mahtigwess, the Rabbit, dined with the Woodpecker girls, and was again humbled by trying to rival them. Now Master Rabbit, though disappointed, was not discouraged, for this one virtue he had, that he never gave up. [Footnote: It will be seen in the end that this great Indian virtue of never giving in eventually raised Rabbit to power and prosperity. Il y a demeura ici. End of footnote. In wandering one day in the wilderness, he found a wigwam well filled with young women, all wearing red head-dresses, and no wonder, for they were woodpeckers. Now Master Rabbit was a well-bred Indian, who made himself as a melody to all voices, and so he was cheerfully bidden to bide to dinner, which he did. Then one of the red-palled, pretty girls, taking a wooltess or wooden dish, lightly climbed a tree, so that she seemed to run, and while ascending, stopping here and there, and tapping now and then, took from this place and that many of those insects called by the Indians Apchel mul timkawal, or rice, because they so much resemble it. And note that this rice is a dainty dish for those who like it. And when it was boiled, and they had dined, Master Rabbit again reflected, "La! how easily some folks live! What is to hinder me from doing the same? Ho, you girls, come over and dine with me the day after to-morrow." And having accepted this invitation, all the guests came on the day set, when Master Rabbit undertook to play woodpecker. So having taken the head of an eel spear and fastened it to his nose to make a bill, he climbed as well as he could, and bad was the best, up a tree, and tried to get his harvest of rice. Truly he got none. Only in this did he succeed in resembling a woodpecker, that he had a red poll, for his pate was all torn and bleeding, bruised by the fishing point, and the pretty birds all looked and laughed, and wondered what the Rabbit was about. "Ah," said his grandmother, "I suppose he is trying again to do something which he has seen some one do. 'Tis just like him." "Oh, come down there!" cried Miss Woodpecker, as well as she could for laughing. "Give me your dish." And having got it, she scampered up the trunk and soon brought down a dinner. But it was long ere Master Rabbit heard the last of it from these gay tree-tappers. Of the adventure with Mooin, the Bear, it being the third and last time that Master Rabbit made a fool of himself. Now truly one would think that after all that had befallen Master Mahtigwess, the Rabbit, that he would have had enough of trying other people's trades. But his nature was such that, having once set his mighty mind to a thing, little short of sudden death would cure him. And being one day with the Bear in his cave, he beheld with great wonder how Mooin fed his folk. For having put a great pot on the fire, he did but cut a little slice from his own foot, and drop it into the boiling water, when it spread and grew into a mess of meat, which served for all. [Footnote: Mr. Rand observed that this is evidently an allusion to the Bear's being supposed to live during the winter by sucking his own paws. End of footnote. Nay, there was a great piece given to Rabbit to take home to feed his family. "Now truly," he said, "this is a thing which I can indeed do. Is it not recorded in the family wampum that whatever a bear can do well, a rabbit can do better. So, in fine, he invited his friend to come and dine with him Ketkiwopka, the day after tomorrow. And the bear being there, Rabbit did but say, Nugumi, Kuaskawal, Wohu. Grandmother, set your pot to boiling. And whetting his knife on a stone, he tried to do as the bear had done, but little did he get from his small thin soles, though he cut himself madly and sadly. What can he be trying to do? Growled the guest. Ah, sighed the grandmother, something which he has seen someone else do. Ho, I say there, give me the knife, quoth Bruin, and getting it he took a slice from his sole, which did him no harm, and then, what with magic and fire, gave them a good dinner. But Master Rabbit was in sad case, and it was many a day ere he got well. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 26. Rabbit. Story 4. Relating how the rabbit became wise by being original, and of the terrible tricks which he by magic played Loup Cervier, the wicked wild cat. There are men who are bad at copying, yet are good originals, and of this kind was Master Rabbit, who, when he gave up trying to do as others did, succeeded very well. And having found out his foible, he applied himself to become able in good earnest, and studied mteoulin, or magic, so severely that in time he grew to be an awful conjurer, so that he could raise ghosts, crops, storms, or devils whenever he wanted them. For he had perseverance, and out of this may come anything, if it be only brought into the right road. Now it came to pass that Master Rabbit got into great trouble. The records of the Micmacs say that it was from his stealing a string of fish from the otter who pursued him. But the Passamaquoddies declare that he was innocent of this evil deed, probably because they make great account of him as their ancestor and as the father of the Wabanaki. Howbeit, this is the way in which they tell the tale. Now the rabbit is the natural prey of the Loup Cervier, or Lucifer, who is a kind of wild cat, none being more obstinate. And this wild cat once went hunting with a gang of wolves, and they got nothing. Then Wild Cat, who had made them great promises and acted as chief, became angry, and thinking of the rabbit, promised them that this time they should indeed get their dinner. So he took them to Rabbit's wigwam, but he was out, and the wolves, being vexed and starved, reviled Wild Cat, and then rushed off howling through the woods. Now I think that the rabbit is mteoulin. Yes, he must be, for when Wild Cat started to hunt him alone, he determined with all his soul not to be caught, and made himself as magical as he could. So he picked up a handful of chips and threw one as far as possible, then jumped to it, for he had a charm for a long jump, and then threw another, and so on, for a great distance. This was to make no tracks, and when he thought he had got out of scent and sight and sound, he scampered away like the wind. Now, as I said, when the wolves got to Master Rabbit's house and found nothing, they smelt about and left Wild Cat, who swore by his tail that he would catch Rabbit if he had to hunt forever and run himself to death. So, taking the house for a centre, he kept going round and round it, all the time a little further, and so more around and still further. Then at last, having found the track, he went in hot haste after Mr. Rabbit, and both ran hard, till night coming on, Rabbit, to protect himself, had only just time to trample down the snow a little, and stick up a spruce twig on end and sit on it. But when Wild Cat came, he found there was a fine wigwam, and put his head in. All that he saw was an old man of very grave and dignified appearance, whose hair was grey, and whose majestic, sogmoye appearance was heightened by a pair of long and venerable ears. And of him Wild Cat asked in a gasping hurry if he had seen a rabbit running that way. "Rabbits?" replied the old man. Why, of course, I have seen many. They abound in the woods about here. I see dozens of them every day." With this he said kindly to Wild Cat that he had better tarry with him for a time. "I am an old man," he remarked with solemnity, "an old man living alone, and a respectable guest like you, sir, comes to me like a blessing." And the cat, greatly impressed, remained. After a good supper he lay down by the fire, and having run all day, was at once asleep, and made but one nap of it till morning. But how astonished, and oh, how miserable he was, when he awoke to find himself on the open heath in the snow, and almost starved. The wind blew as if it had a keen will to kill him. It seemed to go all through his body. Then he saw that he had been a fool, and cheated by magic, and in a rage swore again by his teeth, as well as his tail, that the rabbit should die. There was no hut now, only the trampled snow and a spruce twig, and yet, out of this little, Rabbit had conjured up so great a delusion. Then he ran again all day, and when night came, Master Rabbit, having a little more time than before, again trampled down the snow, but for a greater space, and strewed many branches all about, for now a huge effort was to be made. And when Wild Cat got there he found a great Indian village, with crowds of people going to and fro. The first building he saw was a church in which service was being held. And he, entering, said hastily to the first person he saw, "Ha! Ho! Have you seen a rabbit running by here?" "Hush! Shh! Shh!" replied the man. "You must wait till meeting is over before asking such questions." Then a young man beckoned to him to come in, and he listened till the end to a long sermon on the wickedness of being vindictive and rapacious, and the preacher was a grey ancient, and his ears stood up over his little cap like the two handles of a pitcher, yet for all that the Wild Cat's heart was not moved one whit. And when it was all at an end, he said to the obliging young man, "But have you seen a rabbit running by?" "Rabbits? Rabbits?" replied the young man. "Why, there are hundreds racing about in the cedar swamps near this place, and you can have as many as you want." "Ah," replied Wild Cat, "but they are not what I seek. Mine is an entirely different kind." The other said that he knew of no sort, save the wild wood rabbits, but that perhaps their governor or chief, who was very wise, could tell him all about them. Then the governor or sagamore came up. Like the preacher, he was very remarkable and grey, with the long locks standing up one on either side of his head. And he invited the stranger to his house, where his two very beautiful daughters cooked him a fine supper. And when he wished to retire, they brought out blankets and a beautiful white bear's skin, and made up a bed for him by the fire. Truly, his eyes were closed as soon as he lay down, but when he awoke there had been a great change, for now he was in a wet cedar swamp, the wind blowing 10 times worse than ever, and his supper and sleep had done him little good, for they were all a delusion. All around him were rabbit tracks and broken twigs, but nothing more. Yet he sprang up, more enraged than ever, and swearing more terribly by his tail, teeth, and claws that he would be revenged. So he ran on all day, and at night, when he came to another large village, he was so weary that he could just gasp, "Have you seen a rabbit run this way?" With much concern and kindness they all asked him what was the matter. So he told them all this story, and they pitied him very much. Yea, one grey old man, and this was the chief, with 2 beautiful daughters, shed tears and comforted him, and advised him to stay with them. So they took him to a large hall, where there was a great fire burning in the middle thereof, and over it hung 2 pots with soup and meat, and 2 Indians stood by and gave food to all the people. And he had his share with the rest, and all feasted gaily. Now, when they had done eating, the old governor, who was very grey, and from either side of whose head rose 2 very venerable long white feathers, rose to welcome the stranger, and in a long speech said it was indeed the custom of their village to entertain guests, but that they expected from them a song. Then Wild Cat, who was vain of his voice, uplifted it in vengeance against the rabbits. "Oh, how I hate them, how I despise them, how I laugh at them, may I scalp them all." Then he said that he thought the governor should sing, and to this the chief consented, but declared that all who were present should bow their heads while seated, and shut their eyes, which they did. Then Chief Rabbit, at one bound, cleared the heads of his guests, and drawing his timhaen, or tomahawk, as he jumped, gave Wild Cat a wound which cut deeply into his head, and only fell short of killing him by entirely stunning him. When he recovered, he was again in snow, slush, and filth, more starved than ever, his head bleeding from a dreadful blow, and he himself almost dead. Yet with all that, the Indian devil was stronger in him than ever, for every new disgrace did but bring more resolve to be revenged, and he swore it by his tail, claws, teeth, and eyes. So he tottered along, though he could hardly walk, nor could he indeed go very far that day. And when, almost broken down with pain and weariness, he came about noon to two good wigwams, looking into one, he saw a gray-haired old man, and in the other a young girl, apparently his daughter. And they received him kindly and listened to his story, saying it was very sad, the old man declaring that he must really remain there, and that he would get him a doctor, since unless he were well cared for at once he would die. Then he went forth as if in great concern, leaving his daughter to nurse the weary, wounded stranger. Now when the doctor came, he too was an old gray man, with a scalp-lock strangely divided like two horns. But the Wild Cat had become a little suspicious, having been so often deceived, for much abuse will cease to amuse even the most innocent, and truly he was none of these. And looking grimly at the doctor, he said, "I was asking if any rabbits are here, and truly you look very much like one yourself. How did you get that split nose?" "Oh, that is very simple," replied the old man. "Once I was hammering wampum beads, and the stone on which I beat them broke in halves, and one piece flew up, and, as you see, split my nose." "But," persisted the Wild Cat, "why are the soles of your feet so yellow, even like a rabbit's?" "Ah, that is because I have been preparing some tobacco, and I had to hold it down with my feet, for truly I needed both my hands to work with, so the tobacco stained them yellow." Then the Wild Cat suspected no more, and the doctor put salve on his wound, so that he felt much better, and ere he departed put by him a platter of very delicate little round biscuits or rolls, and a beautiful pitcher full of nice wine, and bade him refresh himself from these during the night, and so, stealing away softly, he departed. But oh, the wretchedness of the awakening in the morning! For then Wild Cat found himself indeed in the extreme of misery. His head was swollen and aching to an incredible degree, and the horrible wound, which was gaping wide, had been stuffed with hemlock needles and pine splinters, and this was the cool salve which the doctor had applied. And as a last touch to his rage and shame, thinking in his deadly thirst of the wine, he beheld on the ground, still left in the snow, a last summer's pitcher plant, full of what might indeed pass for wine by the mere sight thereof, though hardly to the taste. While seeking for the biscuits on a platter, he found only certain small pellets, such as abound about a rabbit warren. And then he swore by all his body and soul that he would slay the next being he met, rabbit or Indian. Verily, this time he would be utterly revenged. Now Mahtigwess, the rabbit, had almost come to an end of his mteoulin, or wizard power, for that time, yet he had still enough left for one more great effort. And coming to a lake, he picked up a very large chip, and having seamed it with sorcery and magnified it by magic, threw it into the water, where it at once seemed to be a great ship, such as white men build. And when the Wild Cat came up, he saw it, with sails spread and flags flying, and the captain stood so stately on the deck, with folded arms, and he was a fine, gray-haired, dignified man, with a cocked hat, the 2 points of which were like grand and stately horns. But the Wild Cat had sworn, and he was mindful of his great oath, so he cried, "You cannot escape me this time, Rabbit. I have you now." Saying this, he plunged in and tried to swim to the ship, and the captain, seeing a Wild Cat in the water, being engaged in musket drill, ordered his men to fire at it, which they did with a bang. Now this was caused by a party of nighthawks overhead, who swooped down with a sudden cry like a shot. At least it seemed so to Wild Cat, who, deceived and appalled by this volley, deeming that he had verily made a mistake this time, turned tail and swam ashore into the dark old forest, where, if he is not dead, he is running still. End of section 26.
Section 27 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jonathan Gillis. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes by Charles Godfrey, Leland. Section 27. How Master Rabbit Went to a Wedding and Won the Bride. Passamaquoddy. Chimatiques, or the Great Rabbit, was once very stout or large of body, having a very long tail. And one day in the old times, as he sat on the rock, with his fine long tail trailing afar into the bushes, an old man came by who asked the way, and Master Rabbit, being as usual obliging, offered to show it to him. So they talked together and grew intimate, but as the old man went very slowly, while Rabbit was always running, he said, "Go on before, and I will follow." So the guide was soon out of sight, and then the old man, hurrying without heeding, fell down into a deep pit or chasm, where he cried out aloud for help, but was not heard. After a time, Rabbit, missing his follower, turned back and tracked him till he found the pit. Yet they could not between them manage to bring the traveler up again, until Rabbit said, "Catch hold of my tail." And when this was done, he gave a jump, but alas, the fine tail broke off short within an inch of the root. One would think that by this time Master Rabbit must have had enough of helping, but all the stories of him show that he never gave up anything which he had once begun. So he simply said to the old man, "Catch hold of me round the waist." And when this was done, he gave another leap and brought the prisoner out. But the man, being heavy, had slipped down and almost broken Rabbit's back. So it came to pass that since that day Master Rabbit has had a very short tail and a slender waist. The old man was on his way to marry a young girl, but she was in love with Mikumwes, the forest fairy. However, the old man married her, and invited Master Rabbit to the dance, which in old times made the ceremony. And the guest dressed for the occasion by putting earrings on his heels, for rabbits or hares dance on their tiptoes, and a beautiful bangle round his neck, and he danced opposite the bride. Now the bride had on only a very short skirt, and in crossing a brook it had got wet, so that as she danced it began to shrink until Master Rabbit, pitying the poor girl, ran out and got a deerskin and hastily twisted a cord to tie it with. But it seemed as if Master Rabbit's efforts to oblige people always got him into trouble, for he twisted this string so rapidly and earnestly, holding one end of it in his teeth as he did so, that he cut his upper lip through to the nose, for which reason his descendants all have hare lips to this day. Now, having dressed the bride, she was so grateful to Rabbit that she danced with him all the night. The old man, seeing this, was so angry at her fickleness that, without saying a word, he walked away, and left her to Matiques, with whom she lived very happily until she ran away with Mikumwes, with whom, if she has not run away again, she is living yet. This story is at an end. How Master Rabbit Gave Himself Airs. Micmac. It happened once that Lox was living in great luxury. He had a wigwam full of hundreds of dried sea ducks, moose meat, maple sugar, and corn. He gave a dinner, and among the guests invited Martin and Matiques, the rabbit. Now it is a great weakness of Master Rabbit that he is much given to hinting at one minute, and saying pretty plainly the next, that he has been in better society than that around him, and has lived among great people, and no one was quicker than the Martin to find out that wherein any one was foolish or feeble. So when Master Rabbit, smoothing down his white fur, said it was the only kind of a coat worn by the aristocracy, Martin humbly inquired, if that were so, how he came by it. "It shows," replied Master Rabbit, "that I have habitually kept company with gentlemen." "How did you get that slit in your lip?" inquired Martin, who knew very well what this Indian really was. "Ah," replied the rabbit, "where I live they use knives and forks, and one day, while eating with some great sagamores, my knife slipped and I cut my lip." "And why are your mouth and whiskers always going when you are still? Is that high style?" "Yes, I am meditating, planning, combining great affairs, talking to myself, you see. That's the way we do." "But why do you always hop? Why don't you sometimes walk like other people?" "Ah, that's our style. We gentlemen don't run like the vulgar. We have a gait of our own, don't you know. Indeed? Well, if you don't mind a question, I would like to know why you always scamper away so suddenly, and jump so far and so rapidly when you run. Oh, don't you know, I used to be employed in very genteel business, public service, in fact, diplomatic. I carried dispatches, books, letters, papers, and so I got in the way of moving nimbly. Now it comes naturally to me, one of my old aristocratic habits. Upon this Martin gave it up. He had seen something of good society himself, as he lived habitually with Glooskap, but Master Rabbit was too much for him. The young man who was saved by a rabbit and a fox, Passamaquoddy. There dwelt a couple in the woods, far away from other people, a man and his wife. They had one boy who grew up strong and clever. One day he said, "Father and mother, let me go and see other men and women." They grieved, but let him go. He went afar. All night he lay on the ground. In the morning he heard something coming. He rose and saw it was a rabbit, who said, "Ha, friend, where go you?" The boy answered, "To find people." "That is what I want," replied the rabbit. "Let us go together." So they went on for a long time, till they heard voices far off, and walking quietly came to a village. "Now," said the rabbit, "steal up unseen, and listen to them." The boy did so, and heard the people saying that a kuaku, a cannibal monster, was to come the next day to devour the daughter of their sagamore. And having returned and reported this to the rabbit, the latter said to the boy, "Have no fear. Go to the people and tell them that you can save her." He did so, but it was long before they would listen to him. Yet at last it came to the ears of the old chief that a strange young man insisted that he could save the girl. So the chief sent for him, and said, "They tell me that you think you can deliver my daughter from death. Do so, and she shall be yours." Then he returned to the rabbit, who said, "They did not send the girl far away because they know that the demon can follow any track. But I hope to make a track which he cannot follow. Now do you, as soon as it shall be dark, bring her to this place." The young man did so, and the rabbit was there with a sled, and in his hand he had 2 squirrels. These he smoothed down, and as he did so they grew to be as large as the largest sled dogs. Then all 3 went headlong, like the wind, till they came to another village. The rabbit looked about till he found a certain wigwam, and then peered through a crevice into it. "This is the place," he said. "Enter." They did so, then the rabbit ran away. They found in the cabin an old woman who was very kind, but who, on seeing them, burst into tears. "Ah, my dear grandchildren," she cried, "your death is following you rapidly, for the kuaku is on your track and will soon be here. But run down to the river, where you will find your grandfather camping." They went and were joined by the rabbit, who had spent the time in making many divergent tracks in the ground. The kuaku came. The tracks delayed him a long time, but at last he found the right one. Meanwhile the young couple went on, and found an old man by the river. He said, "Truly, you are in great danger, for the kuaku is coming, but I will help you." Saying this, he threw himself into the water, where he floated with outstretched limbs, and said, "Now, my children, get on me." The girl feared lest she should fall off, but being reassured, mounted, when he turned into a canoe, which carried them safely across. But when they turned to look at him, lo, he was no longer a canoe, but an old duck. "Now, my dear children," he said, "hasten to the top of yonder old mountain, high among the grey rocks. There you will find your friend." They fled to the old grey mountain. The kuaku came raging and roaring in a fury, but however he pursued, they were at the foot of the precipice before him. There stood the rabbit. He was holding up a very long pole. No pine was ever longer. "Climb this," he said, and as they climbed it lengthened till they left it for the hill, and then scrambled up the rocks. Then the kuaku came yelling and hollowing horribly. Seeing the fugitives far above, he swarmed up the pole. With him, too, it grew, and grew rapidly, till it seemed to be 1/2 a mile high. Now the kuaku was no such sorcerer that he could fly, neither had he wings. He must remain on the pole, and when he came to the top the young man pushed it afar. It fell, and the monster was killed by the fall thereof. They went with the squirrel sledge. They flew through the woods on the snow by the moonlight. They were very glad, and at last they came to the girl's village, when the rabbit said, "Now, friend, good-bye. Yet there is more trouble coming, and when it is with you, I and mine will aid you, so farewell." And when they were home again, it all appeared like a dream. Then the wedding feast was held, and all seemed well. But the young men of the village hated the youth, and desired to kill him, that they might take his wife. They persuaded him to go with them fishing on the sea. Then they raised a cry and said, "A whale is chasing us! He is under the canoe!" And suddenly they knocked him overboard and paddled away like an arrow in flight. The young man called for help. A crow came and said, "Swim or float as long as you can. I will bring you aid." He floated a long time. The crow returned with a strong cord. The crow made himself very large. He threw one end of the cord to the youth. By the other he towed him to a small island. "I can do no more," he said, "but there is another friend." So as the youth sat there, starving and freezing, there came to him a fox. "Ha, friend," he said, "are you here?" "Yes," replied the youth, "and dying of hunger." The fox reflected an instant, and said, "Truly, I have no meat, and yet there is a way." So he picked from the ground a blade of dry grass, and bade the youth eat it. He did so, and found himself a moose. Then he fed richly on the young grass till he had enough, when the fox gave him a second straw, and he became a man again. "Friend," said the fox, "there is an Indian village on the mainland, where there is to be a great feast, a grand dance. Would you like to be there?" "Indeed, I would," replied the youth. "Then wait till dark, and I will take you there," said the fox. And when night came he bade the youth close his eyes and enter the river, and take hold of the end of his tail, while he should draw. So in the tossing sea they went on for hours. Thought the youth, "We shall never get there." Said the fox, "Yes, we will, but keep your eyes shut." So it went on for another hour, when the youth thought again, "We shall never reach land." Said the fox, "Yes, we shall." However, after a time he opened his eyes when they were only 10 feet from the shore, and this cost them more time and trouble than all the previous swim, ere they had the beach underfoot. It was his own village. The festival was for the marriage of his own wife to one of the young men who had pushed him overboard. Great was his magic power, great was his anger. He became strong as death. Then he went to his own wigwam, and his wife, seeing him, cried aloud for joy, and kissed him and wept all at once. He said, "Be glad, but the hour of punishment for the men who made these tears is come." So he went to the Sagamore and told him all. The old chief called for the young men. "Slay them all as you choose," he said to his son-in-law. "Scalp them." But the youth refused. He called to the fox and got the straws which gave the power to transform men to beasts. He changed his enemies into bad animals, one into a porcupine, one into a hog, and they were driven into the woods. Thus it was that the first hog and the first porcupine came into the world. This story, narrated by Tumah Josephs, is partly Old Indian and partly European, but whether the latter element was derived from a French-Canadian or a Norse source I cannot tell, since it is common to both. The mention of the horse and the hog, or of cattle, does not prove that a story is not pre-Columbian. The Norsemen had brought cattle of various descriptions even to New England. It is to be very much regretted that the first settlers in New England took no pains to ascertain what the Indians knew of the white men who had preceded them, but modern material may have easily been added to an old legend. End of section 27. Recording by Jonathan Gillis.
Section 28 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland. Section 28. The Chenoo Legends. The Chenoo, or the story of a cannibal with an icy heart. Micmac and Passamaquoddy. Of the old time. An Indian with his wife and their little boy went one autumn far away to hunt in the northwest, and having found a fit place to pass the winter, they built a wigwam. The man brought home the game, the woman dressed and dried the meat. The small boy played about shooting birds with bow and arrow. In Indian wise all went well. One afternoon, when the man was away and the wife gathering wood, she heard a rustling in the bushes, as though some beast were brushing through them, and looking up she saw with horror something worse than the worst she had feared. It was an awful face glaring at her, a something made of devil, man, and beast in their most dreadful forms. It was like a haggard old man with wolfish eyes. He was stark naked. His shoulder and lips were gnawed away, as if, when mad with hunger, he had eaten his own flesh. He carried a bundle on his back. The woman had heard of the terrible Chenoo, the being who comes from the far icy north, a creature who is a man grown to be both devil and cannibal, and saw at once that this was one of them. Truly she was in trouble, but dire need gives quick wit, as it was with this woman who, instead of showing fear, ran up and addressed him with fair words, as "My dear father," pretending surprise and joy, and telling him how glad her heart was, asked where he had been so long. The Chenoo was amazed beyond measure at such a greeting, where he expected yells and prayers, and in mute wonder let himself be led into the wigwam. She was a wise and good woman. She took him in. She said she was sorry to see him so woebegone. She pitied his sad state. She brought a suit of her husband's clothes. She told him to dress himself and be cleaned. He did as she bade. He sat by the side of the wigwam and looked surly and sad, but kept quiet. It was all a new thing to him. She arose and went out. She kept gathering sticks. The Chenoo rose and followed her. She was in great fear. Now, she thought, my death is near. Now he will kill and devour me. The Chenoo came to her. He said, "Give me the axe." She gave it, and he began to cut down the trees. Man never saw such chopping. The great pines fell right and left, like summer saplings. The boughs were hewed and split as if by a tempest. She cried out, "Nuta bigul, busugul." My father, there is enough. Footnote: the tremendous pine chopper is a character in another Indian tale. End footnote. He laid down the axe. He walked into the wigwam and sat down, always in grim silence. The woman gathered her wood and remained as silent on the opposite side. She heard her husband coming. She ran out and told him all. She asked him to do as she was doing. He thought it well. He went in and spoke kindly. He said, "Nechilch, my father-in-law," and asked where he had been so long. The Chenoo stared in amazement, but when he heard the man talk of all that had happened for years, his fierce face grew gentler. They had their meal. They offered him food, but he hardly touched it. He lay down to sleep. The man and his wife kept awake in terror. When the fire burned up and it became warm, the Chenoo asked that a screen should be placed before him. He was from the ice. He could not endure heat. For 3 days he stayed in the wigwam. For 3 days he was sullen and grim. He hardly ate. Then he seemed to change. He spoke to the woman. He asked her if she had any tallow. She told him they had much. He filled a large kettle. There was a gallon of it. He put it on the fire. When it was scalding hot, he drank it all off at a draught. He became sick. He grew pale. He cast up all the horrors and abominations of earth, things appalling to every sense. When all was over, he seemed changed. Footnote: the Chenoo is not only a cannibal, but a ghoul. He preys on nameless horrors. In this case, having yielded to the power of kindness, he has made up his mind to partake of the food and hospitality of his host. To change his life, but to adapt his system to the new regimen, he must thoroughly clear it of the old. Rand manuscript. This is a very naive and curious Indian conception of moral reformation. It appears to be a very ancient Eskimo tale recast in modern time by some zealous recent Christian convert. End footnote. He lay down and slept. When he awoke he asked for food, and ate much. From that time he was kind and good. They feared him no more. They lived on meats such as Indians prepare. Footnote: that is cured, dried, smoked, and then packed and pressed in large blocks. End footnote. The Chenoo was tired of it. One day he said, "Nitus, my daughter, have you no pelawisus?" Fresh meat. She said, "No." When her husband returned, the Chenoo saw that there was black mud on his snowshoes. He asked him if there was a spring of water near. The friend said there was one half a day's journey distant. "We must go there tomorrow," said the Chenoo. And they went together very early. The Indian was fleet in such running, but the old man, who seemed so wasted and worn, went on his snowshoes like the wind. They came to the spring. Footnote: the Micmacs have two words for a spring of water, one for summer, Utkoba, which means that the water is cool, the other for winter, Kisubok, indicating that it is warm. St. Rand. End footnote. It was large and beautiful. The snow was all melted away around it. The border was flat and green. Footnote: not uncommon round warm springs even in midwinter, and among ice and snow. End footnote. Then the Chenoo stripped himself and danced around the spring, his magic dance, and soon the water began to foam, and anon to rise and fall, as if some monster below were heaving in accord with the steps and the song. The Chenoo danced faster and wilder. Then the head of an immense Taktalok, or lizard, rose above the surface. The old man killed it with a blow of his hatchet. Dragging it out, he began again to dance. He brought out another, the female, not so large, but still heavy as an elk. They were small spring lizards, but the Chenook had conjured them. By his magic they were made into monsters. He dressed the game. He cut it up. He took the heads and feet and tails and all that he did not want, and cast them back into the spring. They will grow again into many lizards, he said. When the meat was trimmed, it looked like that of the bear. He bound it together with withes. He took it on his shoulders. He ran like the wind. The Indian was a great runner, and all the land was not his like, but now he lagged far behind. " Can you go no faster than that? " asked the Chenoo. " The sun is setting. The red will be black anon. At this rate it will be dark ere we get home. Get on my shoulders." The Indian mounted on the load. The Chenoo bade him hold his head low, so that he could not be knocked off by the branches. " Brace your feet," he said, " so as to be steady." Then the old man flew like the wind. Nibusokana vigil, samas tisku, guldid wedge, wasu mugwiggle. The bushes whistled as they flew past them. They got home before sunset. The wife was afraid to touch such meat, but her husband was persuaded to eat of it. It was like a bear s meat. The Chenoo fed on it. So they all lived as friends. Footnote: the Indians are much less particular than white men as to food, but they avoid chojik, or reptiles. Rand manuscript. End footnote. Then the spring was at hand. One day the Chenoo told them that something terrible would soon come to pass. An enemy, a Chenoo, a woman, was coming like wind, yes, on the wind from the north to kill him. There could be no escape from the battle. She would be far more furious, mad, and cruel than any male, even one of his own cruel race, could be. He knew not how the battle would end, but the man and his wife must be put in a place of safety. To keep them from hearing the terrible war whoops of the Chenoo, which is death to mortals, their ears must be closed. They must hide themselves in a cave. Then he sent the woman for the bundle which he had brought with him, and which had hung untouched on a branch of a tree since he had been with them. And he said, if she found aught in it offensive to her, to throw it away, but to certainly bring him a smaller bundle which was within the other. So she went and opened it, and that which she found therein was a pair of human legs and feet, the remains of some earlier horrid meal. She threw them away. The small bundle she brought to him. The Chenoo opened it and took from it a pair of horns, horns of the Cheptakchalm, or dragon. One of them has two branches, the other is straight and smooth. Footnote: in the winter of 1882 to 1883, Tomah Josephs killed a deer whose horns were precisely like those of the Cheptakchalm as regarded shape. They were golden bright. He gave the straight horn to the Indian. He kept the other. He said that these were magical weapons, and the only ones of any use in the coming fight. So they waited for the foe. And the third day came. The Chenoo was fierce and bold. He listened. He had no fear. He heard the long and awful scream like nothing of earth of the enemy, and she sped through the air far away in the icy north, long ere the others could hear it. And the manner of it was this, that if they without harm should live after hearing the first deadly yell of the enemy, they could take no harm. And if they did but hear the answering shout of their friend, all would be well with them. Footnote. In this we clearly perceive the horrible scream of the Angakok, or Eskimo shaman, trained through years and generations to utter sounds which terrify even brave men. End footnote. But he said, "Should you hear me call for help, then hasten with the horn, and you may save my life." They did as he bade. They stopped their ears. They hid in a deep hole dug in the ground. All at once the cry of the foe burst on them like screaming thunder. Their ears rang with pain. They were well nigh killed for all the care they had taken. But then they heard the answering cry of their friend, and were no longer in danger from mere noise. The battle begun. The fight was fearful. The monsters, by their magic, with their rage, rose to the size of mountains. The tall pines were torn up. The grounds trembled as in an earthquake. Rocks crashed upon rocks. The conflict deepened and darkened. No tempest was ever so terrible. Then the male Chenoo was heard crying, "Nulusok, Chugoye, Abog, Unmoe, my son-in-law, come and help me." He ran to the fight. What he saw was terrible. The Chenoos, who upright would have risen far above the clouds as giants of hideous form, were struggling on the ground. The female seemed to be the conqueror. She was holding her foe down. She knelt on him. She was doing all she could to thrust her dragon's horn into his ear. And he, to avoid death, was moving his head rapidly from side to side, while she, mocking his cries, said, "You have no son-in-law to help you. Ni Nujubujul. I'll take your cursed life and eat your liver." Footnote. It is generally said that there can be no swearing in Indian, but Mr. Rand considers this gross error. It is a mistake, he writes, to suppose that the red man cannot swear in his own tongue. It cannot, of course, be expected that simple savages can swear like cultivated Christians, but they do the best they can. They introduce the venom into their speech by inserting an extra syllable. Thus, Nabol or Nabov means "I will kill you," but Nidbujiol is the equivalent of "I'll take your cursed life," though it has not that literal meaning. Having only one small syllable to swear with, the Indians are, however, not so profuse and wasteful of profanity as their more gifted and pious white brethren. End footnote. The Indian was so small by these giants that the stranger did not notice him. "Now," said his friend, "thrust the horn into her ear." He did this with a well-directed blow. He struck hard. The point entered her head. At the touch it sprouted quick as a flash of lightning. It darted through the head. It came out of the other ear. It had become like a long pole. It touched the ground. It struck downward. It took deep and firm root. The male Chenoo bade him raise the other end of the horn and place it against a large tree. He did so. It coiled itself round the tree like a snake. It grew rapidly. The enemy was held hard and fast. Then the two began to dispatch her. It was a long and weary work. Such a being, to be killed at all, must be hewed into small pieces. Flesh and bones must all be utterly consumed by fire. Should the last fragment remain unburnt, from it would spring a grown Chenoo with all the force and fire of the first. Footnote. The idea is common to both Eskimo and Indian that so long as a fragment of a body remains unburned, the being, man or beast, may, by magic, be revived from it. It was probably suggested by observing the great vitality and power of self-production inherent in many lower forms of life, and may have given rise to the belief in vampires. End footnote. The fury of battles past, the Chenoos had become of their usual size. The victor hewed the enemy to small pieces. to be revenged for the insult and threat as to eating his liver. He, having roasted that part of his captive, ate it before her. While she was yet alive he did this. He told her she was served, as she would have served him. But the hardest task of all was to come. It was to burn or melt the heart. It was of ice, and more than ice, as much colder as ice is colder than fire, as much harder as ice is harder than winter. When placed in the fire it put out the flame, yet by long burning it melted slowly, until they at last broke it to fragments with a hatchet, and then melted these. So they returned to the camp. Spring came. The snows of winter, as water, ran down the rivers to the sea. The ice and snow which had encamped on the inland hills sought the shore. So did the Indian and his wife. The Chenoo, with softened soul, went with them. Now he was becoming a man like other men. Before going they built a canoe for the old man. They did not cover it with birch bark. They made it of moose skin. Footnote: the Indians have several names for a canoe. Kwudun, Micmac; a Kwidun, Passamaquoddy; Intool, Micmac. My canoe, or my watercraft of any kind. Moosulk, a canoe covered with moose skin, Micmac. Skogamulk, Micmac, a new canoe. Inkanulk, Micmac, an old canoe. Rand Manuscript. To these may be added the different patterns of canoes peculiar to different tribes, as for instance the Mohawk, which is broad with peculiar ends, etc. End footnote. In it they placed a part of their venison in skins. The Chenoo took his place in it. They took the lead, he followed. And after winding on with the river, down rapids and under forest boughs, they came out into the sunshine on a broad, beautiful lake. But suddenly, when midway in the water, the Chenoo laid flat in the canoe, as if to hide himself. And to explain this, he said that he had just then been discovered by another Chenoo, who was standing on the top of a mountain, whose dim blue outline could just be seen stretching far away to the north. He has seen me, he said, but he cannot see you, nor can he behold me now. But should he discover me again, his wrath will be roused. Then he will attack me. I know not who might conquer. I prefer peace. So he lay hidden, and they took his canoe in tow. But when they had crossed the lake and came to the river again, the Chenoo said that he could not travel further by water. He would walk the woods, but sail on streams no more. So they told him where they meant to camp that night. He started over mountains and through woods, and up rocks, a far roundabout journey. And the man and his wife went down the river in a spring freshet, headlong with the rapids. Footnote: one should be familiar with the almost impassable forest of Maine and Canada, even as they are at the present day, to properly appreciate the Chenoo's journey. As for the speed of the canoe, I have myself gone down the Kanawha River, Virginia, in a dugout at the rate of 100 miles in a day. End footnote. But when they paddled round the point where they meant to pass the night, they saw smoke rising among the trees, and on landing they found the Chenoo sleeping soundly by the fire which had been built for them. This he repeated for several days, but as they went south a great change came over him. He was a being of the north. Ice and snow had no effect on him, but he could not endure the soft airs of summer. He grew weaker and weaker. When they had reached their village he had to be carried like a little child. He had grown gentle. His fierce and formidable face was now like that of a man. His wounds had healed. His teeth no longer grinned wildly all the time. The people gathered round him in wonder. He was dying. This was after the white men had come. They sent for a priest. He found the Chenoo as ignorant of all religion as a wild beast. At first he would repel the father in anger. Then he listened and learned the truth. For the old heathen's heart changed. He was deeply moved. He asked to be baptized, and as the first tear which he had ever shed in all his life came to his eyes, he died. Footnote: This strange and touching tale was told to Mr. Rand by a Micmac Indian, Louis Brooks, who heard it from his grandfather, Samuel Paul, a chief, who died in 1843 at the age of 80. He was a living chronicle of ancient traditions. The Chenoo can be directly identified with the so-called inlander of the Greenland Eskimo. He is a cannibal, a giant, a mysterious being who haunts the horrible and almost unexplored interior. He assumes different forms. In one shape he is supposed to be a man who has become a recluse and a misanthrope. But no such thing as the Chenoo could ever have been imagined out of an Arctic country. The conception of the heart of hardest ice and the gradual civilization of the savage by kindness, the tact with which this is done, as only a woman could do it, the indication of the old nature, as shown by eating the liver of his conquered foe, and his final conversion, display a genius which is greatly heightened by the simplicity of the narrative. As there is actually a tribe of Indians in the Northwest called Chenoo, there can be little doubt as to the derivation of the name. Such a character could have originated, as I have said, only in the icy North. It could never have grown in the milder regions of the West and South. But the Chenoo, the monstrous, ferocious cannibal giant with an icy heart, is the central figure of the evil supernatural beings of the North. The Schoolcraft traditions and Hiawatha have little to say of Titans whose heads top the clouds, who tear up forest and rend rocks, and change the whole face of nature in their hideous battles or horrible revels. But such scenes are continually described by the Passamaquoddy and Micmac storytellers, and they would be natural enough to Greenlanders, familiar with whales, icebergs, frozen waste, long winter nights, and all the frozen desolation of the North. There is a mystery connected with the eating of the liver, which is to be explained, like many other Indian mysteries, by having recourse to the Eskimo shamanism. In Greenland a man who has been murdered can revenge himself by rushing into him, that is, entering his soul, which can only be prevented by eating a piece of his liver. Rink T. and T. of the Eskimo, page 45. The Chenoo is in all essentials identical with the Kivigtok of Greenland, a man who has fled mankind and acquired extraordinary mental and physical powers. The story which I have here given is probably that of the Eskimo tale of the blind man who recovered his sight, Rink, page 99, in which a Kimgtok, after becoming incredibly old, returns to mankind to seek a shaman priest and repent. In both stories there is a Chenoo, and in both there is atonement with mankind and the higher powers. It may be observed that while the Chenoo is a giant with a heart of ice as hard as stone, the giant Hurungur of the Edda has a heart of stone. The Chenoo agrees with the Jotuns in many respects. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Algonquin Legends of New England. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary in Arkansas. The Algonquin Legends of New England, or Myths and Folklore of the Micmac, Passamaquoddy, and Penobscot Tribes, by Charles Godfrey Leland, Section 29. The story of the Great Chenoo, as told by the Passamaquoddies. Passamaquoddy. What the Micmacs call a Chenoo is known to the Passamaquoddies as a Yafwakwa, or Yavokwa, and this is their origin. When the Kachich Meti Ulan, or Great Big Witch, footnote. When legends from the Anglo-Indian manuscript collection of Mitchell are given, many of the phrases or words in the original are retained, without regard to style or correctness. Wizard should be placed here for witch. End footnote. Is conquered by the smaller witches, or Metusalisk. They can kill him or turn him into a Kewakwa. He still fights, however, with the other Kewakwa. When they are ready to fight, they suddenly become as tall as the highest trees. Their weapons are the trees themselves, which they uproot with great strength. And this strength depends upon the quantity or size of the piece of ice which makes the heart of the Kewahqu. This piece of ice is like a little human figure, with hands, feet, head, and every member perfect. The female Kewahqu is more powerful than the male. They make a noise like a roaring lion, but sharper, shriller, and more frightful. Their abode is somewhere in Las Modasdosik, in some cold region in far northern Canada. In summer they rub themselves all over with pukawigu, or fir balsam, and then roll themselves on the ground so that everything adheres to the body, moss, leaves, and even small sticks. This was often seen of old by Indian hunters. Once a newly married Indian couple had, according to Indian custom, gone on the long fall and winter hunt. One day when the man was away, an old Kewahqu came and looked into the wigwam. The wife was frightened, but she made up her mind at once. She called him Matunskul, or my father. The old Kewahqu was very proud to be called father. When she heard her husband returning, she ran out and told him that a great Kewahqu was in the camp, and that he must call him Misolhos, or father-in-law. So going in he did this, and the Kewahqu was still more pleased. So they lived with him and hunted with him. He was very skillful in the chase. When they came to broad and deep waters, the Kewahqu would swim them with his son-in-law on his back. He could run faster than any wild animal. One day he told his children to go away to a great distance. There is a great female Kewahqu coming to fight me. In the struggle I may not know you and may hurt you. So they went away as fast and as far as they could. But they heard the fighting, the most frightful noises, howls, yells, thundering and crashing of wood and rocks. After a time the man determined to see the fight. When he got to the place he saw a horrible sight. Big trees uprooted, the giants in a deadly struggle. Then the Indian, who was very brave and was afraid that his father-in-law would be killed, came up and helped as much as he could, and in fact so much that between them they killed the enemy. The old Kewahqu was badly but not fatally hurt, and the woman was very glad her father came off victorious. She had always heard that a Kewahqu had a piece of ice for a heart. If this can be taken out, the Kewahqu can be tamed and cured. So she made a preparation or medicine and offered it to him. He did not know what it was nor its strength, so he swallowed it and it gave him a vomit. She saw something drop, so quietly picked it up. It was the figure of a man of ice. It was the Kewahqu's heart. She, not being seen or noticed, put it in the fire, when he cried, "Daughter, you are killing me now. You destroy my strength." Yet she made him take more of the medicine, and a second heart came out. This she also put on the fire. But when a third came, he grabbed it from her hand and swallowed it. However, he was almost entirely cured. Another time an Indian village was visited by a Kewahqu, but he was driven away by magic. The people marked crosses on the trees where they expected the Kewahqu to come. There was great excitement among the Indians, expecting to hear their strange visitor with his frightful noises. It was the old people who gave the advice to mark crosses on the trees. Another time an Indian of either the Passamaquoddy or Marashite tribe was turned to a Kewahqu. The last time he was seen was by a party of Indian hunters who recognized him. He had only small strips of clothing. "This country," he said, "is too warm for me. I am going to a colder one." This story from the Passamaquoddy Anglo-Indian manuscript of Mitchell supplies some very important deficiencies in the preceding Micmac version. We are told that the heart of the Chenoo is of ice in human figure. This human figure is that of the Kewahqu himself, or rather his very self or microcosm. It is this, and not the liver, which is swallowed by the victor, who thus adds another frozen "soul" to his own. Of the three vomited by the Kewahqu, two were the hearts of enemies whom he had conquered. He could not give up his own, however. It is much more according to common sense that the woman should have given the cannibal the magic medicine which made him yield his heart than that he should voluntarily have purged himself. In the Micmac tale he merely relieves his stomach. In the Passamaquoddy version he, by woman's influence, loses his icy heart. It is interesting to observe that the use of the Christian cross is in the additional anecdote described as magic. It is the main point in the Chenoo stories that this horrible being, this most devilish of devils, is at first human, perhaps an unusually good girl or youth. From having the heart once chilled, she or he goes on in cruelty, until at last the sufferer eats the heart of another Chenoo, especially a female's. Then utter wickedness ensues. It is more than probable that this leads us back to some dark and terrible shaman superstition, older than we can now fathom. There is a passage in the Edda which its translator, Thorpe, thinks can never be explained. I believe, he writes, the difficulty is beyond help. The lines are as follows. Following footnote from the Edda, page 112. Loki, scorched up in his heart's affections, had found a half-burnt woman's heart. Loki became guileful from that wicked woman, thence in the world. End footnote. Of which Thorpe writes, the sense of this and the following line is not apparent. They stand thus in the original. Loki of Hiarta Brindu Fan Lian Hafisthan Hugstein Konu, for which Grimm myth Forida 3:7 would read Loki at Hiarta Lundi Brenda, etc. Lokius comedit cor in nemor assum invenit simistum mentis lapidum mulieris. Whatever obscurity exists here, it is evident that it means that Loki, having become bad, grew worse after having got the half-burnt stone of a woman's soul. That is, his own heart, half ruined, became utterly so after he had added to it the demoralized Hugstein, soulstone, thoughtstone, or heart of a woman. If we assume that stone and heart are the same, the difficulty vanishes, and they are one in the Chenoo, who, like Loki, illustrates or symbolizes the passage from good to evil, which a German writer declares is quicker than thought, that the very same Hugi which the Norse myth puts forward as swiftest of all runners. Loki, not as yet lost, gets the stone heart of a giantess and becomes an utter devil at once. The Chenoo becomes an utter devil when he has swallowed the thought stone of a giantess, and so does Loki. The girl Chenoo, Micmac. Of the old time, far up the Saguenay River, a branch turns off to the north, running back into the land of ice and snow. 10 families went up this stream one autumn in their canoes to be gone all winter on a hunt. Among them was a beautiful girl, 20 years of age. A young man in the band wished her to become his wife, but she flatly refused him. Perhaps she did it in such a way as to wound his pride. Certainly she roused all that was savage in him, and he gave up all his mind to revenge. He was skilled in medicine or in magic, so he went into the woods and gathered an herb which makes people insensible. Then, stealing into the lodge when all were asleep, he held it to the girl's face until she had inhaled the odor and could not be easily awakened. Going out, he made a ball of snow, and returning placed it in the hollow of her neck, in front, just below the throat. Then he retired without being discovered, so she could not awake while the chill went to her heart. Footnote: the Eskimo shamans and the Indian Buoan are familiar with many very ingenious and singular ways of producing prolonged illness and death. There is one known to a very few old gypsies of gradually inducing insanity and death, which I have never seen noted in any work on toxicology. In a work which I lately read, it was positively denied that there was any such thing as a, quote, lingering poison, end quote, footnote end. When she awoke, she was chilly, shivering, and sick. She refused to eat. This lasted long, and her parents became alarmed. They inquired what ailed her. She was ill-tempered. She said nothing was the matter. One day, having been sent to the spring for water, she remained absent so long that her mother went to seek her. Approaching unseen, she observed her greedily eating snow, and asking her what it meant, the daughter explained that she felt within a burning sensation, which the snow relieved. More than that, she craved the snow. The taste of it was pleasant to her. After a few days she began to grow fierce, as though she wished to kill someone. At last she begged her parents to kill her. Hitherto she had loved them very much. Now she told them that unless they killed her, she would certainly be their death. Her whole nature was being changed. " How can we kill you? " her mother asked. " You must shoot me," she replied, " with 7 arrows." The Micmac version gives guns, but the Chenoo stories are evidently very ancient, and refer to terrors of the olden time. And if you can kill me with 7 shots, all will be well. But if you cannot, I shall kill you. 7 men shot at her as she sat in the wigwam. She was not bound. Every arrow struck her in the breast, but she sat firm and unmoved. 49 times they pierced her. From time to time she looked up with an encouraging smile. When the last arrow struck, she fell dead. Then they burned the body as she had directed. It was soon reduced to ashes, with the exception of the heart, which was of the hardest ice. This required much time to melt and break. At last all was over. She had been brought under the power of an evil spirit. She was rapidly being changed into a Chenoo, a wild, fierce, unconquerable being. But she knew it all the while, and it was against her will, so she begged that she might be killed. The Indians left the place. Since that day none have ever returned to it. They feared lest some small part of the body might have remained unconsumed, and that from it another Chenoo would rise, capable of killing all whom she met. Mr. Rand, manuscript, gives a detailed account of an Indian who went mad during the winter, ran away naked into the wilderness among the snow, and was unanimously declared to have turned into a Chenoo. I agree with Mr. Rand that the historical basis of these tales, if they have any, may be the same, a case of lunacy, fiction and figure adding to the incredible details. End of section 29. Recording by Mary in Arkansas.